In the chat room. Orochimaru, no. Don't come here. Jin Sasuke comes to him. It can't be a good thing no matter how you look at it. Tsunade. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, you said before that Kim Sasuke might be targeting me, but now it seems that you may be the first to be unlucky. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. I remember that in another world, Jin Sasuke seemed to have made a deal with Orochimaru and let Orochimaru leave a curse mark. And he can locate Orochimaru through that curse mark, right? Tsunade. It's not just Orochimaru himself. There is a backup of Orochimaru's soul in that curse seal. Sasuke can use this to locate all of Orochimaru's souls. I almost died laughing. Orochimaru, that bastard, had ridiculed her before as if it had nothing to do with him. Now it is Orochimaru who is targeted by Kim Sasuke first. Red Sand Scorpion. Orochimaru is very capable of saving his life and running away, but this time, he probably won't be able to escape. It has the position of a soul fragment. No matter where Orochimaru goes, Kim Sasuke can chase him. Tet. Onoki. Kin Sasuke wanted Orochimaru to work for him before, right? In this case, Orochimaru should not be killed. After all, there is no big hatred between them. It's nothing more than Orochimaru thinking about Jin Sasuke's body. Then. The first time I came into contact, I consumed a stone snake and ran away. This is not a serious holiday. Hitaki Kakashi. Indeed, in the eyes of Kim Sasuke, Orochimaru is a genius who is worth utilizing. Orochimaru should not be killed. Orochimaru. But he might lose his freedom. He is a rebellious ninja and can do whatever he wants, isn't that nice? If it falls into the hands of Kim Sasuke, it's hard to say what the future will be like. Exit the archives room in the Hokage building. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Kakashi-sensei, what are your thoughts now about Uchiha Obito? Sasuke said as he walked. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Find him first, and then. See if you can change his mind. Obito is his former partner. No. At first, because of his father's death, he began to struggle with which one is more important, companions or missions. During that period, he always chose the mission, even giving up his companions for this purpose. It was Obito who changed him later. In the ninja world, those who violate the rules are called trash. But those who abandon their companions for the sake of mission are worse than trash. This is Kakashi's current creed, however. Obito, who taught him this creed, is now trapped in darkness. I can understand your thinking, Mr. Kakashi. Sasuke stopped, looked directly at Kakashi, and said seriously. But, your teacher, 4th Hokage, was indirectly killed by Uchiha Obito. For Naruto, Uchiha Obito is the enemy who killed his parents. For me, Uchiha Obito is also the murderer of my great royal family. Kakashi closed his eyes in pain. Naruto, he should also know about this. He should also know who killed his parents. Sasuke continues. I got it, I'll tell Naruto. Kakashi said in a low voice. Obito is his best friend. However, everyone should bear corresponding responsibility for what they have done. Sasuke nodded. Well, Naruto should be able to accept this. For Naruto, knowing his own life experience and knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a good person is the biggest shock to Naruto. As for telling Naruto that it was his parents' students who killed his parents, this shouldn't be too hard to accept. By the way, Sasuke suddenly remembered something and looked at Kakashi's left eye. Teacher Kakashi, are you going to keep this eye in the future? This will be a drag on your strength. A genius of 12-year-old Jonin. If it weren't for this Sharingan's drag, Kakashi shouldn't be at this level now. This was given to me by Obito in the past, and I don't want to give it up. Besides, the pupil technique of this eye should be needed to catch Obito. Kakashi touched his eyes and said, if it is possible. He hopes to use this eye to bring Obito back with his own hands. That's it. Sasuke nodded, patted Kakashi's arm, and left the Flying Thunder God technique. If Uchiha Obito comes to see me in the future, I will take you, Kakashi-sensei, immediately. Then. One inside and one outside, attack from both sides. Originally, Sasuke thought that if Mr. Kakashi planned to give up that eye, he could use it to improve his pupil power. But if Kakashi-sensei thinks so, then forget it. If it were anyone else, Sasuke might just slap his eyes. But Mr. Kakashi taught me to be very serious in the past few months. During that time, I was as tired as a dead Parker every day. Sasuke still can't do such a thing to his own teacher. He's not like Uchiha Obito. By the way, Mr. Kakashi, since you want to keep this eye, you should practice Kamui properly in the future. For example, if the toilet at home is blocked, you might as well try to use this eye technique to solve it. The smile on Sasuke's face is undisguisedly malicious. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitches slightly. Kamui. For flushing the toilet. Obito will be so angry after entering Kamui's space. Uchiha Obito. Plus, what the hell is this suggestion? Uchiha Sasuke is a dog. It's so immoral to do so. Hitaki Kakashi. It would be good if Obito entered the Kamui space and found the dirty things inside. If Obito was originally in the Kamui space, and then suddenly. Shiranui Genma. It would be interesting if Obito happened to be eating in Kamui space. Yuhi Hong. Stop talking, I want to vomit. Uchiha Obito. Tired, destroy it. Ahem, please wait a moment, both of you. Still out of the Hokage building. Suddenly someone called out from behind and stopped Sasuke and Kakashi. Looking back, I found that it was Nara Shikahisa. And it seems to have a tired look on his face. Patriarch Nara, haven't you gone back so late? Sasuke asked curiously. It's already 8 o'clock. Why is Nara Shikaku, the Jonin class monitor, still in the Hokage building? Alas. Nara Shikaku sighed, the Hokage is gone, but the tasks entrusted to the village still need to be dealt with. This was originally Hokage's job, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed, so he, the Jonin class monitor, could only take over this job temporarily. It's almost like death. He is a lazy guy, why is he forced to work overtime? Nara Shikaku looked around and after confirming that no one was around, he whispered. Sasuke-kun, I wonder if you have any intention to be the next Hokage? Before. Sasuke captured 2 of Konaha's top executives alive, and tried them in front of all Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also publicly executed. Now, many Jonin in the village think that Uchiha Sasuke will become the 5th Hokage. As for age, this is not a problem, although Sasuke is indeed a little younger. But in the world of ninjas, age cannot entirely matter. Hokage. Sasuke frowned, I don't have much time recently. It is quite troublesome to make Hokage, and... Do you want to do Hokage? Sasuke doesn't believe in will of fire at all. In Sasuke's view, without power, everything is empty. What should I do next? I should still live in Konoha in the future. Are you going to tolerate having a Hokage above your head, and continue to tolerate people and things in Konoha that you can't stand? Nara Shikaku couldn't help scratching his head. I don't have much time. What is this saying? This is the position of Hokage. In the past, when the Uchiha clan was still around, I didn't know how much I wanted a Hokage in my clan. Why do you think that now that Sasuke is here, he doesn't like the position of Hokage? Master Jiraiya, who recently left Konoha, seems to be planning to find another Sannin, Princess Tsunade. I guess, Jiraiya-sama wants Tsunade-sama to become the 5th Hokage. Nara Shikaku said softly, for the 3 families of Inoshika-cho. The relationship with Sasuke should be closer. After all, it is related to Yamanaka Haichi's daughter. As for Tsunade, there is no such relationship with them. Tsunade. Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Think for a moment. Sasuke said, I have to leave Konoha recently for some matters. Let's talk about the 5th Hokage matter when I get back. Nara Lu Jushin Chunin couldn't help but sigh. The position of Hokage. Why does it seem like Uchiha Sasuke doesn't like it very much? Sarutobi Hiruzen did so many immoral things in order to keep this position and power. Uchiha Fugaku. Will Sasuke choose to become the Hokage? Being in the Pure Land, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The position of Hokage. If he were still alive, he would be happy to see an Uchiha become a Hokage. Especially his son, Tsunade, Hokage. Only an idiot would want to be a Hokage. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Shao Suna, did you include both of us? Jiraiya. Ahem, Tsunade, have you forgotten that in the content played on the silver frame screen before, you became the 5th Hokage? Tsunade. It seems so. Hiss, so embarrassing. Orochimaru. What's the meaning of the Hokage position? Unless all the scriptures are. Give me all the money to do research, otherwise who would think of a Hokage position? Jiraiya. Orochimaru, when you lost to Minato, do you dare to say that you were not dissatisfied? You came up with the plan to collapse the Sound Ninja Village and Konoha. You should also have this mentality, right? Orochimaru. Jiraiya guy is so talkative. Onoki. For our village, we probably don't want Sasuke to become a Hokage. Then our life in the future will probably not be too easy. 4th Raikage. Indeed. At this time, I can't help but miss the 3rd Hokage. It is a blessing for our villages to have a Hokage who is so soft to the outside world. It is a pity that Jinzuo assisted in the killing. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only at this time can you think of me, the country of fields. Sasuke is walking on a remote path with a scented phosphorus. Sasuke-sama, do you have a sage body now? Hang Phosphorus senses Sasuke's huge amount of chakra. Many times better than the original Bendo. Yes, by coincidence, I discovered a way to copy Sage Body. Sasuke said happily. With Sage Body, his strength will be greatly improved. Ninjutsu can be used more freely. Mangekyo's eye power problem has been solved. The time when Susanoo is turned on can also last longer. Even Wood style has become stronger because of Sage Body's yang escape. Yeah. Shang Phosphorus is slightly disappointed. With Sasuke's Sage Body, her role is much less. Don't think too much. Sasuke is keenly aware of Kosovo's emotions. He touched Shang Phosphorus' head and said gently. For me, your personal existence and the aspects you can help me are more important. Besides, your ability is still the most helpful to me. Anyway, don't think too much, grow up slowly, and then help me revitalize the Uchiha clan. Well, there is also the Uzumaki clan. The previous words are all fine. Hearing the last sentence, even though Shang Phosphorus is usually very bold, he couldn't help but blush. Well, revitalizing Uchiha. Are you going to have a baby? A little shy. But, I'm looking forward to it. Front. A bare mountain. Lord Sasuke, there is a big base down here. Fragrant Phosphorus opened Kagura's mind and said after sensing it. I also sensed it, Orochimaru is here. Sasuke raised the corners of his mouth slightly. With the help of the soul fragments in the curse seal, Sasuke located the direction of Orochimaru from Konaha. Then I looked in that direction, but the subsequent perception still requires the Kagura heart eye of Shang Phosphorus. Sasuke's Senjutsu perception focuses on the perception of chakra. As for Shang Lian's Kagura heart eye, he can see into all the details of the base below. There is an entrance ahead, but there is a trap at the entrance. Shang Phosphorus pointed to a direction on the right and said. The two walked over together. Then, Sasuke threw one directly from his hand. The kunai flew in and did not trigger the trap. Sasuke flashed in directly with the fragrant phosphorus. This underground base is huge. Hang Phosphorus perceives with Kagura's eyes and reports the situation with his mouth. Inside this room, there is a large sink with a person soaking in it, with many tubes inserted into his body. There are a lot of things called computers in this room. There are also many other electronic instruments. There is a prison deeper there, with many people locked up inside. One of them has a big character and a lot of chakra. Fragrant Phosphorus, an introduction. Sasuke couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Orochimaru, the equipment in this base is pretty advanced. The wood-style human experiment in Konaha was conducted under the auspices of Orochimaru. Now that I have left Konaha, Yin Snake has not stopped doing research. On the way, some guards saw Sasuke and the two and wanted to stop them, but Sasuke stared at them and knocked them down. The entire infiltration process did not cause any disturbance. Sasuke-sama, we can obviously destroy this place and force Orochimaru to come out, right? Shang Phosphorus said in confusion. Sneak in slowly in this way, not only to guard against traps, but also to be on guard. It's quite troublesome. Shang Phosphorus, remember that construction is far more difficult than destruction. Moreover, this place belongs to us from now on, let alone destroy it at will. Sasuke said seriously in the chat room. Orochimaru. Asshole. Kim. What did Sasuke say? What does it mean that his base will be his from now on? There wasn't even a fight. He actually took a fancy to his own base in advance. Jiraiya. This guy Orochimaru is really powerful. He is obviously a rebel ninja, but he built a village outside in such a large experimental base. Tsunade. And there are various experimental subjects, and even guards, and the equipment is very advanced. Red Sand Scorpion. That one should be just one of Orochimaru's bases. I've destroyed several Orochimaru's bases before, but he escaped all of them. Deidara. Indeed. Several times I thought Orochimaru should die in my art, but he escaped every time. After Orochimaru left the Akatsuki organization, Pain sent him and a team of Red Sand Scorpions to hunt down Orochimaru. But this guy Orochimaru has all kinds of fancy abilities, as well as the ability to save his life and run away. He's very rich. No matter how hard I chase, I can't kill him. Orochimaru. Oh, the person who can kill me completely has not yet been born in this world. For Orochimaru, what he was most proud of was not his ability as a Konoha Sannin, but his various researches. On this basis, his various life-saving abilities and resurrection abilities are his greatest confidence to dominate the ninja world. Jiraiya. No one in this world may be able to deal with you, but in another world, you probably won't be able to escape from Jin Sasuke's grasp. Orochimaru. Unless he can kill Jin Sasuke. Otherwise, no matter where he fled in the other world, Jin Sasuke could locate his direction and hunt him down. Crack, snap, snap. Front. The sound of footsteps came from the dark passage. Sasuke-kun, long time no see. I don't know how you found me here. The figure of Orochimaru appears from the darkness. Looking at the phosphorus next to Sasuke, Orochimaru frowned secretly. This little girl from the Uzumaki clan must have awakened Kagura's inner eye. Did you use Kagura's inner eye to find this place? But, it doesn't make sense. This is the country of fields. Moreover, this base is under a barren mountain in a forest. Even if you use Kagura's inner eye to find his base, you can only fumble a little bit. I don't know how much time it will take to do this. Sasuke-sama, this must be a clone. Orochimaru's true body is over there. It looks like he is packing his things and preparing to run away. Shang Phosphorus pointed to a direction on the right and said. She clearly perceived this through Kagura's mind. The Orochimaru in front of me, judging from the amount of chakra, should be a clone. This clone should be used to delay time. Orochimaru's true form plans to use this time to pack up and run away. I know, Shang Phosphorus. Don't worry, let him escape. Sasuke smiled and winked at Shanglin. Then. Both of them take action at the same time. Sasuke's arms extend out of brown wood and bind Orochimaru. Golden chains flew out of Shang Lian's hands and were also tied to Orochimaru's body. This. Orochimaru's face changed. What do you mean? This is just a clone of him. There is not much defense at all. It's normal to be caught off guard and be controlled. But. What did Uchiha Sasuke mean just now? Why do you seem to let your own body escape even though you know this is a clone? This base is good. It would be a pity if we started fighting here directly and then caused the place to be destroyed, right? Sasuke said, looking around. Orochimaru looks puzzled. This is my base. Why do you seem to cherish it very much? Sasuke-kun. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to my base? It's easy to say that we can actually cooperate. Orochimaru feels like he has guessed the truth. Collaborating with Uchiha Sasuke is also good for him. This kid seems to have a lot of secrets. Moreover, the strength is also very strong. Eligible to cooperate with him. As for saying that he is thinking about Sasuke's body, there is no rush. Anyway, the curse seal has always been on Sasuke's body. When Sasuke's chakra becomes exhausted, his soul backup may take the opportunity to come out and occupy Sasuke's body. Not urgent. Sasuke pulled his collar and revealed the curse mark on his neck. Orochimaru, aren't you curious as to why I found you here? Sasuke-kun, can you help me clear up my doubts? Orochimaru asked curiously. Why do you want to show the curse seal? Does this have something to do with that curse seal? Orochimaru is not in a hurry now. My clone is controlled by wood style and adamantine sealing chains, and I can't get rid of it even if I want to. Then it is better to delay a little longer to allow the main body to escape further. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru. The smile on his face gradually became happy. Orochimaru, do you think I will lose my mind and be desperate for power? I remember I told you at that time that before making a deal with you, I went to Mitarashi Anko to investigate. But what I didn't tell you is that I had already mastered the curse seal at that time and knew the secret of the curse seal. Including, the secret of your soul backup is hidden in it. Boom. Hear the news. Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. The secret of his curse seal, revealed. The heavenly curse seal on Mitarashi Anko can be regarded as his last means of resurrection. Why did Uchiha Sasuke discover this? Etc. Orochimaru frowned, realizing something was wrong. You said you mastered the curse seal at that time and knew the secret of the curse seal. Then why did you still trade with me? As soon as the words are finished, Orochimaru thought of something again. I remember, you specifically asked me if the curse seal I gave you was more advanced than the version from Anko. After confirming this, you came to me for a trial. Damn it. He was actually teased. As for the latter question, I already know that after planting the curse seal, your body may be taken over, but I still made a deal with you. Do you want to know why? Sasuke's smile grows more cheerful. Why? Orochimaru asked sullenly. Because I had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan at that time. And, I found that I could use Mangekyo's pupil power to erase your soul backup. I only made the deal with you after confirming that it was completely harmless to me. Sasuke couldn't help laughing as he spoke. You guy. Actually came to me with nothing. Orochimaru's face turned black into the bottom of the pot. He was completely fooled. Uchiha Sasuke, I have known his secret for a long time. And he pretended not to know, accepted the deal with him, and obtained the latest version of the curse seal from him. Wait. Inside the curse mark on your body. Orochimaru feels the curse mark on Sasuke's neck and is a little confused. Why does he still feel the existence of his soul backup? Uchiha Sasuke didn't erase it. If you keep a backup of his soul, what if he finds an opportunity and takes over his body? Uchiha Sasuke, isn't he worried? Did you find it? Sasuke's mouth curled up, smiling happily. How do you think I found you here? Boom. Orochimaru's mind almost exploded. What? What does this mean? Uchiha Sasuke found him here. Does it have something to do with the seal? Actually, after you planted the curse mark on me, I just wanted to erase the soul fragments in it. After all, I don't want to be occupied by you. However, after I activated the immortal curse immortal form, I suddenly discovered a miraculous effect. Naturally, I can use this to locate your location. It seems that because of the induction between your souls, I can locate your direction with the help of the perception under the seal spell. Even if I was in Konaha before, I can confirm your direction, and then find it bit by bit, and find it here. Sasuke said slowly with a smile on his face. Ah. Orochimaru, this guy, dare to think about his body. If it weren't for the fact that this guy is considered a genius, I would have killed him directly today. But even if I don't kill him, also cause some mental damage to him. Orochimaru is almost going crazy. Damn it. Why does his curse seal still have such an effect? Son of a bitch. If Uchiha Sasuke can locate him through the curse mark, wouldn't he be able to escape forever? No wonder Uchiha Sasuke is not in a hurry to chase his real body. Plus, mad. Orochimaru is so angry. Originally, he was tempted by the power of the curse seal, and let Uchiha Sasuke complete the deal with him. He was still very proud. Even if Uchiha Sasuke can't be forcibly taken down, he can plant a spell in this way. Result. Now I find that he was completely calculated. The cursed seal was given away in vain. Also sent Uchiha Sasuke a cheat to locate him. I almost vomited blood. Jiraiya. This guy, Orochimaru, was completely played by Kim Sasuke in applause. Tsunade. I'm dying of laughter. When he is self-satisfied and looking forward to occupying Jin Sasuke's body, in fact, Orochimaru in Jin Sasuke's eyes is probably completely a clown, right? It's a mistake to make friends. Every time he was unlucky, these two former teammates would rush to ridicule him immediately. Onoki. I found that my thinking was still wrong. I thought that there was no big hatred between Kim Sasuke and Orochimaru, but I didn't expect Kim Sasuke to be so revengeful. Terumi Mei. After all, that Orochimaru guy wants to occupy Jin Sasuke's body. If he doesn't take revenge, would that be consistent with Kim Sasuke's character? In the underground base, Sasuke assesses Orochimaru's position. At this distance, even if a battle breaks out later, it should not affect this base. Okay, Orochimaru, it's time to deal with your main body. Sasuke punches Orochimaru's clone. Orochimaru didn't even have time to curse. Immediately, Sasuke took the fragrant phosphorus and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing instantly. Outside, in a forest, Orochimaru just got the memories sent back by his clone. Even with Orochimaru's temperament, he couldn't help but curse. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard. What should he do now? Escape? Where can I escape from Uchiha Sasuke's senses? And Uchiha Sasuke uses Flying Thunder God to catch up, but he can't run away at all. Soon, whoosh, a kunai is inserted into the ground. Sasuke appears here with fragrant phosphorus. Cold sweat fell from Orochimaru's forehead. Cool. Uchiha Sasuke has awakened Mangekyo, and there is a high probability that he will not be an opponent. I can't escape even if I run. I can't even beat you. If he doesn't find a way to save himself, he will really be doomed today. Sasuke-kun, we can actually cooperate. You had already activated Mangekyo when you got my curse seal, but you still made a deal with me. So, you actually value the power of the curse seal, right? Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, the curse seal is indeed worth continuing to study, but this means little to me anymore. Sasuke shook his head and said, the curse seal created by Orochimaru can only be regarded as a degraded version of magic. And Sasuke had previously copied Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode on Jiraiya. And those two old toads. Isn't this better than a simple curse seal? However, the curse seal does still have potential. If development continues, it may be used to help Hinata and the others increase their strength. As for Sasuke himself, he can directly learn the magic of the three holy places. Of course, for me, Orochimaru, you are still valuable. For example, you can help me with some research, or help me take the blame. Sasuke said with a chuckle. Orochimaru's expression is very ugly. Taking the blame? What the hell? Is this using myself as Danzo? Wait, I almost forgot. Uchiha Sasuke, why did you start taking action at the same time as my plan to collapse Konaha? Why do you want to blame me? Orochimaru asked with a dark face. Before, when Konaha collapsed the plan. This bastard Uchiha Sasuke led Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya to think that they were in the same group with him. That idiot Jiraiya, I'm afraid he still thinks that he told Uchiha the truth about Sasuke's genocide incident. What does this have to do with me? Well, didn't you send 3 men to attack me? I caught them and tortured them, and then I happened to know about Konaha's collapse plan. This is a big surprise for me. I originally wanted to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. After learning this, I can just use your actions to help myself reduce the pressure. Sasuke said with a smile. It's Toss and the 3 of them. Orochimaru suddenly realizes, no wonder. In the second round of the Chunin exam, he was beaten to the ground by Uchiha Sasuke and ran away. He never thought about those 3 losers again. I didn't expect that they leaked the information. But. Why do you want people to think that you and I are in the same group? Orochimaru is still puzzled. Is this good for Uchiha Sasuke? Oh, when I went to fight Danzo, that guy Danzo thought it was you who told me the truth about the Uchiha genocide. Then I suddenly came up with an idea to make you the candidate to take the blame. Why would I take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? Because I was bewitched by you. Sasuke recalled saying. Asshole, Orochimaru's mentality is completely blown up. Damn Uchiha Sasuke, I will fight you, in the chat room. Orochimaru. F*K. How annoying. In the other world, wasn't he just thinking about Kim Sasuke's body? It didn't cause any actual damage to Kim Sasuke. Instead, he gave away the curse seal that he had been researching for more than 10 years. As a result, he was tortured like this. Jiraiya. It's no wonder Orochimaru can't stand it. Whether it's the cursed seal deal or the Konaha collapse plan, Orochimaru is completely being calculated. Especially, for a smart guy like Orochimaru. Being teased like this is even more unbearable. Tsunade. Not only did he fail to achieve his own goals, but he also had to be exploited by Sasuke. It was all kinds of bad luck. Tisk tisk, he deserves it. Uchiha Fugaku. Yeah, who told him to target Sasuke's body? Onoki. Sure enough, you shouldn't offend Kim Sasuke. This guy is too vengeful. Terumi Mei. And it's a murderous revenge. Orochimaru is so angry that he wants to fight him. 4th Raikage. Aren't you looking for death? It's too late to run away, and you actually take the initiative to die. Red Sand Scorpion. Orochimaru should be lucky that Jin Sasuke didn't want to kill him, otherwise, his end would be no better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru. Hateful. Doesn't anyone think he could kill Kim Sasuke? Never mind. He himself didn't believe this was possible. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bites his finger and slaps it on the ground with a seal. 2 coffins rise from the ground. Haha, Uchiha Sasuke. This time, it's the reanimation jutsu after I improved it again. The 2 of them now are not as fragile as before. Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth, smiling with some anticipation. Boom. The coffin board falls. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Back to the real world again. Oh, why is it impure world reincarnation again? Tobirama, you really made me miserable. Senju Hashirama said with a sigh. Aside. Senju Tobirama's face turned pale. He tried to move his body, but found that his will was even more restricted. It seems that. The caster has made a lot of improvements based on his original. Orochimaru, it's you evil brat again. Senju Tobirama saw Orochimaru behind him and his face turned pale. This defected disciple of Monkey is really capable of causing trouble. I, the founder of Reanimation Jutsu, am summoned every 3 days to be used as a thug. Second Hokage, there is no need to try to resist. The current Reanimation Jutsu is not the original version of you. Orochimaru chuckled twice and said. For Reanimation Jutsu, he made many improvements based on Senju Tobirama. In this current version, the ninja of the earth can exert greater strength, and his control over the ninja of the earth is also stronger. Ah. Uchiha Sasuke, isn't it possible to sense him through the soul fragments in the curse seal? In this case, killing Uchiha Sasuke will solve the problem. Stop talking nonsense. 2 Hokage. This time the enemy is still the same Uchiha Sasuke as last time. Haha, This guy, not long ago, executed the main Hokage in public in Konaha. Orochimaru said with a sneer. What? Senju Tobirama's face changed drastically. The monkey was executed in public in Konaha? Damn it. What happened in Konaha? That young man, can you explain it to me? I was confused last time, and I can't understand it even more this time. Senju Hashirama asked with a frown. If you have anything to say, let's catch him first. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, chakra adjusted it, and planned to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. However, whoosh, Sasuke brought fragrant phosphorus and appeared in front of him instantly. Whoosh whoosh. A large number of golden chains shot out from Xiangling's hands, penetrated Senju Tobirama's filthy body, and then completely entangled and tied his body. Second Hokage, that's it. Sasuke unceremoniously slaps Senju Tobirama's head off. Confetti is flying. Alarm bells rang in Orochimaru's heart. Quickly pull away and retreat, keeping a safe distance of tens of meters. Damn it. Why is Uchiha Sasuke so fast? Second Hokage, the founder of Flying Thunder God technique, was killed like this? The Flying Thunder God technique that was left on me last time. Tisk. The Flying Thunder God ninjutsu is really troublesome. Senju Tobirama's face is very ugly, extremely bad experience. He was summoned and used by someone using his reanimation jutsu. Then he was controlled instantly by another person using his Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it. These are all his ninjutsu, you evil thieves. Oh, Orochimaru, I have long expected that you might summon this inherently evil Thousand Suns old ghost. Sasuke said with a sneer. Bringing fragrant phosphorus specially, on the one hand, it requires the perception of the Kagura mind of the fragrant phosphorus. On the other hand, you need to use Phosphate's adamantine sealing chains to deal with Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God. Sasuke's wood style can only absorb the chakra in the target's body. As for adamantine sealing chains, it is a chakra that can directly imprison the target. Without chakra, Senju Tobirama cannot use Flying Thunder God to transfer. Otherwise, even if he controls his body, he will use the Flying Thunder God to move away at the first thought. Opposite. Senju Tobirama's forehead veins are jumping. The inherently evil old Senju ghost. What the hell is the name? This evil kid not only used his ninjutsu to beat him, but also copied his sentence patterns to scold him. What, you're still not convinced, are you? Sasuke sneered twice, waved to Xianglien, and said, Xianglien, go get a chain and whip him, and while you whip him, tell him that his good disciples have done it. What happened? Yes. Xiang Phosphorus responded immediately. Sasuke Sama's enemy is her enemy, this time. Xiang Phosphorus has gained experience. I will carefully control the strength of the adamantine sealing chains and slap Senju Tobirama on the face, but will not blow his head off. Senju Tobirama looks like he is hopeless. He is now in a filthy body, and there is no pain when the golden chain is slapped on his face. However, it is extremely insulting, in the chat room. Senju Tobirama, hateful. Why is this happening again? Uchiha Madara. You deserve it, who told you to be a bitch? The old Senju ghost who is born evil, haha, I am laughing so hard. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, you really need to reflect. If you had been kinder, that boy wouldn't have treated you like this. Senju Tobirama. Onoki. With Sasuke's desire for revenge, second Hokage, I don't think your current fate will be the end. Senju Tobirama. I am a dead person, what else can he do to me? Orochimaru. Dead people also care about things. For the second Hokage, they will care about, such as, Konaha, or Tsunade. Tsunade. Orochimaru, what do you mean? Jiraiya. Kim Sasuke should have a bottom line. He shouldn't do this. Onoki. Haha, if Kim Sasuke gets revengeful, who knows what he will do to second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. It feels like he is going to be unlucky in another world. Fragrant phosphorus is here. While whipping Senju Tobirama with a golden chain, he recounted the glorious deeds of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. That guy Shimura Danzo deliberately delayed the rescue of the country of Uzumaki, causing the country of Uzumaki to be destroyed. My mother couldn't believe Konaha anymore and lived in Kusagakure village. There are also few powerful people in the Senju clan who were deliberately tricked by the two of them. Opposite. Senju Tobirama is completely stunned. Last time, Orochimaru finally lifted the impure world reincarnation between him and his elder brother. He did not know about the subsequent Konaha trial conference. This is the first time he knows about these things. Wait. Stop for a second. Is what you said true? Isn't it too outrageous? Senju Tobirama said in disbelief. The entire ninja world should know these things by now. Shang Phosphorus said. At the same time, the movement of waving the chain in his hand did not stop. Senju Tobirama is a little speechless. Is it interesting that I have to keep beating him like this? He couldn't feel any pain. The other side. Little monkey. And Danzo, they did such a thing. Senju Hashirama frowned. Are there no people left in the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan in the land of Whirlpool? Of course it's true. It's because of this that I joined forces with Orochimaru to get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the scourge of Konaha. Sasuke said seriously. Uchiha Sasuke, that's it. Who is in the same group with you? Orochimaru can't bear it anymore. Son of a bitch. He gets angry when he thinks of this. To be fair, Orochimaru doesn't care much about his reputation. Even if he has to bear the notoriety of killing his master, he doesn't care. Especially, for Orochimaru, this is a good thing for his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it can allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to die with dignity. But this does not mean that Orochimaru likes to take the blame for others. This guy Uchiha Sasuke, in order to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen, he destroyed the Sarutobi clan. But why do you have to involve him in taking the blame for your own affairs? Senju Hashirama looked confused. So, is there any cooperation between these two people? Stop being stunned, go ahead and kill him again. Orochimaru moves his finger and controls Senju Hashirama to move. Young man, be careful, I am much stronger this time than last time. Senju Hashirama reminded quickly. Hear this. Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up across from him. Really? Can I use magic now? If he could, he would be able to copy another Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and frowned slightly. It seems, it still doesn't work. The amount of chakra in this body seems to be insufficient. Yeah. Sasuke is slightly disappointed. However, it's not a big problem. He also kept a sacrifice specially for this purpose. Shimura Danzo. The quality of this offering should be enough. Do you want to learn Sage Magic? Hey, aren't you in Sage Mode now? Senju Hashirama sensed Sasuke's state and said. Although his current body cannot enter Sage Mode. But if you just sense natural energy, you can still do it. My current one is the Sage Mode of Mount Myoboku. If possible, I hope to master the Sage Mode of the 3 holy places. Sasuke replied. Really? Senju Hashirama nodded. My magic is inherited from Shigulan. If you want to learn it, you can try it. Katsuyu Sage should be easy to talk to. Moist Bone Forest. Thank you, I will try it. Sasuke nodded seriously. The other side. Senju Tobirama's mentality is about to collapse. Brother, what are you doing? Do you still think this evil kid is not strong enough? Uchiha Sasuke originally mastered a kind of senjutsu. In addition, there are Mangekyo, wood-style, flying thunder god. If he is allowed to learn more Sage Mode, no one will be able to cure him in the future. Ahaha, I don't feel like this boy is an evil person. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said with a smile. Whether he is evil or not, kill him first. Orochimaru controls Senju Hashirama's body and moves. He is the god of ninja after all. Even if you can't use magic, you should still be very strong. Wood-style the birth of the tree world. Senju Hashirama puts his hands together, and a large number of trees rise from the ground. Opposite. Sasuke's movements are exactly the same. The same hands are joined together. Same wood-style the birth of the tree world. But the power is much stronger than Senju Hashirama's. Senju Hashirama looked at the forest he created, and it was quickly swallowed up. The mood is a little complicated. He actually lost in wood style, although it was because of his dirty body. How can this be? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. If Uchiha Sasuke uses Susanoo to defeat Senju Hashirama, he can accept it. But why? Uchiha Sasuke's wood style is so strong. How could he have so many chakras in such a large sea of trees? He actually used wood style to overwhelm first Hokage. The current first Hokage of Impure World is obviously the version after he strengthened Impure World reincarnation, so it should be stronger. First Hokage, offended. Sasuke controls the lush trees and attacks Senju Hashirama crazily. A large number of branches and vines soon completely entangled Senju Hashirama's body, restricting his movements. But Sasuke didn't slap him in the face like he did to Senju Tobirama. First Hokage treats him well, so Sasuke will naturally disrespect him. Orochimaru has begun to panic. The first generation and second Hokage of the Dirty Land were both defeated. Also, it seems that Uchiha Sasuke didn't put in much effort. Damn it. If I had known earlier, I would have prepared more impure world reincarnation. Go back and dig up all the tombs of the past cages of the ninja village, and the entire army of dirty soil comes out. Onoki. Orochimaru. Haha, you really dare to think. Fourth Raikage. It seems that the tombs of Raikages of all generations need to be guarded. Terumi Mei. Not just the past cage. The tombs of all the more powerful ninjas in the history of the ninja world should beware of Orochimaru. Red Sand Scorpion. I suggest killing Orochimaru directly, it will be over once and for all. Orochimaru. What the hell? Those are his thoughts in another world. I obviously didn't do anything here, but... This is a reminder to myself. It seems that for the sake of your own safety, you should collect more human tissue materials from strong people, and then prepare them for impure world reincarnation in advance. By then, all the 5 shadows of the dirty land will be his thugs. Let's see who else in the ninja world can hunt him down. Are you okay, Orochimaru? We haven't seen you for a few months, and you've become so lazy. Sasuke looks at Orochimaru, who is a little flustered. The words reveal disgust. Months ago. The second session of the Chunin exam. The battle with Orochimaru was the most dangerous, difficult, and fierce battle Sasuke had ever experienced. At that time, Sasuke almost used the means he had at his disposal to the extreme. Sharingan, Muji Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, failed to repel Orochimaru. If I hadn't been inspired to develop the Kirin Jutsu, it would be hard to say what the result would be. As for what happened later. Opened Mangekyo, mastered the Seal Senjutsu, learned Mount Myoboku Sage Mode, and now even obtained a sage body. Sasuke's strength has been greatly enhanced, and the battle has become much easier. Now. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru's performance and felt very dissatisfied. Can Orochimaru, the great enemy who once brought him a strong sense of crisis, be a little more angry? A lot of curse words passed through Orochimaru's heart. Son of a bitch. No one has ever said that about him. Orochimaru, the majestic Konaha Sannin, a veteran cage-level expert in the ninja world, is actually being questioned about his strength. It was Sasuke who said this. Orochimaru felt aggrieved, but had nothing to say. What a ghost. It's only been a few months, how come Uchiha Sasuke's strength has improved so much? In the chat room. Hataki Kakashi, it's true. Kim Sasuke's strength has improved so fast. He just graduated from the ninja school half a year ago. Namikaze Minato. At that time, Jin Sasuke could only compete with Kakashi 50-50. Now. I'm afraid there aren't many opponents in the entire ninja world. Senju Tobirama. With his foundation, just by opening Mangekyo, he already has cage-level strength. Plus those 2 Mangekyo's pupil techniques, although it cannot bring direct combat effectiveness. But. Gold Sasuke can be used to obtain various blood inheritance limits and magical skills. The increase in strength brought about by this is far stronger than 2 offensive pupil techniques. Jiraiya. Judging from his mastery of Sage Mode, his strength has surpassed mine. Orochimaru. On this basis, we also need to add Wood Style and Sage Body. Jin Sasuke's chakra control ability is already very outstanding, and now there is such a terrifying chakra. Tsunade. Don't worry, Orochimaru, you won't be able to escape. Orochimaru. Light yourself up. Uchiha Sasuke, don't be too proud. Orochimaru's voice is fierce. Damn it. If you don't show some real skills, you will really be underestimated by this damn bastard. Orochimaru is not that easy to deal with, immediately. Orochimaru's chakra explodes and his body begins to expand. Boom. A huge white snake monster appears on the earth. 8 heads, 8 tails. All snakes stick out their tongues and have yellow snake eyes, looking down at Sasuke below. Haha, Uchiha Sasuke, I used this Yamada technique, how are you going to respond? Orochimaru's body emerges from the mouth of a snakehead. After activating the Yamada technique, Yin Snake recovered some by Shin. Yama technique, the strongest ninjutsu he has mastered. Moreover, this ninjutsu does not use the power of the dead like impure world reincarnation, but is truly his own power zone. As long as his chakra is not exhausted, even if the snake's head is cut off, it can continue to regenerate. With this Yamada technique, Orochimaru even has the confidence to fight against Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. Rumble. The huge white snake monster crushes the sea of trees and approaches Sasuke. On the way, a large number of tree branches and vines strangled towards the white snake. But after all, it failed to stop the big white snake, it just hindered its speed. Your Hachi technique is really good, Sasuke nodded slightly and nodded. Then, he clasped his hands together fiercely. However, if I use wooden dragon technique, how will you deal with it? Boom. The terrifying wooden dragon rises from the ground. The wooden dragon, which is comparable in size to a giant summoning beast, entwined itself around the body of the big white snake. Wooden dragon technique. Orochimaru frowned slightly, manipulating the body of the big white snake, trying to break the wooden dragon. However, the next moment, Orochimaru's face changed dramatically. This wooden dragon is absorbing my chakra, and it's so fast. Orochimaru can feel it. He maintains a large amount of chakra in Baki technique, which is being continuously absorbed by the wooden dragon. As for the wooden dragon, after getting his chakra, the size has grown even bigger. The power to strangle the white serpent has also become stronger. As this wood style, Orochimaru looks very ugly. Until this moment, he really understood why wood style is the force that can suppress the tailed beast. Suck chakra like this, even the tailed beast can't stand it. Damn it. We must find a way to get rid of this wooden dragon. Otherwise, with the speed at which wood dragon absorbs chakra, he will be sucked dry soon. However, not waiting for Orochimaru to come up with a solution. Surrounded by trees created by the tree realm, they have already entangled themselves with the big white snake. After the wooden dragon controlled the white snake, these trees also began to wrap around and absorb the chakra. Orochimaru's expression becomes even more ugly. Chakra is lost faster. Damn, how on earth are you going to crack wood style? Senju Hashirama. It's actually wood dragon technique. Haha, this boy Uchiha Sasuke really looks like me back then. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Sasuke got sage body before. Chakra has more Yongdun attributes, and chakra with more than 60 cards can be used with 10 wood dragon technique. Jiraiya. Is the wood dragon technique so scary? Orochimaru used the Yamada technique, but he was completely powerless to resist. Senju Tobirama. Oh, Orochimaru is totally looking for death. The wood dragon technique is a ninjutsu that can't be compared to giant summoning beasts or tailed beasts. If Orochimaru were the size of a normal human, what the wood dragon technique would show was just a terrifying power zone. But if you use the Yamada technique and transform into that body shape, you will be giving chakra to the wooden dragon. Senju Hashirama. To deal with giant summoning beasts, or ordinary tailed beasts, a wood dragon technique should be enough. 3 tails. What is a normal tailed beast? 4 tails. Damn first Hokage. 5 tails, damn wood style. 9 tails. Oh, what a bunch of scum. A wooden dragon can handle this thing, it's really embarrassing for the tail vet. Just a wooden dragon technique. 9 tails can still handle it. If you want to seal it, you must at least be the queen of the wooden golem jutsu group. 8 tails. Kurama, what are you proud of? To convince you that you need a stronger wood style, is this something you are proud of? 9 tails. Damn, that makes so much sense. In the chat room, everyone in the ninja world was surprised when they heard the conversation between the tailed beasts. Hitaki Kakashi. Why does it sound like all the tailed beasts were beaten by first Hokage using wood style? Senju Tobirama. Otherwise, how do you think my elder brother distributed the tailed beasts? Did the tailed beasts come here by themselves and were sealed? Orochimaru. Speaking of which, how on earth should I crack that wooden dragon technique? Can anyone answer this? He in another world on the screen can no longer hold on. Uchiha Madara. Open Susanoo and blast it with Yasaka's Magatama. Senju Tobirama. If you can't crack it, just fly the Thunder God and run away. Onoki. I should be able to erase it with dust release. I don't know if my chakra is enough. Orochimaru. Oh shit. Is there a method he can use? Orochimaru is completely panicked now. Can't beat it. Absolutely can't beat it. Uchiha Sasuke used this wooden dragon technique, and it didn't seem like it took much effort. Moreover, this trapped dragon technique can absorb his chakra. There is no need for Uchiha Sasuke to consume chakra to maintain it. Asshole. Is it possible that he can only run away? When will this end? Uchiha Sasuke can locate his soul and can hunt him to the ends of the earth. If Uchiha Sasuke is not killed, he will never be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. However, feel the rapid loss of chakra in the tree branches gradually spreading to my body. Orochimaru is still scared. Let's run away first. What if Uchiha Sasuke suddenly dies one day? The worst case scenario is that we should keep running away until the day Uchiha Sasuke dies. Bang. The branches of the wooden pillar wrap around the Orochimaru body in the white snake's mouth. The body immediately disintegrated and turned into little white snakes all over the ground, running away in all directions. Hey, do you want to? Sasuke chuckled and threw a kunai out. Put a small white snake on the ground. Whoosh. Sasuke's figure then flashed over and grabbed the little white snake in his hand. It's useless to use so many snakes as cover. I can locate your soul, and naturally I can easily distinguish your true body. Sasuke grabbed the little white snake and said with a smile. Hiss, hiss. The little white snake is struggling in Sasuke's hand. The snake's eyes are full of anger. Damn it. It's better to just kill him. What's the point of holding him in your hands like this? It's so insulting. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Orochimaru, be glad that you are worthy of being used by me. Sasuke said, turning on Mangekyo. Buzz. The pupil technique residing in the right eye is activated. This is Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique, distinguished heavenly gods. The little white snake was caught in Sasuke's hand. The snake's body suddenly froze and stopped struggling. 10,000 The eye power of the flower tube poured into Orochimaru's mind and forcibly modified his will. It will take several years to cool down. Sasuke rubbed his sore right eye. The pupil technique of distinguished heavenly gods consumes a lot of Mangekyo's pupil power. Even though Sasuke now has a sage body, his right eye still feels a little sore. The pupil technique that forcibly changes a person's will has such restrictions, which is normal. But it's still valuable. Sasuke looked at the tool snake in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. The little white snake was thrown to the ground by Sasuke, and the snake's body began to expand, gradually turning into Orochimaru's figure. Sasuke-sama. Orochimaru said respectfully to Sasuke. In the chat room. Orochimaru. F*K. Why me? Why not Tsunade? My mentality is completely shattered. He was actually cast by Jin Sasuke, distinguished heavenly gods, which changed his will. Look at your other self on the screen, he looks completely surrendered. Asshole. It's simply worse than killing him. It's so depressing that one's will is forcibly twisted like this. Tsunade. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, thank you so much. Thanks to you, I am safe on the other side. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Although this is bad, I still can't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru. This guy thought that Jin Sasuke was going to use distinguished heavenly gods on Tsunade, but it turned out to be the other way around. He used it on himself. Uchiha Obito. Huh. Luckily I used it on Orochimaru. He was also worried that Jin Sasuke would use distinguished heavenly gods to retaliate against him. Onoki. I really have to thank Orochimaru. If Orochimaru hadn't been hit by this distinguished heavenly gods, someone else might have been the unlucky one. Fourth Raikage. Fortunately, distinguished heavenly gods has a long cooldown time, otherwise, it would be simply terrifying. In the ninja world, anyone who thinks they might be the target of distinguished heavenly gods can't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Orochimaru. Tsunade, Jiraiya, don't be too proud. Although the distinguished heavenly gods are used on me, it doesn't mean that Jin Sasuke will let go of Tsunade. Jiraiya. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without distinguished heavenly gods, how could Tsunade have anything happen to Jin Sasuke? Don't even look at it. Well, it's nothing. He was about to talk about the age gap between Tsunade and Jin Sasuke. I almost committed suicide again. Fortunately, we stopped in time. Tsunade. I think so too, Jiraiya, but, Jiraiya, what do you want to say next? Keep talking, don't worry, I will never kill you. Jiraiya. Who believes what you say? The other side. Senju Tobirama's face turned pale. The anger in my chest is about to explode. I don't even care about being slapped in the face with a golden chain all the time. Monkey, Danzo and the others. Bah, they are the Sarutobi and Shimura brats who are born evil. These two goods have actually made so many heavens. The land of Uzumaki is gone, and the descendants of Uzumaki are living in various places in the ninja world, in a miserable situation. There are only 3 or 2 kittens left in the Senju clan, and the Jonin are almost extinct. And at the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Sarutobi clan, as well as Danzo's root organization, are getting stronger. These two bastards. He risked his life to stop the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, but he only protected these few. When attacking one's own people, they will devise conspiracies, use public opinion, eradicate the roots, and use all possible means. At the same time, it treats other villages extremely weakly. Cloud Shinobi even shit on Konaha's neck. You can actually hand over your own people. I'm just convinced. I don't even know how to evaluate them. Call them useless, they are very good at fighting among themselves. Let's just say they are powerful. They left their eldest brother and themselves with family fortunes, and this has become such a disaster. How could Konaha become like this? Senju Hashirama on the side looked frustrated. The whole person fell into a state of frustration. As soon as Sasuke and Orochimaru came over, they saw this scene. Senju Tobirama blushed and was about to explode with anger. Senju Hashirama lowered his head, his face full of despair. Oh, you old Senju ghost who is born evil, you should thank me now, right? After all, it was me who avenged the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke said to Senju Tobirama with a mocking tone. Senju Tobirama has a sullen face and has nothing to say. Sasuke felt a little bored when he saw this, and turned to look at First Hokage on the other side. First Hokage, I would like to seek your opinion. I am a little confused now. I don't know whether I should make Konoha's 5th Hokage in the future. Winter. Sasuke has a good impression of First Hokage. Hope to get some insights from him. Hear Sasuke's words. Senju Hashirama has no reaction yet. Senju Tobirama exploded directly. What? You evil brat want to Hokage? No, absolutely not. What a joke. Let this evil Uchiha brat become Hokage, who knows what Konoha will be like. Sasuke gave Senju Tobirama a cold look and said. Senju Tobirama, don't think that because you were once a Hokage, you can tell me what to do. That good disciple of yours was also a Hokage, but I caught him and tortured him in public. Besides, you are a dead person, what right do you have to object? Speaking. Sasuke waved to Orochimaru and said. Orochimaru, tell him to shut up and hit a tree. Orochimaru nodded immediately. Yes, Sasuke. Then, Orochimaru directly forcibly controlled Senju Tobirama's body, making him shut up and unable to continue talking, walked to the side, and started banging his head against a tree. Senju Tobirama looked aggrieved. Damn it. Didn't these two people fight to the death just now? Why has it become like this now? Boom, boom, boom. Senju Tobirama was so angry that he had nowhere to vent, and was controlled by hitting his head against a tree. My heart is so aggrieved that I'm going to explode. Tobirama, I told you not to engage in forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation. Now you are in trouble too. Senju Hashirama shook his head and said. Back to our previous question, First Hokage, I wonder if you have any opinions. Sasuke released the wood style that restrained Senju Hashirama's body and said seriously. This First Hokage who calmed down the troubled times may be able to bring him some inspiration. Do you want to be a Hokage? Well, the younger people in the village have the idea of becoming a Hokage. This is of course a good thing in my opinion. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said. He has no prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Sasuke has the idea of becoming a Hokage, which is also a good thing for him. But Senju Hashirama thought of something and let out a long sigh, feeling very depressed. Alas. The Hokage of the village, and the Hokage assistants, Sarutobi and Danzo have actually done so many bad things. Perhaps I was really wrong. I made a bad start. I shouldn't have taken action against Madara, but should have carefully understood his thoughts. Speaking and talking. Senju Hashirama lowered his head and fell into a complete state of healing demons. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong? First Hokage, the legendary ninja god. It actually looks like this, in the chat room. Uchiha Madara. Indeed. That's what I can't stand the most about you, Hashirama. You often seem to be alone and frustrated. It's so troublesome. Senju Tobirama. I agree with this, brother, you are really annoying. Senju Hashirama. Motor, Tobirama. Oh, why did I trouble you so much? What a failure. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. Come as you say. Terumi Mei. The legendary god of ninja is actually such a person. I have learned a lot. Onoki. Second Hokage was restrained from speaking and hit his head against a tree, which was an eye-opener. Senju Tobirama. If you don't open the pot, pick it up. Ahem. Uchiha Madara probably didn't die in the Valley of the End. Sasuke coughed twice and said. Immediately, Sasuke told about Uchiha Obito and his speculation. Madara, he might not be dead? Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed with light. The previous decadence and despair are gone. If this is really the case, that would be great. This is what he regrets most in his life. Ahaha. Senju Tobirama on the side made a cry of unknown meaning. He is controlled by Orochimaru and cannot speak, so he can only do this. Hateful. What did the elder brother say? Uchiha Madara may have lived at least several more decades, and I don't even know if she is still alive now. What's so good about this? Who knows what kind of conspiracy that guy Uchiha Madara is up to? By the way, First Hokage, I don't know how much you know about the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine. Sasuke told about the inscription. That stone tablet, Madara took me to see it. At that time, Konaha had been established, and I became the first Hokage. The so-called mutually exclusive two forces merge into one. My understanding is that Senju and Uchiha united to give ninja bring peace to the world. Senju Hashirama recalled saying. Sasuke's head was full of black lines. That passage should refer to power. Cultivate the power of Senju and Uchiha to unlock new power. I guess that Uchiha Madara is planning to use that new power to find another path. Yeah. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. In this case, it seems to make sense. Madara took him to see the stone monument. At that time, Madara should have disapproved of the path they had taken together. Maybe, after that, he actually parted ways. Alas. Let's talk about Hokage. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. I feel like first Hokage is a fool in this regard. It's a bit embarrassing to expect first Hokage to understand Uchiha Madara's conspiracy plan. Hokage. Senju Hashirama frowned. It's hard for me to give you any advice. This is no longer the era I was in. Besides, I'm just a loser. Uchiha Madara, who founded Konaha with him, pursued his own path. The purpose of establishing Konaha is to bring peace, at least so that children will no longer need to go to the battlefield. But it also failed. In the past few decades, there have been 3 ninja wars. And the village also has a Hokage like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama feels that he is not qualified to make any suggestions. After thinking for a moment, Senju Hashirama spoke. In the final analysis, you are the person of this era. How to take the road of this era should not be given by a dead person like me. The road to the future should be found by yourselves. Including the new path Madara may choose. If Madara is still alive, or if he has any heirs, it should be up to you to argue and decide how to go in the future. You are very strong, especially at this age. What will happen to Konaha in the future and what will happen to the ninja world in the future? These are questions you cannot avoid unless you don't plan to do anything. Besides, I should be able to tell that you probably want to do something. In this case, then go for it boldly. Who knows what the future will bring? Do it first and then talk about it. Opposite. Sasuke nodded slowly, although first Hokage did not give any specific suggestions. But this passage really inspired him. It seems that first Hokage is not, at least not completely stupid. It's a bit wise and foolish. Senju Hashirama. As wise as a fool. Should I take this as a compliment? Senju Tobirama. I think it's very appropriate. Brother, you are just a fool most of the time. Senju Hashirama. Namikaze Minato. But this passage makes sense. The future should be explored by young people. This kind of mind and realm is truly worthy of the first generation. Uchiha Madara. HMPH. It was only after Hashirama died that he could see clearly. At the beginning, he stubbornly insisted on protecting his narrow village. Senju Hashirama. So, Madara, what path have you chosen? Can't you tell me directly? Uchiha Madara. Think for yourself. Senju Hashirama. Alas, Motorola is really troublesome, even more troublesome than Mito. Thank you. I probably understand what to do. Sasuke sincerely thanks Senju Hashirama. Really? Senju Hashirama smiled happily. Can you tell me first what you plan to do? I'm very curious. Sasuke nodded. Taguchi said, your so-called Will of Fire is nothing in my opinion and must be removed. The ninja school established by Senju Tobirama spent several years teaching a lot of useless things. It needs to be changed. The profession of ninja itself must also be changed. Also, what the hell is this one country one village system you established? It needs to be changed too. Opposite. Senju Hashirama was immediately stunned. No, he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Woo. Senju Tobirama on the other side yelled angrily. What he wants to say is, brother, look at him. No. Young man, I have to change everything like this. Isn't it a bit too extreme? Senju Hashirama said with some confusion. I mean, if you want to do it, just do it. But you seem to be a little too bold. Even the profession of ninja and the system of one country and one village must be changed. What is this going on? Senju Hashirama feels completely unimaginable. There is no need to tell you this for the time being. After all, you also said that you were a dead person. Sasuke waved his hand and said. Talking this old antique first Hokage his thoughts, I only do this when I have enough time. Ah, I am a dead person. Senju Hashirama's head suddenly dropped. Sasuke twitched the corner of his mouth and walked to Senju Tobirama on the other side. Let Orochimaru release the restrictions on Senju Tobirama's speech. You, a naturally evil old Senju ghost, don't seem to want me to become a Hokage? Sasuke said with a smile. Nonsense. Senju Tobirama won't hit anyone when he's angry. Nothing else to say. After tossing him like this, he might still support the other party to become Hokage? What a joke. Tisk, I'm relieved if you think like this. In order to cause trouble for you, You have to become a Hokage first. Sasuke looked at Senju Tobirama's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. You. Senju Tobirama's face turned green with anger. By the way, Orochimaru, let's cancel the impure world reincarnation for a while. When I become a Hokage, I will personally summon Lord Second Hokage and inform him of this. Good news. Sasuke said with a bright smile. Senju Tobirama's eyesight goes dark. Uchiha Sasuke, is he a devil? Onoki. As expected, I said Second Hokage would be retaliated against. Terumi Mei. Haha, Jin Sasuke's revenge is all about killing people and punishing the heart. How could it be as simple as being slapped in the face with a chain or being controlled and hit a tree? Jiraiya. But, this is too damaging. Tsunade. No, isn't he planning to become a Hokage? As a Hokage, he uses the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, and also summons the ancestor Hokage. What the hell? This is. What should the Hokage do? Orochimaru. This is the feeling you want. For the second Hokage, this is using the name of Uchiha to tarnish the identity of the Hokage. Uchiha Madara. After becoming a Hokage, I went to inform Senju Tobirama. I can't stand it any longer. I'm very curious about what you, Senju Tobirama, will look like when the time comes. Hitaki Kakashi. It's such a face-turning taunt. Second Hokage will be furious. Nara Shikamaru. Furthermore, if impure world reincarnation occurs, Second Hokage will not be able to resist at all. And may even be used as a thug, toolman, etc. by Jin Sasuke. Senju Tobirama. It's very despairing to think about this kind of future. Impure world reincarnation is lifted. Senju Tobirama cursed and returned to the Pure Land. He can already predict that this is just a temporary return. He will probably have to come back soon. How terrible. For the first time, he regretted that he created the ninjutsu impure world reincarnation. Sasuke's side. With Phosphorus and Orochimaru, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated and returned directly to the previous base. Well, not bad, it's well preserved. Now it's mine. Of course, you have full rights to use it, Inshimaru. Sasuke said happily. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. Although nominally this base is no longer his. But fortunately, he should still be able to do his research as he pleases. Orochimaru, do you have the first Hokage's cells here? Help me prepare them. Sasuke opened his mouth and gave instructions. This is the first reason why he came to Orochimaru. Continue to use the right eye pupil technique to copy the sage body and absorb the yang escape chakra in the first Hokage cells, so that you can obtain a complete sage body. First generation cells, this is simple. Orochimaru doesn't care much. The cells of first Hokage are extremely active and can reproduce very easily, but they will consume a lot of chakra. This is naturally not difficult for Orochimaru. Just spend time providing chakra and cultivating first generation cells. Orochimaru called Yukushi Kabuto and asked him to prepare. Yukushi Kabuto looked at Sasuke, then at Orochimaru, feeling very confused. What happened? What kind of cooperation could not be achieved between Orochimaru-sama and Uchiha Sasuke? But Yukushi Kabuto didn't ask any questions and went to prepare the first Hokage cells. Next thing, tell me everything about the Akatsuki organization, about Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito. That is, the masked man. Sasuke said after sitting down in a room. Akatsuki organization. Well, let's talk about it in chronological order. Orochimaru said while recalling. It was a few years after I defected to Konaha that I received a letter from the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and he invited me to join the Akatsuki organization. I was a little curious at the time, so I took a look, and found out that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is Renegon. Purple eyes with circles of patterns, he should be the legendary Renegon. And that Renegon's power is indeed very strong. He used a repulsive attack, and I was completely unable to resist it. At that time, I looked at Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and felt a little familiar. Later, after joining the Akatsuki organization, I saw another member named Conan, and then I remembered that these two people were from Japan. A disciple that Lai Yi had accepted. At the beginning, Jiraiya accepted 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, and there should be a red-haired one, who may be a descendant of Uzumaki, but I didn't see him in the Akatsuki organization. Maybe he is. Die. Quote closing square bracket dot. In the chat room. Jiraiya. What? The Akatsuki organization was established by Nagato and the others. Wait. Nagato seems to be not in the Akatsuki organization. Who is that pain? Yahiko. But how can Yahiko have Renegon? Renegon is not Nagato's. Jiraiya felt like his brain was going crazy. What the hell? Aren't all three of Nagato dead? This was how the messenger frog of Mount Myoboku sent him the news. And later, he also went to the Land of Rain to search, and indeed he did not find Nagato and the three of them. What's going on now? What a ghost. Jiraiya once learned about this Akatsuki organization while tracking Orochimaru. But now he discovered that this organization may have been established by his disciples. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. What is going on? What else do you know? Orochimaru. That's all I know. Nagato. Should be the red-haired Uzumaki descendant. Was Renegon originally his? Damn it. In Orochimaru's impression, the red-haired kid had very long hair at that time, completely covering his eyes. Think about it now. That was probably intentional. To cover Renegon. Hiss, damn it. When Orochimaru thought about this, his intestines turned green with regret. That Uzumaki descendant named Nagato actually has a Renegon. Plus, the more I think about it, the more I can't stand it. Renegon was only one step away from him, but he didn't even notice. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm going crazy. Tsunade. Are you sure it's a Renegon? Jiraiya. You randomly picked up 3 Rain Shinobi orphans and took them in as your disciples, and one of them actually has a Renegon? Simply outrageous. Tsunade was also present when they met the Yahiko trio. At that time, Nagato was completely the least visible of the 3. His long hair covers his eyes and he doesn't speak much. That brat actually has a Renegon. What kind of luck is this, Jiraiya? Senju Tobirama. No, I'm not mistaken, right? A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, with eyes that may be Renegon. That Jiraiya. Didn't you accept them as disciples? Why don't you take them back to Konaha? Jiraiya. I thought at the time that Nagato was probably the son of the prophecy spoken by the great Toad Sage. Nagato would have the hope of leading changes in the ninja world in the future. Senju Tobirama. The son of prophecy. What nonsense, do you still believe this? This is the prophecy of the magical great Toad Sage. Jiraiya naturally believed it. Onoki. It's actually a good thing that he wasn't brought back to Konaha. Otherwise, he would have been targeted by either Sarutobi or Danzo, and the end would definitely be bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Daishimura Danzo. Although he was not brought back to Konaha, he was still on his radar. Jiraiya. Conan. Are you in the chat room? What happened to you 3? Is that Pain Yahiko? What happened to Nagato? After a while, there was finally a response in the chat room. Conan. Long time no see, Mr. Jiraiya. The original Akatsuki organization was indeed established by us. It was originally intended to bring peace to the Land of Rain, but due to the calculations of Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander, that Akatsuki organization has been destroyed. Jiraiya. Danzo. Aren't you in Rain Shinobi Village? What's the matter with that old guy Danzo? Tsunade. I originally thought it was a bit outrageous, but considering it's Danzo, it's actually quite normal. Onoki. Danzo, this guy has such a wide reach, he has a hand in everything in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya. Oh shit. Danzo, this old guy. He doesn't do anything that has anything to do with people. Jiraiya still remembers that Nagato's parents were killed by the Konaha shinobi. He stayed in the Land of Rain and taught Nagato and the others for 3 years, which was able to change some of their attitudes. But Danzo comes out to stir things up again. The destruction of the first-generation Akatsuki organization mentioned by Conan, although Jiraiya does not know the details, can guess that it must be tragic. It's all Danzo's fault. Onoki. Did the Akatsuki organization originally want peace? Is the Akatsuki now completely a war mercenary organization? It has changed too much. Fourth Reikage. Thanks to Danzo, you are truly worthy of being a Shinobu Dark, and he is really good at harming people. Shimura Danzo. Jiraiya. Conan, what are you planning to do now? Why do you want to recruit so many rebel ninjas? And you even accepted mercenary commissions for the war. Conan. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiraiya, I won't say anything more. This is the path we choose. She and Nagato, as well as the dead Yahiko, are grateful for Jiraiya's teachings. But after experiencing that incident, both Conan and Nagato realized, Teacher Jiraiya's naive ideas cannot bring peace to the Land of Rain, let alone the ninja world. If you want peace and place your hope on understanding between people, it is simply unrealistic. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Renegon? Are you sure it's Renegon? Sasuke's expression changes. The pattern of the eyes matches the description in the legend of the ninja world, and coupled with the powerful power, I think it is probably really a Renegon. Orochimaru gave his analysis. That strange repulsion can easily defeat most of his defenses. And Orochimaru can guess that that's probably not Pain's history. Such a terrifying power may really be the legendary Renegon. Yeah. Sasuke nodded slightly. The three major pupil techniques in the ninja world are Byakugan, Sharingan, and Renegon. This is something everyone knows. However, Byakugan and Sharingan each have ninjas who inherited the bloodline. The Renegon, however, has always existed only in legends. The Sage of Six Paths, which founded the ninja sect, is said to have a Renegon. What abilities does that Renegon have? Except for the repulsion you mentioned. Sasuke asked after thinking for a moment. Opposite. Orochimaru's expression is a little embarrassed. I have only tested this ability. At that time, he was suddenly thrown hundreds of meters away by Pain's strange repulsion. In other words, he masters the Orochi-style body replacement technique, which can eliminate most physical damage. If it had been anyone else, they might have been hit hard right now. Is this so? Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. It means, Orochimaru was killed in one move. It seems that Pain is indeed very strong. What happens next? After you joined the Akatsuki organization, didn't you have contact with Pain to understand his abilities? Sasuke continues to ask. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and said. After that, I joined the Akatsuki organization. At that time, I teamed up with the Red Sand Scorpion and performed various tasks from that day on. There are many Akatsuki bases, and there are Akatsuki bases in many countries. Moreover, the way members of the Akatsuki organization communicate is also very special. No matter where the members are in the ninja world, they can gather together for a meeting. According to Pain, it seems to be called the Magic Lantern Body Technique. Orochimaru describes the scene of the meeting at technique in the next slide. A very interesting ability. It should be one of the special abilities Renegon has mastered. Sasuke nodded and said. Remote communication and contact can also be achieved with the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, which can directly transmit one's words to the target's mind. Because of his relationship with Ino, Sasuke knows this aspect very well. But, such as this is far away in several countries, there are still many people meeting together. Really a very magical ability. Is there anything else? Information about Pain and that Renegon. Sasuke continues to ask. Orochimaru felt a little aggrieved. He was caught by Pain at the beginning, and after he joined the Akatsuki organization, he hadn't had much contact with Pain. How dare he take the initiative to provoke Pain? He also has a very limited understanding of Pain's abilities. The place where the members of the Akatsuki organization hold a meeting through the slide lamp every time seems to be a huge valley. There is a huge statue inside, and our phantom is standing on the fingers of the statue. Orochimaru recalled. And that's all. Others, he really doesn't know. The statue. Standing on the fingers of the statue, how many people are there in the Akatsuki organization? Sasuke simply ignored the statue and didn't think much about it for the time being. The current information is still too little. The Akatsuki organization usually consists of 2 people in a team, such as me and the Scorpion of Red Sand. Others include Kakuzu, the S-class rebel ninja from Takigakure. However, his teammates change places quickly and are often killed by him. You can easily exchange it for a bounty. The next person to join the Akatsuki organization was Uchiha Itachi. Shortly after that, I quit the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru simply skipped the middle section. The situation before the organization. Tell me carefully, including why you quit Akatsuki. Sasuke said with some dissatisfaction. Orochimaru wants to scold someone in his heart. He doesn't want to remember such embarrassing things at all. Because of the distinguished heavenly gods, Orochimaru still obeyed Sasuke's orders honestly. I kept an eye on Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, and when I teamed up with him, I attacked him, but he was controlled by his genjutsu. Later, after I escaped, I never returned to the Akatsuki organization. Listen to Orochimaru. Sasuke suddenly recalled something. In the second round of the Chunin exam, I only used the 3 Magatama Sharingan and controlled Orochimaru for a moment. Orochimaru, this guy's illusion resistance is a bit weak. Based on Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, the situation at that time was probably due to a single move. Tisk. Another instant kill with one move. Orochimaru is really miserable. In the chat room. Orochimaru, is this broadcast room targeting him? He had only been attacked twice in his life, and he was able to free them all. Jiraiya. I was killed instantly with one move. I beat Hanzo back then. It's not that bad, is it? Tsunade. Being instantly killed by that pain, the problem lies in pain's strength. But being killed instantly by Uchiha Itachi with a genjutsu should be Orochimaru's own problem. Senju Tobirama. Maybe it's Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu like Ijutsu. In that case, it's normal to be killed by Hatsumi. Orochimaru. It's just an ordinary illusion. A magic Jouhang technique has him firmly fixed. That time, if Yakushi Kabuto hadn't come to the rescue in time, he might have really overturned. Hell. There is really something wrong with his body. Are there any other members? Uchiha Obito, that masked man, isn't he a member of the Akatsuki organization? Sasuke asked with a frown. Uchiha Obito, his status in the Akatsuki organization should not be low. It was he who brought Uchiha Itachi to join the Akatsuki organization. Masked man. Orochimaru recalled for a while, and finally remembered. There is a guy named Afei, who should fit your description. But he is not a formal member of the Akatsuki organization, and he is bluffing every day, like a fool. Orochimaru's impression. To be considered an official member of Akatsuki, you must have a black red cloud robe, rings, and nail polish as standard accessories. The masked man named Afei has none of these things. I often clamored to join Akatsuki, but was coldly rejected by pain. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitches slightly. What the hell? Uzumaki mask only has a hole for the right eye. Judging from Orochimaru's description, it should be Uchiha Obito. Whooshing, acting like a fool, and being scolded by pain. This is Uchiha Obito. Although Sasuke thinks Uchiha Obito's IQ is not high. But no matter what, this is such a funny character. No, that's not right. On the surface, Akatsuki is a dangerous organization that has gathered many rebel ninjas and accepts employment commissions including war. Such an organization cannot really tolerate a fool or a waste. But Sasuke still can't figure it out. That masked man named Fei, Uchiha Obito. What the hell? Is Uchiha Obito schizophrenic? I was here before, Uchiha Madara. In the Akatsuki organization, but pretending to be a fool? You probably don't know much about the masked man, right? Sasuke asked casually, and then nodded when he saw Orochi. I think so. Orochimaru didn't even think of such a person at first. Well, apart from these, are there any other official members of the Akatsuki organization? Sasuke continues to ask. Others. Oh, by the way, there is also a guy named Ju. Orochimaru suddenly remembered. Describe Ju's appearance. Half of the body is white, half of the body is black, the voices on both sides are different, and the head is covered with pitcher plants. Maybe there are two wills in the same body? Orochimaru said, guessing. The ninja world is full of wonders. Among the 4 sound ninjas under him, there is a brother named Sakin Yukon. In the chat room. White Zetsu, ha ha ha, hey Chan, Orochimaru thinks we are the same person. Black Zetsu, idiot, shut up, stop talking. Hidan. What about me? Why didn't you introduce me? I've been looking forward to it. Lienju and Afei have been introduced. Damn Orochimaru, sooner or later kill him and dedicate it to Lord Evil God. Kakuzu. You idiot, Orochimaru defected before you even joined. Deidara. Speaking of which, it's quite fate that my first mission after joining Akatsuki was to hunt down Orochimaru. Red Sand Scorpion. Deidara, have you forgotten that the leader said before that you should be careful when speaking and don't leak the organization's information? Deidara. Isn't that guy Orochimaru leaking it? I didn't say much. By the way, is that guy Uchiha Obito? How do I feel? It doesn't look like it. Uchiha Obito. Deidara. I feel like Uchiha Obito doesn't seem too smart, but compared to that fool like Afei, he's a completely different person. Uchiha Obito. Deidara, what the hell? Pain. Shut up, you guys. These guys. One by one, they speak freely. There are only a few people in the Akatsuki organization, and all of them were leaked by these guys themselves. In the chat room. Through Orochimaru's introduction on a gold-framed screen. And members of the Akatsuki organization actively self-destructed in the chat room. Now. In the eyes of everyone in the ninja world, the face of the Akatsuki organization gradually became clearer. Namikaze Minato. There are quite a few people in this Akatsuki organization, and every one of them should be difficult to deal with. Onoki. Leaders Pain and Konan are disciples of Konaha's Sanin Jiraiya. Sanagakure's Red Sand Scorpion, his teammates are that brat Deidara, and Konaha's Uchiha Itachi. His teammate should be Zunion's dollar-level rebel ninja Kisame. 4th Raikage. Kakuzu, the S-class rebel ninja of Takigakure, his teammate should be that Hidan, right? Hidan. Seems to be the one from Unokuni next door. Mabui. That's right, Lord Reikage. Hidan was born in Yugakure village, and later joined the evil god cult and killed a large number of Yugakure ninjas and became a rebel ninja. Rasa. Including Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, there are 10 people in total. If you include those who have joined before, such as that bastard Orochimaru, there are even more people. Terumi Mei. With so many troublesome rebel ninjas, they are a big threat even to the 5 major ninja villages. Fourth Reikage. It's all caused by you villages. Konahas, rock shinobis, mist shinobis, sand shinobis, you 4 villages are all in the Akatsuki organization. Onoki. If you ask me, the one who should be blamed the most is Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Why are you blaming me? I didn't make them become rebellious ninjas? Onoki. As the leader of the Danshao organization, just tell me if he is your disciple? Jiraiya. Yahiko and the others were my disciples during the Second Ninja War. I thought the 3 of them were dead before. Fourth Reikage. And that Uchiha Obito. Although I don't know what his status is in the Akatsuki organization, he must have a great influence on the Akatsuki organization. Onoki. Uchiha Obito is Namikaze Minato's disciple. Speaking of which, he is also Jiraiya's disciple. Namikaze Minato. I thought Obito was dead at first. The result was exactly the opposite. He, the teacher, died indirectly at the hands of Obito. Jiraiya. No. Can Minato's disciples also be counted on me? He was so unjust. Fourth Reikage. Although I don't know what the Akatsuki organization wants to do, the Akatsuki organization has the final say. They are either Jiraiya's disciples or Namikaze Minato's disciples. The people you trained in Konaha are really it can bring disaster to the ninja world. How can this be blamed on Konaha? Onoki. If you calculate it this way, Uchiha Obito was designed to be blackened by Uchiha Madara. Maybe we should start from Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara used to be from Konaha. Uchiha Madara. What the hell? How long has it been since he left Konaha? The other rebel ninjas are not important, mainly the leader of Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito. Sasuke thought for a moment and said, Orochimaru has already told all the information he knows about the Akatsuki organization. But there is still too little information about Pain and Uchiha Obito. One thing, about Pain, when Jiraiya, Tsunade, I met those 3 people in the Land of Rain, I was sure that the eyes of that orange-haired kid were not Renegon. Orochimaru added, this is interesting. Where did his Renegon come from? Is it a mutation? And the legendary Renegon of Sage of 6 Paths, perhaps, it is more likely that the red-haired descendant of Uzumaki has a Renegon in his body. Sasuke said thoughtfully. Oh. Orochimaru became interested, what does this mean? He didn't understand. Why is it said that the Uzumaki descendant is more likely to have a Renegon? Sasuke raised 2 fingers and said, this involves 2 aspects. First, is the origin of the blood inheritance limit. General blood succession limits, such as ice escape and magnet style, are the fusion of 2 chakra attributes. This kind of blood succession limit can be learned later. In addition, there are some special bloodline limits, such as Sage Body, Sharingan, and White Eyes. If you want to obtain this kind of bloodline, you can only obtain it through inheritance or transplantation. Orochimaru rolled his eyes slightly and quickly understood what Sasuke meant. Sasuke-sama means that even if those general blood inheritance limits are suddenly mastered by one person, it is normal. And Renegon should belong to the special bloodline, so it can't be learned through the chakra attribute? Opposite. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, this guy should not be killed because of Snake. I can have such a person with a solid theoretical foundation and a high enough IQ to discuss issues with me. Very pleasant. Then, there is the second aspect. Sasuke told about the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. And his guess about Senju and Uchiha. Senju and Uchiha may both be inherited from the descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. He also knows a lot about this ninja history and legend. It's easy to listen to Sasuke's explanation. Wait. The first point of this combination means that the source of this special bloodline boundary should come from ancient bloodline ancestors? So, Master Sasuke, you said that the descendant of Uzumaki is more likely to have Renegon. Orochimaru reacted quickly. Senju family, probably descendants of Ashura, the second son of Sage of 6 Paths. And the Uzumaki family is a distant relative of Senju. Their ancestors should also be Ashura. As the descendants of Sage of 6 Paths, the Uzumaki family has the possibility of awakening Renegon through genetic mutation. Of course, this is just speculation. A genetic mutation awakened the Renegon. This statement is still a bit outrageous. In the history of the ninja world, I have never heard of the Senju, Uzumaki or Uchiha suddenly awakening the Renegon. Sasuke shook his head and said. Also, through a mutation, the Renegon of Sage of Six Paths was suddenly awakened. This kind of thing is really too unscientific. Orochimaru nodded and said, etc. Sasuke interrupts suddenly. Several words merged in his mind. Sage of Six Paths, Renegon, Indra, Ashura. Senju and Uchiha's strength has been cultivated to ultimate, and a new power is open, all things. What could this vast universe be? If Senju's ultimate is Ashura, and Uchiha's ultimate is Indra, then both powers can be cultivated to ultimate at the same time. The answer is, Indra and Ashura's father, Sage of Six Paths. Renegon. Could it be that the myriad things in the universe refer to the Renegon? Plus, if Uchiha Madara successfully obtained the power of Senra, that is to say, he may have the Renegon. What does this mean? Sasuke feels like he smells conspiracy again. Underworld, Pure Land. Uchiha Madara's face turned green. Damn it. Forget it. If you think about it any longer, you're really screwed. Before, that boy Obito knew about the conspiracy he had designed, which was not a big deal to Uchiha Madara. But Renegon is really a big deal. What if Nagato finds out about Renegon's problem? Then Nagato goes crazy and destroys Renegon? But, fortunately, although a group of people in the chat room were talking about it, they didn't really guess anything. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sasuke-sama, have you thought of anything? Orochimaru said cautiously. Afraid of disturbing Sasuke's thinking. No, this idea is a bit outrageous, and the basis of this guess is just many myths and legends. Sasuke shakes his head. If Uchiha Madara had awakened Renegon. Sasuke puts himself in Uchiha Madara's perspective, and after thinking about it, he discovers many possible conspiracies. But the premise of these conspiracy conjectures is, all things are equal to Renegon. And Sasuke deduced this based on those uncertain myths and legends. In this case, this whole set of conjectures is somewhat unreal. Orochimaru is confused. What kind of guess is this? Can you stop the riddler? Dong dong. The knock on the door interrupted their thoughts. Lord Orochimaru, the first Hokage's cells are ready. Yukushi Kabuto's voice comes from outside. Then, Yukushi Kabuto comes in pushing a cart. Above is a huge glass jar, in which Hashirama cells are cultivated in the nutrient solution. Good. Sasuke looked at the amount of Hashirama cells here and was very satisfied. Once again, I feel that keeping Orochimaru is the right choice. So many first Hokage cells should be enough for you to have a complete sage body. By the way, when I saw Kabuto, I suddenly remembered something. Orochimaru pointed to Yukushi Kabuto's head and said, I discovered before that a jutsu was planted on Kabuto's head. I guess that jutsu was left by the Red Sand Scorpion. The effect of that technique is to make a person use it for himself through some means targeting memory. But now, the effect of this technique has been lifted by me, and the Red Sand Scorpion probably doesn't know about it yet. Haha, he thought he got information about me through Kabuto, but he didn't know that he learned about Akatsuki's movements through Kabuto. Orochimaru has a confident smile on his face. In the chat room, Scorpion of Red Sand, my subconscious manipulation of sand has been released? Orochimaru. Haha, Scorpion. When I was chased by you guys before, I always wondered how you knew about my movements. Later I found out that Kabuto was trapped by you. As for the back, it's just a technique targeting brain memory, so it's certainly not a problem for him. Yukushi Kabuto. Thanks to Orochimaru-sama for helping me eliminate the effects of that jutsu. Deidara. I asked why we always failed in our pursuit of Orochimaru. It turned out to be because of this. Brother Scorpion, we were plotted. Red Sand Scorpion. Deidara, can you stop talking? He didn't know he was being is it a plan? But why does this unfortunate kid Deidara have to tell her? Oh? Can you get any news about the Akatsuki organization? Sasuke's eyes lit up and he asked Yukushi Kabuto. Unfortunately, the Red Sand Scorpion will only take the initiative to contact me when he wants to hunt down Orochimaru-sama. He will basically not tell me other news. Yukushi Kabuto shook his head and said, Is that so? Sasuke felt a little regretful, suddenly thought of something, and asked, by the way, why were you planted with that technique by the Sand Scorpion? This is normal. I have worked as a spy in various ninja villages before, so I may have come into contact with the Red Sand Scorpion at some point. Yukushi Kabuto pushed his eyes slightly and said. Sasuke is speechless. This Yukushi Kabuto, Sasuke has some impressions. I came into contact with Chunin during the exam. At that time, Yukushi Kabuto introduced himself, saying that he was once a subordinate of Danzo, and later followed Orochimaru, but his apparent identity was an ordinary Konaha genin. At that time, Sasuke still thought that this Yakushi Kabuto was a slave of the third surname. Now look at it. This Yakushi Kabuto's resume is richer than I imagined. Orochimaru, you are a good subordinate, Sasuke commented to Yakushi Kabuto. Haha, we are my most capable assistants, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Sasuke nodded slightly. Well, your men are my men. Immediately, Sasuke puts aside the matters of the Akatsuki organization for the time being. Looking at the large number of Hashirama cells in the culture medium in front of me. Complete sage body. Just today. Inserting his arm into the nutrient solution nonchalantly, he pressed it on the large group of Hashirama cells. Then, buzz. The pupil technique of the right eye is activated. A large amount of yang escape chakra was extracted from Hashirama cells. Sasuke's physique continues to improve rapidly based on the original sage body. The activity of cells has significantly improved. Chakra grows wildly on the basis of the original. And accompanied by, it is the Hashirama cells in the nutrient solution that gradually become active. This. Orochimaru on the side is stunned. What happened? He can feel Sasuke's aura growing almost visibly. What the hell? Sasuke's strength was already very strong, and now it's still so strong. When will it be ahead? Soon. The large group of Hashirama cells in the nutrient solution are almost completely dead. To the limit, complete sage body. Sasuke felt that the absorption of yang escape chakra stopped. Physical change is over. First, the most obvious change is the amount of chakra. Probably, there are nearly 300 calories. Sasuke made a rough guess in his heart. 300 calories of chakra. And the amount of this chakra is still growing at a high speed every day. Before, it was about 1 card every 5 days. It's almost a 1-day card now. According to this growth rate, after 1 year, the amount of chakra in Sasuke will double again. Is this the complete sage body? Sasuke feels that he can probably understand the power of first Hokage. Now, at the level of sage body, I should be the same as first Hokage. It only lacks physical development to full maturity. But, even with a body that is less than 3 years old, Sasuke still feels an unprecedented sense of strength. It is conceivable how outrageous it would be at the peak of first Hokage. The next test. Sasuke took out a handful of kunai and slashed his fingers. However, the blood hasn't had time to flow out yet. The wound has healed. This level of recovery ability. The people on the side almost went crazy watching this. Especially Orochimaru. This ability to heal itself almost instantly. Isn't this a characteristic of first Hokage cells? Has Sasuke got the same power as first Hokage now? Well, as expected of a complete sage body, the quality of Yangdan chakra is very high, and the body's recovery ability is extremely strong. Sasuke is very satisfied. The only flaw is that if you use the summoning technique in the future, the wound may need to be enlarged, otherwise the blood will not flow out in time. In the chat room. Hatake Kakashi, 300 calories of chakra. And it grows by 1 calorie every day. Oh shit. His eyes are almost turning green. Now, he didn't care about the gold. Sasuke used him as a chakra unit. That's 300 calories of chakra. Kakashi is almost drooling just thinking about it. This is enough for him to release Reikari many times. Namikaze Minato. This amount of chakra is too exaggerated. Is this really the amount of chakra a ninja can possess? His wife Kushina also has Uzumaki blood, but Namikaze Minato feels that although Kushina has a lot of chakra, it is not so outrageous at all. 300 Kakashi's chakra amount. It's like seeing a ghost. Senju Tobirama. Normal. This is probably the amount of chakra my eldest brother had when he was 14 or 15 years old. Jiraiya. You can have this amount of chakra at the age of 14 or 15. How much chakra did first Hokage have when he was at his peak? It's simply unimaginable. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama's sage body is very strong, and it is extremely special even among the Senju clan. Uchiha Sasuke healed himself instantly after cutting his finger, and Hashira Wen wanted to do the same. Tsunade. No, to achieve this level, don't you need to make some preparations? For example, entering sage mode or something. Uchiha Madara. Just be normal. You are Hashirama's granddaughter, right? It seems like you can't do this normally. Tisk, that's rubbish. Tsunade. Hateful, so frustrating. She has to activate the Baihao technique to have this level of self-healing ability. But her grandfather could do it easily even if he was normal. Totally unreasonable. Senju Tobirama. Suna, There is no need to compare with my elder brother, and there is no need to compare with Uchiha Madara. Oh, Uchiha Madara, when he was beaten until he was lying on the ground waiting to die. It was my eldest brother who used kunai to commit suicide to force him to join forces with Senju. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Senju Tobirama, what the hell? Bastard Senju Tobirama. The most embarrassing time in his life, this bastard actually said it in public. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, don't keep bringing things like this up. How about saving some face for Madara? Jien. It was obviously him who mocked Xiaozang first. Onoki. Wait a minute, listening to what first Hokage said, it seems that this kind of thing really happened in the past? Uchiha Madara. That Uchiha Madara who left a deep shadow on him. He was actually beaten by the first Hokage until he lay on the ground waiting for death? Uchiha Madara. Onoki, you are a bit too talkative. Terumi Mei. Looking at Uchiha Madara's reaction, it must be true. Fourth Raikage. It seems that there is a clear difference in strength between these two legendary ninjas. Uchiha Madara. These guys. When he is resurrected, he will come to settle accounts with you one by one. Jiraiya. Wait a minute, I suddenly discovered something. Just now the second Hokage said that Jin Sasuke's current chakra level is the same level as the first Hokage's when he was 14 or 15 years old. How so? Although Jin Sasuke has obtained a complete sage body, it is only at the same level as first Hokage at most, right? Uchiha Madara. He has obtained a complete sage body based on the original Uchiha bloodline. It is normal to surpass Hashirama at the same time. Moreover, the yin and yang are combined into one, so the effect is naturally extraordinary. Senju's yang escape has been cultivated to ultimate, and Uchiha's yin escape has been cultivated to ultimate. Unlock everything, Renegon. As for Jin Sasuke, although he has not yet reached this level, he has also achieved the integration of yin and yang, which will naturally produce some magical effects. Namikaze Minato. In other words, in the future, Jin Sasuke's upper limit of strength may exceed first Hokage? Senju Tobirama. Tsk. Although I don't like that kid, that may indeed be the case in the future. Onoki. Beyond the first Hokage, will our villages still survive in the future? Kim Sasuke is not as easy to talk to as first Hokage. Unprecedented power. The terrifying amount of chakra, ultimate self-healing ability, plus the increased combat power brought by yang escape. Sasuke even feels like he can defeat everything now. With Orochimaru's strength, Sasuke feels like he can even fight 10 at once. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru, slightly disgusted. Tisk. In the second round of the Chunin exam, Orochimaru almost pushed him into despair, but now it seems like that. Sasuke is not even interested in using Orochimaru to test his current strength. This guy Orochimaru is simply not enough for Sasuke to show much strength now. Orochimaru is confused. What does Sasuke mean by looking at him like this? He feels. The way Sasuke looked at him just now was the same as the way he looked at his subordinates from the Sound Ninja village. Zaja. Waste. Rubbish. This is probably what he thinks when he looks at his subordinates. Impossible. I must be overthinking. Orochimaru comforted himself mentally. How could Sasuke think of him like that? Although I don't know how Sasuke's strength has improved again, but I can't treat him like Orochimaru is nothing. It must be impossible. Ahem, that's right, Orochimaru. It seems that I made the right choice to come to you. Sasuke still praised him seriously. Although Orochimaru's strength is only limited to Chang. But Sasuke takes a fancy to Orochimaru and even uses distinguished heavenly gods, not just to take advantage of Orochimaru's strength. Introduce to me your unique ninjutsu, or the abilities and techniques you have mastered. Sasuke said with some expectation on his face. Come on. Let me see how much you are worth, Orochimaru. What abilities do I have? Haha, there are a lot of them. Orochimaru smiles confidently. Although the strongest ninjutsu he masters is the Yamada technique. But when it comes to the functionality of the ninjutsu he masters, Orochimaru is still very confident. First of all, there are snake ninjutsu, latent shadow snake hands, etc. These are basically used for combat. You probably don't like them, Sasuke-sama. Software transformation. Through special transformation of your body, you can enhance your body's flexibility and enhance your ability to resist blows. My unique big snake-style body replacement technique can remove the damage suffered by the body through a method similar to that of a snake shedding its skin. Summoning technique, Rashomon. How many layers of Rashomon can be summoned depends on the amount of chakra. The defensibility of this Rashomon is pretty good. Orochimaru introduced the same thing. Opposite. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. These ninjutsu. Why are they basically ninjutsu that enhance defense or life-saving abilities? This guy Orochimaru has average strength, but his life-saving ability is maxed out. What follows are some of the techniques and abilities I have mastered. Orochimaru continues to introduce. These mainly refer to his abilities in scientific research. For example, cloning technology, cell transplantation technology, etc. These were already in progress when he was still in Konaha. After leaving Konaha, Orochimaru has no scruples at all and can pursue the research he wants as he pleases. Not bad, very powerful. Sasuke nodded, said. With Orochimaru's scientific research level, he should be able to help him in many aspects. Then, the last one is also the most important one. Orochimaru's face couldn't help but feel a little proud. As the ultimate result of so many years of research, living corpse reincarnation, the immortal ninjutsu I developed. Gain permanent life by transferring your soul to a new body. In this way, as long as he can change his body regularly, he can live forever, study more ninjutsu, and achieve more results. Living corpse reincarnation. It's really a powerful one. No, it should be said to be a magical ninjutsu. Sasuke holds a scroll handed over by Orochimaru in his hand and looks at it carefully. With Sasuke's theoretical reserves, he can roughly understand the principle of this ninjutsu. Although this technique is still a bit rough and has many limitations. For example, the body must be replaced regularly, and after each reincarnation, it cannot be reincarnated again within a certain period of time. But, this is still an excellent ninjutsu. Immortality. It is normal to have this effect with some negative costs. Jiraiya. Damn it. Orochimaru, how many people have you killed by doing this forbidden technique? Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you still don't understand me. He suddenly felt that the distinguished heavenly gods cast on him in another world by Jin Sasuke didn't seem to be entirely a bad thing. At least, Kim Sasuke acknowledges the value of his ninjutsu. He even spoke highly of his living corpse reincarnation. Senju Tobirama. Achieving immortality by regularly changing the body. Can the soul be completely transferred? It's a very interesting ninjutsu. Tsunade. Second grandpa, what are you talking about? Such dangerous and harmful ninjutsu. You actually said this was interesting? Orochimaru. Haha, it seems that people like Sasuke Kim and second Hokage can understand me. I felt very good after hearing Senju Tobirama's comment. On the road of scientific research, second Hokage can be said to be his spiritual mentor. Senju Hashirama. This ninjutsu is still too dangerous. Well, Tobirama was the same way at the beginning. I told him not to do those messy experiments, but he never listened, and sometimes he even scolded me in return. Senju Tobirama. Brother, what do you know? If you want to develop new and valuable ninjutsu, how can it be possible without experimentation? Orochimaru. I agree. Every whimsical idea that occasionally pops up in your mind must of course be verified through experiments to verify its feasibility. Senju Tobirama. And many experiments cannot avoid people, and it is inevitable to conduct human experiments in the end. Orochimaru. I agree. My cloning technology and cell transplantation technology have been accumulated bit by bit through human experiments. Senju Tobirama. And I've already been very restrained. The subjects of human experiments are either captives from enemy villages or criminals. I'm like this, but you're still nagging me, brother, it's so annoying. Orochimaru. I was like this at first, but later I found out that I had defected to freedom. A little. Senju Tobirama. Oh, you still need to defect. After my elder brother is gone, what experiments do I want to do, and who can control me? Orochimaru. He has nothing to say. Okay, you are Hokage and you are awesome. Tsunade. Second grandpa, why don't you pay attention, so many people are listening. As a Hokage, is it appropriate to talk about human experiments in public? Uchiha Madara. What's there to hide? If he can develop a ninjutsu like impure world reincarnation, even if he says he has never done any human experiments, would you believe it? Senju Tobirama. Ha. It's just some indifferent comments from others at most. Can there be new ninjutsu that is more valuable? Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, you. Alas, Jiraiya. Shodai, I can understand how you feel. That's how I felt about that guy Orochimaru back then. I couldn't help it. Orochimaru. I pursue my own path, Jiraiya. What are you messing with? You are stuck in your own ways, and you don't allow me to pursue progress. Senju Tobirama. Tisk. I actually have something in common with Orochimaru, you evil brat. My feelings were pretty different at first. My elder brother and Uchiha Madara were too pervert. Now, What can I do if I don't do some forbidden technique? Orochimaru. No, second Hokage, we are the same thing, how can you have the nerve to call me evil? If the soul is completely transferred and will be transferred multiple times in the future, won't there be any sequelae? Sasuke asked with a frown. He doesn't know much about the soul either. This aspect is the inspiration I got from the spiritualization technique. After I made some improvements, I accidentally discovered in an experiment that the permanent transfer of the soul can be achieved. Orochimaru said slowly. Spiritualization technique is a ninjutsu that temporarily invades another person's body with one's own spirit body, and then controls the target's body. And his living corpse reincarnation can achieve permanent transfer of the soul. Can this be considered permanent? I have to reincarnate again every once in a while? This restriction should be related to the soul, right? Sasuke thought for a moment, opened Mangekyo, and glared at Orochimaru. When in doubt, stare with your left eye. Sasuke reads the information that Mangekyo has gained insight into. This body is not yours. It is not completely compatible with your soul. Wait a minute, there is a soul in this body, but it is very weak. 2 souls. Is the other soul in this body? The one belonging to the original owner of this body? Is that soul still there? Orochimaru's expression changed. He originally thought that after he occupied the reincarnated target's body, the target's soul would dissipate. I didn't expect it was still there. Are the restrictions on reincarnation related to this? Is there any way to erase that soul? Orochimaru starts to frown and think. It's not just a problem with the soul. You are using someone else's body. The body and soul are incompatible. I probably understand the problem with your illusion resistance. Sasuke suddenly understood. The body corresponds more to the yang escape side. As for the soul, it corresponds more to the yin escape side. After Orochimaru cast living corpse reincarnation, his soul resided in someone else's body. Due to the incompatibility between the soul and the body, the strength of the soul was limited. Furthermore, the strength of Orochimaru's yin escape has become weaker, and his resistance to illusions has naturally weakened. After all, the essence of illusion is the use of yin escape chakra. Is this so? Orochimaru's face looks a little ugly. Erasing the soul of the original owner of the body, he may still be able to find a way to do this. But the soul and the body are not compatible, what else can he do? Achieving immortality by replacing other people's bodies is the fundamental principle of his living corpse reincarnation. There is no way to change it. Perhaps, we can change our thinking. Orochimaru, your cloning technology may need to be further improved. For example, you can try to directly clone a clone of you. Then transfer your soul into the clone's body? Sasuke expressed his thoughts. Clone a complete human being. No, this is not just cloning, this is artificial human being. Orochimaru's eyes burst into light. This idea. It's very valuable for research. Looking at Orochimaru's appearance, Sasuke added. Then, you can try further to see if you can clone a body with Sharingan. In the chat room, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Clone a whole person. Clone a body with the bloodline he wants. Clone a body that is highly compatible with his soul. How could he still do that? Why didn't he think of it before? Orochimaru. It's such an interesting idea. Cloning a complete person is not technically possible yet, but we can definitely work in this direction in the future. His living corpse reincarnation can continue to be improved in this way. By the time, not only will he have eternal life, but he will also be able to eliminate the weaknesses of the current living corpse reincarnation. And, if he wants any bloodline limited ability, he no longer needs to capture people with the corresponding bloodline. Instead, he can try to clone a body himself and then be reincarnated. If a soul is not born in such a body, many of the problems of living corpse reincarnation can be solved. As for the incompatibility of soul and body, this one can try to add the cells of other bloodlovers on the basis of his cells. In this case, the cloned body is still his body to a certain extent. The problem of incompatibility between the soul and the body can basically be solved. Simply perfect. Orochimaru. I'm really starting to think now that being distinguished heavenly gods by Kin Sasuke might not be a bad thing. Although I lost my freedom of will, I won the future. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, you don't really want to do some kind of human cloning, do you? It's too evil and it will cause big problems. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you are such a disappointment. Forget it, I'm in a good mood now, so I don't bother to talk to you. Senju Tobirama. I'm starting to get curious. If I use my brother's cells for cloning, can I clone a complete person? I wonder if I can inherit my brother's talent. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, something is wrong with you. Senju Tobirama. Just thinking about it, what can I do as a dead person? Orochimaru. It's an idea worth trying. However, cloning first Hokage should be very difficult. I have only cloned an arm so far. Senju Tobirama. Danzo's arm. Pure garbage. The strength that can be exerted by one arm is not even comparable to a single finger of his elder brother. Shimura Danzo. Even if he died, he would be pulled out to mock him. Through cell transplantation, I can obtain the limit of the blood inheritance I want, and then further cultivate the tachyclones into a complete body. I probably have an idea. Orochimaru's tone is very excited. He saw the future. Living corpse reincarnation is a ninjutsu that continues to improve, and there is still a great possibility in the future. I have a special experimental subject named Shin here. His body is very special. If anyone's cells are transplanted into him, there will be no rejection. Orochimaru speaks. If you use Shin's body tissue, transplant cells from other bloodline ninjas, and then culture the newly obtained cells 10 times to cultivate 10 complete bodies. Not considering the side effects of living corpse reincarnation. In this way, he can obtain all kinds of blood succession limit abilities. Which still needs to be like before. Missing about Sasuke's body, Chunin tried to touch it, but ran away after sending 1,000 snakes in anger. Is there actually someone with this physique? Sasuke is a little surprised. Sure enough, there are many people in the ninja world, and there are all kinds of strange things. Haha. I used Shin's cells as a basis to transplant first Hokage cells, and transplanted 10 Sharingans sent by Danzo on top. Orochimaru was talking, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. This is how you talk about transplanting Sharingan in front of Sasuke. He is trying to die. Sasuke waved his hand blankly. Don't think too much. One of the tasks I plan to give you is to clone Mangekyo Sharingan. This is Sasuke's third purpose for coming to Orochimaru. Now, after obtaining the complete sage body, Sasuke should have reached ultimate in terms of Yongdun's quality. But his yin escape is not strong enough. Sasuke's current Mangekyo Sharingan is just a tad better than the ordinary Mangekyo. It should be far worse than eternal Mangekyo. If you want to gain that all-encompassing power, you must upgrade your Mangekyo to the level of eternal Mangekyo. But how to do this? One of the paths is what Uchiha Obito said. Join his plan, and then transplant Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo. Then you can obtain the eternal Mangekyo. Sasuke neither wants to join Uchiha Obito's plan nor transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes. What a joke. These two bastards destroyed the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito will not talk about it for now. That idiot Uchiha Itachi thought of guiding himself to activate Mangekyo, and then keep his Mangekyo to himself. The arrangement is quite good, but who will obey your arrangements? Why should I obey Uchiha Itachi's will? That guy Uchiha Itachi, do you think his plan is wonderful? It is precisely because of this idiot's stupid idea that the Uchiha clan was exterminated in humiliation. So, Sasuke is not prepared to choose this path. Uchiha Itachi arranged the way for him to obtain the eternal Mangekyo. But Sasuke doesn't need it. Sasuke firmly believes that he can obtain the power of eternal Mangekyo in his own way. He can use the Mangekyo eye technique in his right eye to absorb Sharingan's yin release eye power. If you continue to absorb it, you can reach the level of the great eternal Mangekyo. But the problem is that there are not that many Sharingan for Sasuke to absorb. Sasuke then thought of cloning Sharingan, or even Mangekyo Sharingan. And this requires Orochimaru's help. Shao organization base. Uchiha Itachi's face paled. Sasuke, don't you want to accept my eyes? Uchiha Itachi muttered absently, for him. This was a bigger blow than if Sasuke didn't forgive him. Even though Sasuke may never forgive him, as long as he leaves his Mangekyo to Sasuke, Sasuke will gain eternal Mangekyo. In this way, Uchiha Itachi feels that his existence is still valuable. But now, in another world, Sasuke is probably going to deny his value. In the chat room, Uchiha Fugaku, is this why Sasuke wants to clone Mangekyo? Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke, he is probably very resistant to his arrangements. Uzumaki Kushina, this is normal. For Sasuke, he may think that it is because of his existence that boy Itachi chose to kill Mikoto and wipe out the entire clan. Sasuke should feel this kind of guilt. It's impossible to accept Itachi's arrangement. Hitaki Kakashi. In Kim Sasuke's mind, he completely negated Uchiha Itachi's practices and actions, so he did not accept Uchiha Itachi's arrangement or Uchiha Itachi's power. Namikaze Minato. But, if you want to clone Mangekyo Sharingan, is it possible? It's too difficult. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Mangekyo Sharingan wants to clone. What do you think Uchiha's power is? Under intense emotional stimulation, the group will open up Mangekyo. How could it be achieved through cloning? What a joke. Senju Tobirama. I do think it is possible. The potential of scientific research may not be as good as the talent of blood. It's just. If the evil kid really obtains the eternal Mangekyo through this method, plus the complete sage body is really invincible. Uchiha Madara. Hey, what kind of scientific research? Senju Tobirama, are there any results from your research that are really worthy of my attention? Impure world reincarnation, flying thunder god technique, or that tandem paper bombs? They are all average. Namikaze Minato. Is the flying thunder god technique also ordinary? Onoki. The reincarnation of the earth is actually just a death. If you Konaha people dislike it, you can give it to us rock shinobi. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, do you want to bet? I bet that Uchiha Sasuke can successfully clone Mangekyo Sharingan. If I lose the bet, I will say it 3 times in front of everyone. I am the Senju elder who is born evil. You know. If you lose, the punishment will be the same. Tsunade. Okay. I support it, come and start betting. Senju Hashirama. Motor. Do you agree? If this punishment doesn't work, you can change it to another one. What do you think? Do you want to bet or not? Uchiha Madara. Are you naive? Senju Tobirama. Change the subject, you feel guilty. Uchiha Madara. I'm too lazy to play such a childish bet with you. Tsunade. Tisk. Why don't you bet? I was slapped in the face before, now everyone should have a taste of it. Jiraiya. If you put it this way, I also agree with this bet. He also said that Kim Sasuke couldn't do something before, but he was slapped in the face in the end. Uchiha Madara. I'm bored and too lazy to talk to you. Senju Tobirama. If you are scared, just say it, don't hide it. Uchiha Madara. I won't bet with you. Clone Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's expression is slightly distorted. Sasuke can really give him problems. As someone who was instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi, he knows the power of Mangekyo all too well. The powerful eye power is still fresh in his memory. Can this be cloned? I'll give it a try, but don't get too high hopes. Orochimaru was vaccinated in advance. Don't fail to clone Mangekyo by then, and then Sasuke will give him trouble. No. It must be cloned. Sasuke frowned and said coldly, otherwise, I will delete all the knowledge and related memories you have. Orochimaru's face is full of questions. This is too poisonous. For him, this is more uncomfortable than killing him. I will try my best, but I still have to say that it should be very difficult to clone Mangekyo. Orochimaru said this in a roundabout way. If you encounter any obstacles, please contact me at any time. Sasuke thought for a while, and then revealed the pupil technique of his left eye. Now Orochimaru is hit by distinguished heavenly gods, but you can tell him. And Sasuke's pupil technique actually has nothing to hide. It's not an offensive pupil technique anyway. Glaring at you to get information, this kind of pupil technique can't stop it. Is it actually a pupil technique with this kind of effect? Orochimaru was surprised. Mangekyo Sharingan, really powerful. This pupil technique with insight effect should be able to provide a lot of help to his research. Master Sasuke, without further ado, let's go and see my experimental subjects now. Orochimaru said with enthusiasm. Sasuke should be able to discover more information through the pupil technique than he can learn through experimental analysis. This is fine. Sasuke nodded. The experimental body here in Orochimaru, I don't know if it can bring some new abilities to itself. A closed room. This is the letter I said before. He took the initiative to find me and act as my experimental subject, hoping to learn from me. Orochimaru pointed at a bald boy and said. Buzz. Sasuke directly activated the pupil technique on his left eye. There is no special bloodline, not even secret skills or anything like that. It's just that his cells are very special and will not produce rejection reactions to foreign cells. It's just a special physique, not a blood talent, but this physique is really useful. Sasuke commented in a calm voice. At the age when he saw this letter, he still felt a little sympathetic. But this guy actually took the initiative to find Orochimaru. Then there is no need to worry about it. It is your own choice and you shall bear it. Isn't it a bloodline talent? I wonder if this kind of physique can be inherited. Orochimaru is analyzing while recording. You can arrange some female ninjas for him and let him pass on the bloodline, and then we'll see if it works. Sasuke said nonchalantly. If this useful physique can be inherited, then of course he should be allowed to pass on the bloodline. I will. Orochimaru nodded. Next. In a laboratory. In the huge glass jar, There is a boy with light blue short hair soaking. A mouthful of sharp teeth like a shark. This kid is from the Oneiden clan. He seems to be the younger brother of Mist Shinobi's genius, Kaiden Mangetsu. He was caught by me not long ago. The hydration secret technique of the Oneiden clan is very interesting. Maybe he can help me. One more defensive ability. Orochimaru pointed at the ghost lamp water in the jar and said. Buzz. Sasuke glared with his left eye. After obtaining the complete sage body, Sasuke now uses Mangekyo's pupil technique, which can be said to be unscrupulous. I want to glare at everyone I see. I wish every dog on the roadside would stare at me with Mangekyo. Is it the secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan? Well, it is indeed a secret technique. It is a special application of water-style chakra. It can liquefy the body. This can probably avoid attacks, but it will be lightning-style restraint. This hydration secret technique is quite interesting. It can be used to enhance strength. If the water in the environment is mobilized, the power will be even greater. Sasuke nodded slightly as he spoke. Secret techniques and the like are not considered within the scope of blood inheritance. At most, it is because of long-term inheritance. It will be easier for the secret technique family to learn the corresponding secret technique, and it will be stronger to use it. Can it be used for defense or attack? The principle of hydration is interesting. Orochimaru continues to record what Sasuke said in his notebook. This pupil technique is really useful. Orochimaru couldn't help admiring in his heart. With just one glance, you can get information that is difficult to obtain through many experiments. Secret techniques or bloodline principles can be obtained in this way. One by one. Sasuke, led by Orochimaru, glared at Orochimaru's experimental subjects one by one. At last. To the deep underground of this base. Inside a prison. It's an orange-haired boy. Judging from his face, Sasuke guessed that the other person was about the same age as himself. However, this guy is really tall. Lord Orochimaru, Jugo has not gone berserk recently. Liang. Kimimaro, who looked sick, took the initiative to report. The two of them, Jugo, are the source of my curse seal. Kimimaro is a descendant of the Mist Shinobi Teru Yoruichi clan and has the dead bone pulse. Orochimaru pointed to the two and introduced. Zhongwu's physique is very special. In places where natural energy is rich, he will uncontrollably absorb natural energy, and then enter a berserk mode. In this state, Jugo's appearance will change dramatically and his strength will be greatly improved, but he will almost completely lose his mind and become only interested in killing. Because of this, he took the initiative to seek refuge with me, hoping that I would let Kimimaro control him when he went berserk. Orochimaru pointed at Jugo inside the prison and introduced. Chongo became very powerful after going berserk. Among Orochimaru's men, only Kimimaro has the strength to stably suppress the reconfiguration. Even Yakushi Kabuto is a little bit worse. Yakushi Kabuto is better at espionage work and medical ninjutsu. He was helped more in the experimental aspect. Another miraculous physique. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. This time just now, he met various experimental subjects here in Orochimaru. They all have certain characteristics and were imprisoned and studied by Orochimaru. Of course, there are also people like Nobu or Jugo who take the initiative to accept Orochimaru's detention for various purposes. Lord Orochimaru, how is the research on the curse seal going? Can you help me control myself? Zhongwu grasped the prison railings with both hands, his voice filled with longing. Too painful. Zhongwu's nature is to like peace in nature. But after sage transformation goes berserk, he will turn into a crazy murderer. This is almost devastating for him. Orochimaru shook his head and said. Not yet. But, if Sasuke-sama can decipher more information from you, there may be hope. Hear this. Kimimaro on the side looked startled. Sasuke. Sir. What happened? This Uchiha Sasuke, he seems to be Orochimaru-sama's target. Kimimaro remembers it clearly. Because of his poor health, Orochimaru-sama gave up on him and chose Uchiha Sasuke. He was very sorry for this at first. Orochimaru, your subordinate seems to be very fanatical about you. Sasuke glanced at Kimimaro and said, he can feel it. This Kimimaro has a fanatical loyalty to Orochimaru. Probably, it's the kind of level where he would feel honored even if Orochimaru asked him to die. Tisk. This guy Orochimaru has a very strong ability to tame his subordinates. Haha. Orochimaru chuckled twice and said to Kimimaro, following Sasuke-sama, I see a broader future. Originally it was just the influence of distinguished heavenly gods. Orochimaru has already obeyed Sasuke. And now, after Sasuke proposed a perfect idea about living corpse reincarnation, Yin-Shi recognized Sasuke from the bottom of his heart. Plus the pupil technique on Sasuke's left eye. Orochimaru now wishes that Sasuke would not go back to Konaha and just do experiments here with him. That pupil technique is really useful. Kimimaro was silent for a moment. I will always follow in your footsteps, Orochimaru-sama, and the people you follow will also be the people I follow. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitches slightly. This guy. My loyalty to Orochimaru is really high. In the chat room. Tsunade. What's going on? Isn't Orochimaru the distinguished heavenly gods? Why does it seem like this is still a good thing for him now? Orochimaru. Haha, I said it before. Although I lost my free will to a certain extent, I won the future. Compared to true, perfect immortality, a little loss of freedom is nothing. Senju Tobirama. The two guys Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru can be said to be the same, and they are the same. Orochimaru becoming Jin Sasuke's subordinate will naturally not have much impact. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, do you want to look in the mirror before you speak? Don't you know who you are? Senju Tobirama. I just like to study ninjutsu, unlike those two insidious and evil brats. Orochimaru. Ah, yes, second Hokage is indeed my spiritual mentor. I still have to learn from you in terms of shamelessness. Senju Tobirama. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Sasuke looked at Jugo and activated the pupil technique on his left eye. Buzz. His physique is due to the strong natural energy in the place where he lives, which causes his physique to be infected by natural energy. This physique should have reached a level that can be inherited, but in Chongwu, the performance of this physique should be more prominent. Specifically, in terms of absorbing natural energy. Well, it is indeed similar to that curse seal, but the principle of that curse seal is still too simplified. Sasuke explains step by step the principle of Jugo's sage transformation to absorb natural energy. Orochimaru on the side is writing down in his notebook excitedly. With these, his progress in improving the curse seal can be accelerated a lot. Where Jugo lives. There is an entrance to Ryuchi Cave nearby, is it because of that? Orochimaru said thoughtfully. The natural energy of Ryuchi Cave escapes and invades the physiques of outsiders. The constitution of the village where Jongo is located has gradually changed because of this. Then, in this generation, there is a particularly prominent individual like Jongwoo, who has a very high absorption efficiency of natural energy, but it is difficult to actively control it, so he will run out of control. Is it because of the environment? Speaking of which, the people in my village are indeed more irritable than the average person. Chongo said as he recalled. Their physiques have also been changed. After absorbing a small amount of natural energy, they tend to lose control of their emotions. It's just not as prominent as yours. Although they are irritable, they won't go out of control. Sasuke guessed and said. Then, how to solve this problem? Jugo gets excited. There is finally hope of solving the problem of his violent behavior. Solve it? If you learn the magic of magic, it won't be a problem. After learning the magic of magic, the natural energy that is automatically absorbed can be actively controlled. Sasuke said casually. Aside. Orochimaru is speechless. Is something like fairy art so easy to learn? After that guy Jiraiya learned Mount Myoboku Sage Mode. He also wanted to learn the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. Result. Almost died in Ryuchi Cave. Even he wants to learn fairy arts so difficult. If Chongwu wants to solve the problem of rampage by learning immortal arts, it must be more difficult. Maybe I will disappoint you, Orochimaru. Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru and guessed his thoughts. Jugo's body should be able to adapt to natural energy. If he learns celestial arts, it will probably be much easier than you. Orochimaru's expression twisted slightly, looking at Shigego in the prison. Damn, it's a little sour. Suddenly I have the urge to be reincarnated into Jugo and learn celestial arts. Calm down. He doesn't need this way. If you want to learn magic, just try to make a body that can adapt to natural energy. It just so happens that one of the purposes of my coming to you is to learn the magic of Ryuchi Cave, and then I can bring Shigego with me. Sasuke thought for a while, and added another sentence, adding that Yakushi Kabuto brought him bring it too. Pocket? Orochimaru looks a little surprised. What are you doing with Yakushi Kabuto? He should have the qualifications to learn fairy arts. Sasuke explains. Orochimaru froze. It's just that Chongwu can learn the magic of immortality. After all, his curse seal was derived from Chongwu's physique. But why can that guy Kabuto also learn senjutsu? His subordinates can learn magic, but he, the boss, cannot. This makes him very embarrassed. Wait. If Kabuto learned senjutsu, what kind of strength would he have? Orochimaru's expression changed. Well, that's right, you may not be able to beat him by then. Sasuke said jokingly. Orochimaru's expression is not very good. As Jiraiya's teammate, Orochimaru knows the power of Sage Mode all too well. It's very scary to improve a person's strength. That guy Kabuto probably won't betray him. If Kabuto betrays Orochimaru-sama, I will help you clean up his, ahem. Kimimaro said. Suddenly he coughed violently and vomited blood in his mouth. Sasuke was speechless for a while. Just like this, it's good to survive this month. I still want to clean up Yakushi Kabuto. Kimimaro may be suffering from the dead bone pulse. His illness is very serious and he probably won't live long. Orochimaru said with some regret. Such a powerful and absolutely loyal subordinate. But his life is short. Dead bone pulse. Sasuke glares at Kimimaro with his left eye. The dead bone pulse bloodline is also very famous in the ninja world. Bone of various shapes can pop up all over the body, and the density of the bones can also be controlled. Hey, this bloodline can't be copied? Is there any missing material? A look of surprise appears on Sasuke's face. It looks like this is another kind of bloodline inheritance limit. Similar to bloodline like Sage Body, Sharingan, and Byakugan. Interesting. According to myths and legends, Sage Body and Sharingan are inherited from Sage of Six Paths. I don't know what ancestors these two bloodlines, White Eyes and Dead Bone Pulse, are inherited from. In the chat room. Hyuga Hiyashi. The Wei Yoruichi clan. Has been on good terms with our Hyuga for generations, but I don't know how the relationship between the two clans was established in history. Uchiha Madara. This is a thing from the Sengoku era, said. Come on. The Yoruichi clan was also a ninja clan living in the Land of Fire for generations. Terumi Mei. Is there such a thing? Isn't the Terumi Yoruichi clan from our water country? Although the Teru Yoruichi clan has been exterminated now. Senju Hashirama. The time we dealt with the Teru Yoruichi clan. That was probably the first time Senju and Wave joined forces. Senju Tobirama. That's right. After that, the Teru Yoruichi clan was expelled by our joint efforts and fled to the Land of Water. Hyuga Hiyashi. Is there such a history? No wonder they Hyuga can't compare to Senju and Uchiha. It turns out that their allies were driven into the sea by these two families. Onoki. So, in the past, Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Kagaya lived in the Land of Fire. It's so unreasonable. You guys have taken advantage of everything. Fourth Raikage. Fortunately, now there is basically only one Hyuga left among the four ninja clans. As soon as these words came out, in the chat room, both Senju and Uchiha were silent. It hurts. Orochimaru's base, in a laboratory. Kimimaro is now lying on the experimental table. Just now, Sasuke did a test and asked Kimimaro to separate a section of bone to see if he could absorb the copy of Dead Bone Pulse. After all, whether it's a blood inheritance limit, a secret technique, or even an ordinary ninjutsu. Nothing is too much for Sasuke. Everything you can master can be learned. Anyway, it's just a pupil technique, but previous attempts to copy Dead Bone Pulse through bones failed. Sasuke guessed that the material chosen was wrong. Lord Orochimaru, can my disease be cured? Kimimaro asked with some anxiety. He doesn't care about his own life or death. It's just that he still hopes that he can survive as long as possible and be useful to Orochimaru. Find the cause of your illness first. Orochimaru manipulates Kimimaro skillfully. Draw blood. Collect skin and flesh tissue. Collect hair, nails, saliva and other things. These are Sasuke's requests. Sasuke sighed. He used the pupil technique of his left eye to analyze it in detail. It shouldn't be anything else, the problem lies in the blood. Sasuke's left eye felt a rare soreness. After obtaining the full Sage Body, the burden on him to cast the Mangekyo pupil technique is greatly reduced. It is rare to have such an experience. There seems to be a special substance in Kimimaro's blood. Sasuke's expression changes slightly. That special substance is very tiny. But very scary, with the characteristics of destruction. What is this? I guess that Kimimaro's blood disease is probably caused by the substance in the blood. That substance is so strong that it can even damage his own body. Sasuke said with a solemn expression. Blood. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then said, in this case, maybe you can try to exchange blood for Kimimaro and transfuse other people's blood. This should reduce the damage of that special substance to Kimimaro's body. Maybe it's feasible. But it should be because of the existence of that substance that Kimimaro's Dead Bone Pulse will be stronger. Sasuke analyzed and said, well, you can try to draw a tube of blood for him first. Sasuke's eyes twinkled slightly. he should be able to copy to the bloodline of Dead Bone Pulse through Kimimaro's blood. Immediately, Orochimaru obeys the order and takes action. Very quickly, a large tube of blood is placed in front of Sasuke. Sasuke inserted his finger into it without hesitation, and then activated the pupil technique of the right eye. Successful. It can indeed be copied, a special chakra, absorbed by Sasuke into the body. It is somewhat similar to Senju's sage body, both of which are chakras that are inclined to escape from the sun. With the absorption of chakra, Sasuke's physique is slowly changing. Very quickly, the pupil technique was forced to be interrupted. The effect of this blood has been exhausted. If you want to continue copying, you need to bleed Kimimaro. There is no rush for this, you can take your time later. It is rare that there is such a Kagaya orphan, and he cannot be killed by excessive bleeding all at once. Dead Bone Pulse. At least part of the copy was successful. Sasuke felt the changes in his body, opened his hand, and a bone spur suddenly appeared in his palm. Sasuke completely takes out the bone spur. Break it off, and find that it is not broken. The strength is not bad, Sasuke commented. Just put a few 100 milliliters of blood on Kimimaro. Using the pupil technique of the right eye to absorb the special chakra, the dead bone pulse obtained can have such strength. Very nice. Sasuke reckoned that it would take him a lot of strength to break this bone spur. Imagine it. If you absorb enough of that special chakra, push dead bone pulse after ultimate, the strength must be very high. In the chat room, everyone was confused. Kim Sasuke got another bloodline limit. Uchiha Madara, not counting wood style and magnet style, which are chakra fusion bloodlines. In terms of bloodlines alone, this dead bone pulse should be the third type, right? Orochimaru. That's right, Jin Sasuke's own Mangekyo Sharingan, the full sage body obtained from the first Hokage cells, and now the dead bone pulse. Senju Tobirama. With so many bloodlines, if you add the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan, I don't know what will happen. These bloodlines are all in one. I have to say, he is looking forward to it now. Orochimaru. With Jin Sasuke's pupil technique, if you want to copy the white eyes, the material you need should be the white eyes. Fourth Reikage. If you are blind, you can only find someone from the Hyuga clan to close your eyes, right? When they Cloud Shinobi got Hyuga Hazashi's body, they were very excited. Result. The white eyes on Hyuga Hazashi have long been destroyed by Caged Bird. They didn't work out anything. Hyuga Hiyashi. Probably not, given the relationship between Kim Sasuke and Hinata. Will he do anything to our Hyuga people? He suddenly felt lucky. Good thing Hinata became Kim Sasuke's girlfriend. Otherwise, someone from the Zong family might have their eyeballs plucked out. Maybe it will be his patriarch. Hyuga Hiyashi thought to himself that if Jin Sasuke attacked him, he should be powerless to resist. Fortunately, Hinata is there. In any case, Jin Sasuke should not do anything to his future father-in-law. I actually got dead bone pulse like this. Is it Mangekyo's pupil technique? Orochimaru looks envious. Through Sasuke's previous actions, he probably guessed it. Sasuke's pupil technique should be able to copy the blood inheritance limit through certain conditions. Before Sasuke asked him to prepare first Hokage cells, it should be used to obtain sage body. Sour. Orochimaru is really sour. Sasuke, he really wants these two pupil techniques. A pupil technique that can gain insight into information can help him conduct research. Another pupil technique should be able to copy the blood succession limit. This makes him even more envious. If you want to obtain the blood inheritance limit, try to cultivate the corresponding body yourself. Sasuke said coldly. Immediately. Don't pay much attention to Orochimaru. Sasuke began to carefully observe the state of his body. Kunai cuts his finger and blood flows out. Under Sasuke's deliberate control of Yongdun chakra, the wound on the finger did not heal directly. There is indeed a special substance in the blood. Sasuke turned on Mangekyo and watched carefully. Although that substance is very tiny, Sharingan can still see it. Maybe, you can try it. Sasuke's eyes moved slightly, trying to mobilize those tiny substances. Let it gather on the bones of dead bone pulse. Meow. Another bone spur penetrated the palm. Sasuke holds the bone spur in his hand and lightly touches the metal experimental table in front of him. A deep crack appears. This level of sharpness? Kimimaro's face changes. Can it be just an ordinary bone spur, so sharp? No, not sharp. It should be. Corrosion? Annihilation? Sasuke squats down slightly. Sharingan carefully observed the cracks in the metal experimental bench. The edge of the crack is not smooth like it has been cut by sharp bone spurs, but has an irregular shape. The depth of the gap. there are still some off-white debris. Corrosion or annihilation. Is this debris the residue of metal being corroded? Orochimaru's face changes. Looking at the bone spur in Sasuke's palm, Jonin couldn't help but be shocked. How did it happen? Isn't this dead bone pulse? The bones of dead bone pulse are sharp and hard. These qualities are normal. But why does it have the characteristic of corrosion? Maybe it has something to do with the ancestors of the Teru Yoruichi clan. Sasuke guessed, but at least I can be sure that Kimimaro's blood disease is indeed caused by this special substance in the blood. This substance flowing in the blood will destroy a person's body from within. Kimimaro's blood inherited disease, that's how it came about. However, for Sasuke, this is not a problem. He has the powerful recovery power of Sage Body, so this damage is nothing. It seems that Kimimaro will need blood transfusions regularly in the future, which should be able to delay blood-related diseases to a certain extent. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro with some relief. It seems that this powerful and loyal subordinate should be able to keep it. Real world. Somewhere in the ninja world. Black Zetsu's heart fluttered. That tiny substance in the blood is a substance with corrosive and annihilation properties. Black Zetsu, who inherited Kaguya's memory, recalled a move. Kill the ashes together. This should be the characteristic of killing ashes together. Why is this happening? This is obviously an ability that only mothers have. Black Zetsu was puzzled for a moment. Kim Sasuke's right pupil technique is really troublesome. Now, Jin Sasuke has already gathered Uchiha, Senju and Kagaya, the three emperors of the ninja clan. If this continues, he may have to collect all the abilities of the descendants of Kaguya's mother. When the time comes, it may cause some obstacles to project Tsuki no Mi. Don't just focus on Kimimaro. What if he dies suddenly? Let him leave some descendants while he is still alive. Sasuke crossed his arms and looked at Kimimaro on the experimental table. Kimimaro is horrified at the sight. What are you doing? He felt that Uchiha Sasuke was looking at him as if he were staring at a high-quality breeding pig or stallion. Leave descendants? That's no problem. Orochimaru nodded. He didn't think about this before. After all, he only collected these people for his own research. Isn't Mist Shinobi's Kagaya exterminated? You have to pass on the blood of the ninja clan first. In this way, even if you do research, you can have sustainable research materials. Sasuke said seriously. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Kagaya are all on the verge of extinction. These ninjas with special bloodlines should pass on the bloodline. Is it sustainable research material? Well, it makes sense. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. And Kimimaro should be old enough. Hurry up and make arrangements for him. Sasuke added. Kimimaro is 15 now. It's still a bit early, but considering Kimimaro's physical condition, it really should be arranged as soon as possible. Orochimaru nodded and said. Kimimaro looked confused. No, what does Orochimaru-sama want him to do? In the past, no matter what tasks Orochimaru gave him, Kimimaro could execute them meticulously. But now, the mission that Orochimaru-sama plans to arrange for him seems to be a bit special. There is also that Gui Dang Shui Yu. I don't know how many people are left in the Gui Dang clan now. Let him pass on the bloodline. The same goes for Chongwu. His physique that automatically absorbs natural energy also needs to be passed on. Sasuke said, his conscience slightly uneasy. If you do this, you are treating female ninjas as fertility tools. And with Orochimaru's style, I don't know what kind of damage he will do. Well, Orochimaru, when you are doing it, please be more restrained and don't be too rough. Sasuke added. Inheriting excellent bloodline is not something that needs to be done. But if that guy Orochimaru is messing around, Sasuke feels that he still has some moral bottom line. We still need to restrain this guy Orochimaru. Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. Sasuke can really give him problems. Ask him to let Kimimaro and the others inherit the bloodline, and also restrict his methods. So troublesome. He defected to Konaha in the first place just to have less worries. As a result, now he has regained the feeling that someone was taking care of him when he was in Konaha. Didn't he defect for nothing? In the chat room. Senju Hashirama. It is indeed necessary to inherit the ninja clan, but this method is too deliberate. Jiraiya. It's not just deliberate, it's also utilitarian. Kim Sasuke got mixed up with Orochimaru, and it really had a bad influence. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you have to be reasonable and let Kimimaro and the others pass on the bloodline. It was Kim Sasuke who proposed this first. Senju Tobirama. To be honest, I think that at least on this point, Uchiha Sasuke's idea is right. There are almost no one left. Of course we should pass on the blood of the ninja clan first. Uchiha Madara. Haha, I feel that Jin Sasuke may also want to help your Senju clan pass on the bloodline. Senju Tobirama. Tsunade, hateful. Could this be a hint to her? Rested overnight at Orochimaru's base. The next day, Sasuke carries fragrant phosphorus. Orochimaru takes Yakushi Kabuto and Jugo. Let's go to Jugo's former village together. Near there is the entrance to Ryuchi Cave. It didn't take long to set off from the Orochimaru base. A group of 5 people will arrive got there. A dilapidated temple. Does this lead to Ryuchi Cave? Well, at least the natural energy here is indeed much richer. Sasuke said, looking around. The location of the 3 holy places cannot be reached by ordinary means. I don't understand how it is done specifically. Also, if you want to learn the celestial arts of Ryuchi Cave, you must first pass the test of Ryuchi Cave, and then you can be passed down the celestial arts by the White Snake Sage. Even so, you may not be able to learn magic. If you fail, the result may be death and being eaten. Orochimaru said while recalling. At first he wanted to learn magic, but he almost died. White Snake Immortal, how strong is it? Sasuke asked curiously. I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head. I can only feel that it is unfathomable. After all, he is an immortal who has lived for thousands of years. Sasuke nodded slightly, uncertain about the strength. But after living for thousands of years, you should know a lot of things. I wonder if I can help answer some questions for myself then. A group of 5 people, they all walked into the dilapidated temple. Keep moving forward and you will never reach the end. Interesting. Sasuke senses the Flying Thunder God spell he left outside. Now, in his perception, although the Flying Thunder God technique can be felt, it seems a bit ethereal. This feeling is different from Kamui space. The Flying Thunder God technique left by Sasuke in Kamui space is completely imperceptible in the real world. Probably because there are 2 spaces. It seems that Ryuchi Cave should be in the same space as the outside world, but there seems to be some barrier. Keep walking forward. The scenery suddenly changes. The huge temple entrance appeared in front of several people. Here we are. Go in here, it's a really big Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru pointed forward and said. Sasuke nodded and looked at it. The temple is very big. There is a statue of a dragon head above, and the scroll in its mouth has the 3 characters, Ryuchi Cave, on it. The natural energy here is very rich. Sasuke entered Sage Mode directly. Here, he can even maintain Sage Mode. This level of natural energy richness. No wonder it is called Holy Land. If you are outside and want to maintain Sage Mode, the natural energy outside is not enough. Walked into the temple. Sasuke's eyes moved slightly. The ability to become invisible and float in the air, is this the ability of Ryuchi Cave Senjutsu? While speaking, Sasuke looked in the direction to the right. Invisible. Is it Sanshenji? Orochimaru's expression changes. Having been to Ryuchi Cave before, he still understands the structure of Ryuchi Cave. The one at the top is the White Snake Immortal. Down below is Sanshenji, a close aide of the White Snake Immortal. Toshiki Kamime, Ichikishimahime, and Zuzenheim all possess powerful magical powers. In terms of status, he is roughly equivalent to Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage of Mount Myoboku. Further down, there are powerful snakes such as 10,000 snakes. Can you feel me? Opposite. A woman with a round head appears out of thin air. No, you have also mastered the magic of magic, and it is the magic of those toads on Mount Myoboku. The ball-headed Ichikishimahime saw Sasuke's orange eyeshadow and the horizontal pupils in his eyes. This is the sign of Mount Myoboku Senjutsu. The real body is not a human but a snake. Sasuke used the pupil technique of his left eye to gain insight into Ichikishimahime's information. The Senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave is really magical. It is obviously a snake, but it can actually transform into a human form. In Sasuke's perception, the meatball-headed snake man in front of him should be about the same strength as the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders he had seen before. If you want to learn magic, you have to pass a test. What test will defeat you? Sasuke looks eager to try. After obtaining the complete sage body, he will be able to have a suitable strength of his own. Ichikishimahime's expression changed. She can sense that the other party has a lot of chakra. This is definitely not something she can handle. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, etc. The other 2 people of Sanshenji, Tien-Shinji and Ruizinji, all rushed over. No need to test. Immortal White Snake is waiting for several guests inside. Tien-Shinji said very politely. Talent. No, there is no need for a test? Orochimaru is confused. Cha Lemon. What the hell? Not only does it not require a test, Tien-Shinji's tone of voice is so polite. And they also said that they are guests, and the White Snake Immortal is waiting inside. What the hell? How come he didn't get this kind of treatment back then? Why? Doesn't everyone who comes to Ryuchi Cave have to undergo a test? Ichikashima Haim also looked confused. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Tien Shin Shenji said with a serious face, because she doesn't know either. However, this is what Immortal White Snake just ordered. Among the people who came today, there is a very important guest. Please be polite. Tien Shin Shenji took a look and guessed that it might be the leading boy. Really no need to test anymore? Sasuke asked with a frown. No need. Immortal White Snake asked us to bring a few guests over. Tien Shin Shenji said very respectfully. Sasuke is confused. I didn't understand the situation. I sensed the Flying Thunder God spell from the outside world. Well, although it is a bit illusory, I can still sense it. If there is danger later, if his strength cannot cope with it, he can also use Flying Thunder God to leave office. Shang Phosphorus, please be careful and don't leave my side. Sasuke warned carefully. If there is really danger, he can easily use Flying Thunder God to take the phosphorus away. As for Orochimaru and the others, it depends on the situation, take them with you if you can. Yes. Shang Phosphorus agreed very simply. Body pressed against Sasuke. If she weren't worried that it might hinder Sasuke's movements, she would even want to hug Sasuke's arm directly. Orochimaru next to looked a little panicked. Is there really any danger? What does the White Snake Immortal mean? In the chat room. Orochimaru. How could this happen? What is White Snake Sennin planning to do? Jiraiya. There are not many good snakes in Ryuchi Cave, so they may have some bad intentions. Uchiha Fugaku. Could he be like Orochimaru, trying to take Sasuke's body? Uchiha Makoto. I hope not. Fortunately, Sasuke knows the Flying Thunder God technique, so he can leave even if there is danger. Underworld King. I was also watching the live broadcast of Sage of Six Paths, thoughtfully. White Snake. Could he have discovered Sasuke's identity? Uchiha Sasuke is the chakra reincarnation of his eldest son Indra. Maybe it's because White Snake discovered Sasuke's identity, so he plans to make friends with him? This kind of thing. It's not like the three Holy Lands have never done this before. This is how the connection between Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of the Ashura chakra of the previous generation, and Katsuyu Sennin of Shigen Forest was established. Sasuke and his party of 5, led by Sanshinheim, walked into the depths of the temple. In a huge seat. The White Snake Immortal is sitting cross-legged on it. The upper body looks like a human grandmother, with orange hair and yellow eyes with snake-like vertical pupils in the middle. The lower body is a huge snake body, covered with white scales. Immortal, the guests have arrived. Tien Shin Shenji said cautiously. The White Snake Immortal nodded slightly and asked the three goddess to step aside. Young man, you are planning to learn magic, right? White Snake Sage said directly to Sasuke. That's right. Sasuke looked directly at the White Snake Immortal and said. Very strong. He can feel that the White Snake Immortal in front of him is very strong. The amount of magical chakra contained in the body is very terrifying. As expected of a fairy who can live for thousands of years. I don't know what the outcome will be if I fight against the White Snake Immortal with my current strength. Is it possible that Orochimaru told you about the Ryuchi Cave Senjutsu situation? I see you have already learned the Senjutsu of Mount Myoboku. Why do you want to learn the Senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave? You know, even if you have learned a kind of Senjutsu, there are still risks in learning Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu. White Snake Immortal asked in a deep voice. If possible, I hope to master all the magic of the three holy places. It is a very interesting thing for me to gain more and more powerful power. Sasuke said frankly. He can probably feel that the White Snake Immortal has no ill intentions towards him. Although Sasuke still doesn't know the reason for White Snake Sento's attitude. Are you craving for power? White Snake Immortal nodded. Correct. It must have guessed correctly. If you want to learn Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu, I will inject natural energy into your body through my teeth in a while. You need to control the natural energy before you can enter Ryuchi Cave's Sage mode. As for the future, some of Ryuchi Cave's special sage art can also be taught to you. White Snake Immortal said patiently. Orochimaru on the side has question marks on his forehead. What's the situation? Is the White Snake Immortal really so polite? It's too outrageous. Why does Sasuke get this kind of treatment? Orochimaru recalled his experience. First, pass the test of Sanshinji. Then, the attitude of Immortal White Snake was also lukewarm. I also used my teeth to inject natural energy into him, and then he almost died from it. Finally, if he hadn't been able to save his life so well and hadn't been completely eroded by natural energy, he might have been eaten by the white snake immortal as food for his men. While Sasuke wanted to learn the magic of immortality, the white snake sage was so polite and patient. Plus. The air is shaking and cold. Why is there such a big difference in attitude? You are targeting me, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Damn, make a difference. Jiraiya. It's strange. Does the white snake Sennin really have no conspiracy? Why does it treat Jin Sasuke so well? Hitaki Kakashi. Could it be because of strength? With Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, complete sage body and Mount Myoboku Senjutsu, maybe the white snake sage also needs attention? Tsunade. Probably not. Kakashi, you underestimate the sages of the three holy places. Judging from my feelings about Katsuyu sage, the strength of the white snake sage should be about the same. They are both unfathomable. Senju Hashirama. Katsuyu Sennin, he is really strong and super big. Uchiha Madara. Do you think even Hashirama is powerful? Tisk. The immortals of the three holy places are interesting. It's a pity that he never visited any holy places during his lifetime. Senju Tobirama. That white snake Sennin seems to have guessed something. Strange, is there anything special about Uchiha Sasuke? Somewhere in the ninja world, Black Zetsu guessed what the white snake sage was thinking. Kim Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra chakra, is so outrageous. Even more outrageous than Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu felt a little irritated. Sage body, Sharingan, Byakugan, dead bone pulse. These add up to the power of Mother Kaguya. This is the power that the rebellious son of Hagoromo used to defeat his mother. And look at Jin Sasuke's current posture, it's like I want to master them all. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Sasuke opens the Mangekyo Sharingan. Aim at the white snake immortal and take a deep breath. Buzz. Left eye pupil art activated. Hiss. It really hurts. Sasuke felt a strong soreness in his left eye. After getting the complete sage body, I still feel like this. The function of the left eye's strong identification technique is demonstrated again. The feeling after activating the left eye pupil technique reflects the strength and realm of the pupil technique target. The strength of the white snake immortal is really strong. Huh, it's okay, I can bear it. Sasuke took a deep breath and quickly recovered. He made a mental assessment. The last existence of similar personality that was discerned through the left eye technique was the not-so-smart Shinigami. Of course, although not very smart, that Shinigami is really weird. And the white snake immortal in front of you. It's definitely not like that Shinigami who can play. Sasuke calmed down and began to read the insightful information. Well, compared to Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode, the Ryuchi Cave version can accumulate Senjutsu chakra in the body, and can assimilate the entire environment for one's own use. White Snake Immortal has accumulated a lot of natural energy in his body and has a long lifespan. It should have really survived for thousands of years. However, the state of the White Snake Immortal is very special. It seems that it is because of this state that it can live for such a long time. Sage Art of Ryuchi Cave, Levitation Ability, Invisibility Ability, Inorganic Reincarnation, White Geki Technique. One item after another. There is information about Immortal White Snake himself. There is also information about Ryuchi Cave Shienju Sage Art. The content is very complicated. The Immortal White Snake is a little dazed. What is this young man doing? Aren't you going to learn fairy art? Why did he suddenly open his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then stop moving? Have you activated Mangekyo's pupil technique? What pupil technique? Sudden. White Snake Immortal sees Sasuke on the opposite side, and releases Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode. The orange eyeshadow fades away. The toad's horizontal pupils disappear. Then. Snapped. Hands together. Natural energy around is rushing towards Sasuke's body again. Buzz. Sasuke has a vertical pupil in his eyes. The vertical pupils of snakes, this is. The White Snake Immortal opened his mouth slightly, and almost dropped the pipe that landed in his mouth. This is how to master Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode. How did you do it? The pupil technique that was activated just now. Opposite, Sasuke just entered Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode and made another move. The whole body is flying. Flying. The ability to fly is so interesting. Sasuke looking at my feet off the ground, I was very excited. This is flying. Everyone should have fantasized about mastering the ability to fly when they were young. Sasuke feels that this is more fun than he has mastered wood style. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Those two pupil techniques again. You can tell everything by staring with your left eye. Just glaring with the right eye will do anything. Tsunade. The only thing left is the sage mode of Shigulan. If Jin Sasuke wants to learn it, the result should be the same. It's just a two-shot eye technique. Jiraiya. I'm so envious, you can learn fairy art so easily, and it's more proficient than what I have worked so hard to cultivate. Uzumaki Naruto. Pervy Sage. Why is there no flying ability in Mount Myoboku's Sage mode? I really want to be able to fly. Watching the golden Sasuke flying into the air on the screen, Naruto was so envious. Jiraiya. It's useless for you to ask me, I can't fly either. Uchiha Sasuke. I should be able to go to Ryuchi Cave to practice senjutsu, right? I wonder if White Snake Sage's attitude will be the same. Hitaki Kakashi. Sasuke, don't forget the risks of learning senjutsu. Unless your pupil technique can be like Gold Sasuke's, you can learn it with just 2 stairs. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it. Not only did he master Sage mode, but he also learned the floating Sage art. Mangekyo's pupil technique is truly a descendant of Indra. White Snake Immortal said with emotion. In this way, you can master Sage mode instantly. Moreover, the physical change is just the appearance of snake-like vertical pupils in his eyes. You can also see Sasuke's mastery of Ryuchi Cave Sage mode from the changes in his body. Opposite. Sasuke's excitement fades. Falls back to the ground, frowning and thinking about something. After a while, Sasuke snaps his hands together again. The surrounding natural energy is mobilized and inhaled into the body again. But, this time, Sasuke turned on Mount Myoboku's Sage mode. Moreover, it is based on Ryuchi Cave Sage mode, plus Mount Myoboku's Sage mode. Orange eyeshadow. Toad's horizontal pupils plus Snake's vertical pupils. Cross-pattern pupils appear in Sasuke's eyes. Sure enough, the 2 Sage modes can be superimposed. The current state should be more powerful in improving strength. Sasuke feels the powerful feeling. On the basis of the original complete Sage body, 2 layers of Sage mode are superimposed. Unprecedented sense of power. Really? My idea is correct. It is necessary to learn the Sage mode of the 3 holy places. If triple Sage mode is superimposed, the increase in strength will be even greater. This feeling. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, sweat falling from his forehead. Sasuke has become stronger again. He is standing next to Sasuke now, and even feels a small feeling. What the hell? What kind of strength does Sasuke have now? Why does it make him feel this way? The eyes with the cross pattern. White Snake Immortal's voice contains some nostalgia. In its memory, it has seen similar eyes and similar magic. However, it is still different after all. Sasuke's current cross eyes are nothing more than Toad's horizontal pupils plus snake-like vertical pupils, which are not as good as the magical technique pioneered by that person. White Snake Immortal, I wonder if you can fight with me. Sasuke said eagerly. With the strength of the White Snake Immortal, he should be able to have a good fight. She really has the character of a descendant of Indra. Immortal White Snake shook his head, but please allow me to refuse. Why? Sasuke is a little disappointed. It's rare to encounter a target with such strength. If I fight you, I have to take action seriously, and that will consume too much on me and will shorten my lifespan. White Snake Immortal explained. Loss of life. Sasuke's eyes move slightly. The information just perceived by the left eye seems to have this aspect in it. The state of Immortal White Snake is very special. Perhaps the longevity of Immortal White Snake is maintained in this way? And if you want to use your strength seriously, this state will be destroyed and your lifespan will be lost. Tisk. It seems that this kind of longevity also comes at a price. Sasuke feels a little disgusted by such a long life that cannot even be achieved by fighting seriously. What's the point of living such a long life? In the chat room. Jiraiya. I actually superimposed the 2 Sage modes together. What kind of strength is Sasuke now? Judging from what the White Snake Immortal said. It fights against Jin Sasuke, and it must be played seriously. What level of power is this? According to Jiraiya, the White Snake Immortal should be about the same strength as the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. At least, Jiraiya, himself, would never have imagined fighting the Great Toad Sage head-to-head. Tsunade. From Orochimaru's feelings, it should be able to kill him instantly. Red Sand Scorpion. And it should not be like Uchiha Itachi, who uses Orochimaru's weakness to kill Orochimaru instantly with illusion, but directly kills Orochimaru violently. Onoki. The leader of the Akatsuki organization can kill Orochimaru in seconds. I don't know how his strength compares with Jin Sasuke. Orochimaru. No. Are these guys treating him as a combat unit? Senju Hashirama. Complete Sage body, wood style, plus the senjutsu of Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave. That boy has basically mastered the power I have, and he should surpass me in the future. Senju Tobirama. Add Mangekyo Sharingan and possible future eternal Mangekyo, and further, the omnipotent power. Exhausted. Uchiha Sasuke, the nasty kid, is getting stronger and stronger. I really don't know what the future will be like for Konaha in another world. Uchiha Madara. I don't know what strength Jin Sasuke will have in another world after he is resurrected in the future. For Uchiha Madara, Kim Sasuke is stronger and also heavy. In this way, after he is resurrected in the future, he won't be too boring. Forget it, Sasuke said with some regret. The immortal white snake is obviously very unwilling to fight him. It's not easy for Sasuke to fight unilaterally. If immortal white snake's attitude is very bad, it's not good. Just hit it. But the white snake immortal is actually so polite. It would be unreasonable for Sasuke to force white snake Sento to fight with him again against his will. Opposite. White snake immortal breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although Sasuke has the usual characteristics of a descendant of Indra, he is still reasonable. Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode can accumulate natural energy in the body for a long time as the basis of strength. If you want to practice in the future, you can come directly to Ryuchi Cave to practice. White Snake Immortal said. Sasuke nodded. Looking at Jugo and Yakushi Kabuto next to him, he said. The two of them should also have the qualifications to learn immortal arts. I hope the White Snake Immortal can teach them. Rustled. White Snake Immortal's huge snake body moved. Yellow eyes stared closely at Jugo and Yakushi Kabuto. The two of them were nervous for a while. After a while, White Snake Immortal opened his mouth and said. They too do have the qualifications to learn magic. I can teach them magic, and I will try my best to ensure their safety. Of course, it is impossible to avoid all risks. Specific results, it also depends on the two of them. Hear this. Zhongwu's joy is beyond words. Thank you so much, Immortal White Snake, I will definitely practice seriously. Suddenly thinking of something, Jugo turned his head again and thanked Sasuke. Thank you too, Sasuke-sama. If I learn Senjutsu, I hope Sasuke-sama can use my power. For Zhongwu. From time to time, he goes berserk due to natural energy, which is what worries him the most. And for Sasuke who helped him find a solution, he is naturally very grateful. Take care of yourself and survive first. Sasuke waved his hand casually. I'm in a good mood. Although, even if Jugo learns Senjutsu, it will be useless to Sasuke. But having one more capable subordinate is ultimately a good thing. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, then at Sasuke. Somewhat confused. Who should he listen to? Orochimaru is his superior. And Sasuke seems to be Orochimaru's boss now. How should he choose between his boss and his boss's boss? Kabuto, just go and learn Senjutsu in peace. Orochimaru's voice was filled with envy. If possible, he also hopes that he can learn to press directly. However, his subordinates have that qualification, but he himself does not. I can only try to choose other methods. Aside. Shang Phosphorus can't help it anymore. Sasuke-sama, can't I learn Senjutsu? She also hopes to master Sage Mode and have a stronger power star. This will help Sasuke better. Don't worry, after you improve the curse seal a bit later, you can try to master the power of the curse seal first. Sasuke shook his head and said. There are still certain risks in practicing immortality directly. Jugo and Yakushi Kabuto can take that risk, but fragrant phosphorus is still not necessary. After the curse seal is improved to be safer, you can try planting curse seals on Koso and Hinata. This can also help them improve their strength. In the chat room. Terumi Mei. Does being Kim Sasuke's girlfriend have such benefits? She couldn't help but feel a little envious. A boyfriend who is handsome, strong, well-spoken, and cares about your safety. They also take the initiative to help you find ways to improve your strength. She also wants this kind of boyfriend. Kurenai Yuhi. Indeed, the only problem is that Kim Sasuke has too many girlfriends. As for other aspects, it is perfect. Azuki Yugon. If I obtain the power of the curse seal, I should be able to become an official Jonin, right? Moonlight Gale. Shi Yan, what are you thinking? He felt like he was going to die with his eyes open. Sarutobi Asuma. Damn Uchiha Sasuke, I curse him beep 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 beep. White Snake Immortal, you said just now that I am a descendant of Indra. Is this Indra the eldest son of the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Sage of Six Paths, Indra, Ashura, did these people really exist? Sasuke raised his doubts. This is another reason why he came to Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage, who has survived for thousands of years, is a witness to the history of the ninja world. These questions should be answered today. That's right. White Snake Immortal stared at Sasuke, the direct light flickering slightly. Sage of Six Paths is indeed a person who existed 1,000 years ago. His name was Otsutsuki Hagoromo. There are also his eldest son Indra and second son Ashura, who are the ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan respectively. It is as expected. Sasuke's eyes lit up. The legend of the ninja world has been confirmed. Sasuke can feel that there are many things hidden behind these mythical legends. White Snake Sage, can you tell me in detail the history of the ninja world? Regarding the Sage of Six Paths, these are very important to me. Sasuke said with great anticipation. Tell me about the history of the ninja world. What a rare request. White Snake Immortal has gained some energy. Everyone who came to Ryuchi Cave in the past came for power. In order to sign the summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave, or for practicing Ryuchi Cave's Sage mode, and for those like Sasuke who hope to understand the history of the ninja world through it, this is the first one. Well, where to start? Let's start with Kaguya, Otsutsuki Kaguya. She is the mother of Sage of Six Paths. White Snake Immortal recalled and slowly spoke. Sasuke on the other side looked startled. Mother? Sage of Six Paths still has a mother? Next moment. Sasuke also realizes that this question is stupid. Sage of Six Paths has no mother, could it be that it was created out of thin air? The Sage of Six Paths, who created the ninja sect and passed on chakra to the world, was also born by his mother. Orochimaru said with emotion, Sage of Six Paths. This is almost a mythical figure. Now, knowing that such a mythical figure has a mother, I feel a strange sense of absurdity. Otsutsuki Kaguya, I seem to have heard of this name. In the myths and legends of the ninja world, there seems to be a goddess named Otsutsuki Kaguya. Sasuke frowned and thought. He has read a lot of books, including various miscellaneous books. I know a lot about various myths and legends in the ninja world. That's right, it's the goddess of Mao, Otsutsuki Kaguya. White Snake Immortal's tail moved. Recalling the past thousands of years ago, it also has some spirit. However, Orochimaru, you are wrong. Sage of Six Paths should not be born by Kaguya. I guess, it should be created by using the power of Yin-Yang Dun. White Snake Immortal said with a chuckle. Sasuke couldn't help but scratch his head. Although Sage of Six Paths has a mother, it was still created out of thin air. Real world. Somewhere in the ninja world. Black Zetsu's heart exploded. FKFKF*K. Damn the three holy lands. Damn the White Snake Immortal. Don't talk about it. If you talk about it, something big will happen. Black Zetsu is scolding her from the bottom of her heart. Those old immortals in the three holy places. From my mother's time thousands of years ago, it has been surviving to this day. Once, what happened in the history of the ninja world, they are living witnesses. Damn it. Let Immortal White Snake continue, maybe some secrets will be revealed. However, Black Zetsu can't do anything. I can only watch the golden framed screen. The White Snake Fairy tells the history of the ninja world bit by bit. Yin-Yang Dun. Did Fu Kong create life? And also the ancestor of Ninja Sage, Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke's eyes flashed. What kind of state will this be? Simply a magical method. In some ancient books, the records about Yin and Yang Dun are indeed like this. Yin Dun can create form from nothing, and Yang Dun can give life to dead things. The combination of Yin and Yang Dun has the magic of creating life. Orochimaru was also shocked. Yin-Yang Dun can really do such a miraculous thing. It seems that he still has a long way to go in the research and excavation of ninjutsu. Sage of Six Paths was created by Yin-Yang Dun, and the nine-tailed beasts were also like this. It was Sage of Six Paths that divided chakra of 10 tails, and created the shape with Yin-Yang Dun. Only then did the nine-tailed beasts come into being. White Snake Immortal said slowly. 10 tails. The legendary beast that destroys the world. Sasuke's face changes slightly. In the legend of Ninja World, Sage of Six Paths and 10 Tails fought and defeated 10 Tails. But where did the 10 Tails come from? White Snake Immortal, can you tell me in detail in chronological order? Sasuke couldn't help but said. Otsutsuki Kaguya, Sage of Six Paths, 10 Tails, 9-tailed beasts. What is this all about? Too messy, no problem. White Snake Immortal wags his tail, immediately. Little by little, the history of the ninja world has been unveiled. Thousands of years ago, I don't know when, a big tree appeared in this world. At that time, the White Snake Immortal was just an ordinary little snake. Later, White Snake Immortal became successful in his cultivation, and the big tree was still there. The natural energy in this world is constantly gathering towards the fruit trees. One day, The alien, Otsutsuki Kagaya, has arrived. A lot of things may have happened in the middle, and these white snake immortals don't know it either. All I know is that Otsutsuki Kagaya ate the fruit of the sacred tree and gained great power. Kagaya used this power to calm down the war and bring peace to the world for a long time. Later, Kagaya doesn't know what he has experienced, and his personality has changed. She activated a terrifying illusion called Infinite Tsukuyomi. All lives in the world are enveloped in phantom traps. All lives, in Infinite Tsukuyomi, become tools to provide chakra to Kagaya. Later, Kagaya partially relieved Infinite Tsukuyomi. Also used her power to create the Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and his younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. Sage of Six Paths. The two brothers gradually grew up. With the help of Gamamaru, the ancestor of Mount Myoboku, they discovered what happened to Infinite Tsukuyomi. The two of them decide to stop their mother, Kagaya. Using the magic they learned, a war broke out between the two Sage of Six Paths brothers and Kagaya for several months, and finally succeeded in sealing Kagaya in the moon. Kaguya's story ends here, and what follows is Sage of Six Paths' creation of Tadamun's history. White Snake Immortal paused for a moment and said, "The underworld, the pure land." Uchiha Madara was completely dumbfounded. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Isn't this genjutsu the one that can bring peace and happiness to the world? What the hell is that White Snake Immortal talking about? Those who fall into Infinite Tsukuyomi will become the tools to provide chakra to Kagaya. Moreover, it will slowly change over a long period of time and become a special biological weapon. What the hell? This is not a technique that can bring happiness. This is clearly a world-destroying technique. That stone tablet. Who added the last inscription on it? Uchiha Madara's soul body was almost trembling with anger. Guess based on Kim Sasuke's analysis, that code was written by two people at different times. The last part about Infinite Tsukuyomi was obviously written later. Damn it. He has been misled. Someone wants to use him and leads him to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. Who could it be? In the chat room. Senju Tobirama. The illusion of Infinite Tsukuyomi can create a beautiful and perfect illusion world. This effect is so familiar. That boy Uchiha Obito, the New World plan mentioned earlier, is it like this? Uchiha Obito. He also fell into a sluggish state. Infinite Tsukuyomi is fake. That guy Uchiha Madara must have been taken advantage of. So, he who was used by Uchiha Madara, should he continue Project Tsuki no Mi? Namikaze Minato. Obito, the new world you want to build, shouldn't it be this Infinite Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Obito. He doesn't want to talk now. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, come out and speak. Your so-called new way, shouldn't this be it? Uchiha Madara also didn't reply. Senju Tobirama. If you don't talk, it seems to be true. Hey, your so-called new way is to let everyone dream together, it's ridiculous. In the chat room, a group of people were stunned by the overwhelming amount of information. The mother and brother of Sage of Six Paths, the legendary 10 Tails, the battle between Japan and Japan. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a terrifying world-destroying illusion. And, Sage of Six Paths created the moon in order to seal Kagaya. One incident after another refreshed their outlook on life. By comparison, Uchiha Madara and his new path have become more familiar to everyone in the ninja world. At least, the Sage of Six Paths and 10 Tails are all things in myths and legends. And Uchiha Madara, it's only 50 or 60 years ago. Some people who have seen and been in contact with Uchiha Madara are still alive today. Jiraiya. Infinite Tsukuyomi. No, even if you don't consider that people who fall into illusions may gradually become weapons of war, just falling into illusions forever, doesn't it seem like a good future? Onoki. Is this Infinite Tsukuyomi what Uchiha Madara wants to do? No way. How could anyone choose such a ridiculous path? Fourth Raikage. Not only absurd, but also ridiculous. The false illusion world, no matter how beautiful it is still fake. Terumi Mei. Could second Hokage have guessed wrong? Maybe Uchiha Madara's plan is not that of Infinite Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Madara. So awkward. This is really his plan. Senju Tobirama. I am definitely right. With Uchiha Madara's character, if his intention was not like this, he would definitely come out to refute me. Uchiha Madara. Damn it. Senju Tobirama, this bastard. I do know him quite well. Namikaze Minato. Obito, you now know the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi. Can you tell us, is this Infinite Tsukuyomi what you want to do? If this was the case, he would have understood some of Wang's methods. Obito probably saw Lin's death and felt that the ninja world was fake. He hopes to create the wonderful new world of Infinite Tsukuyomi. As for what he did to this false ninja world in the process, Obito didn't care. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, I don't want to talk now, I want to be quiet. Infinite Tsukuyomi, should we continue this? He is confused now. Senju Hashirama. Mo. Can you tell me, is Infinite Tsukuyomi really the new path you chose? Frankly speaking, I don't agree with this path either. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. I Senju Tobirama. Brother, you two really have a problem. I teased Uchiha Madara and he didn't even reply, but as soon as you opened your mouth, brother, he came right out. Uzumaki Mito. One thing to say, it's true. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, Mito, you too, don't think about it. Moda, I don't understand why you choose the path of Infinite Tsukuyomi. The underworld, the pure land. Uchiha Madara felt blocked. Project Tasuki no Mi has been in the works for decades. Only now did I realize that he might have been secretly guided by someone. It's all gone. He was in a mess now. What to do next? Infinite Tsukuyomi, this world-destroying illusion, must not continue to be practiced. What else is he going to do? Renegon is still there at Nagato. Will he be resurrected later? What can I do after being resurrected? Now. He couldn't help but want to talk to his best friend in life. Uchiha Madara. In the beginning, it was because I deciphered the last section of the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine and learned about the Infinite Tsukuyomi technique. Moreover, at that time, I felt that the war in the ninja world could not be completely eliminated, so I chose the path of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Senju Hashirama. Well, with your character Madara, it's quite understandable. Onoki. No, did I hear it correctly? Uchiha Madara actually wanted Infinite Tsukuyomi out of disappointment because of the endless war in the ninja world? What the hell? Is this what that guy Uchiha Madara wants to do? Fourth Reikage. Uchiha Madara chose Infinite Tsukuyomi because she wanted peace. This matter is indeed a bit too abstract. Completely subverting their impression of Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. You have all misunderstood Madara. Madara and I founded Konaha for the sake of peace so that children would no longer set foot on the battlefield. Senju Tobirama. This is true. But I didn't expect that. I originally thought you were childish enough, brother, but I didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be even more childish and actually want to do such ridiculous things as Infinite Tsukuyomi. Senju Hashirama. Forget it, don't care. Tobirama didn't say that to him once or twice. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, what the hell? So insulting. For Uchiha Madara, he would rather accept someone saying he was weaker than Hashirama. But it definitely doesn't end with people saying he's more childish than Hashirama. Many of Hashirama's ideas are too naive. This is one of the few things he and Senju Tobirama can reach a consensus on. But now, that bastard Senju Tobirama actually said that to him. Senju Tobirama. Isn't it? I thought you had found some more promising new path, but I didn't expect it to be a ridiculous illusion like Infinite Tsukuyomi. It's so funny. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. Furthermore, I remember that according to Kim Sasuke's guess, the last inscription should have been added by someone else, right? You idiot, was completely tricked and lured into your marriage. Uchiha Madara. What the hell? Senju Tobirama. I can't help but laugh when I think about it. Uchiha Madara, you managed to survive the Battle of the Valley of the End, lurk in the ninja world secretly, and survive for decades, all because of such a ridiculous plan. PFFT, no, I'm really going to die laughing. Uchiha Madara. Plus, Senju Tobirama. Look at you pretending to be cool every day, making it seem like you're pretty powerful, and then you end up being someone's pawn, and you've been doing it for decades. It's so funny. Uchiha Madara. I'm riding a horse, son of a bitch. When he was at his most depressed, he was ridiculed by the person he hated the most. And he couldn't refute it at all. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, please restrain yourself and say less. He couldn't stand listening anymore. Madala is probably going to be so angry that she goes berserk. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, you were summoned to this world by Ryota reincarnation before, right? Senju Tobirama. What do you want to do? Uchiha Madara, haha. Black Zetsu, my body should be at your place, right? Then find a way to summon me in pure world reincarnation. I want to catch up with Senju Tobirama. Oh shit. If you don't beat that bastard Senju Tobirama until Hashirama can't even recognize him, he won't be called Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. TCH. I'm anxious, I'm jumping, I'm furious. Uchiha Madara. You can say it here now, but you will have someone you love later. Black Zetsu. But. Madara-sama, what about our plan? Uchiha Madara. What other bullshit plans are there? Then beat up that bastard Senju Tobirama. This is the most important plan. Senju Tobirama. Don't talk about martial ethics. He just told a few truths, but this guy Uchiha Madara actually wants to take action. Black Zetsu. Madara-sama, the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan will not continue? How can this work? Uchiha Madara. What are you doing, Infinite Tsukuyomi? Do you want me to destroy the world? Black Zetsu. Didn't I create you? I gave up myself, why don't you give up? Black Zetsu. Madara-sama, I inherited your will when you created me, so I will inherit your will at that time to implement the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Uchiha Madara. Well, forget it, I won't do Infinite Tsukuyomi anyway. You can just reincarnate me into the impure world and I won't need you anymore. Plus, who is this? How can this guy Uchiha Madara just give up? This is a plan he has planned for thousands of years. Finally, in Uchiha Madara's generation, a pair of Renegon was created. The success of Project Tsuki no Mi is just around the corner. Uchiha Madara actually gave up. It's all this damn live broadcast room's fault. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. Damn White Snake Sennin. Black Zetsu is scolding her from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for this, the matter of Infinite Tsukuyomi will not be exposed. He can continue to trick Uchiha Madara into casting Infinite Tsukuyomi and free his mother from the seal. Results now. Nothing is left. Infinite Tsukuyomi was exposed, and that bastard Uchiha Madara just stopped doing it. Black Zetsu's mentality is completely broken now. He has been planning a plan for thousands of years, how can he continue to implement it? In the Temple of Immortal White Snake, whether it's Sasuke or Orochimaru, or Shang Phosphorus, or Chang Keji. Everyone is shocked by the history of this 1,000 years ago. These things in myths and legends actually happened. Orochimaru couldn't hide the look of shock on his face. Aside. Sasuke frowns in thought. After a while, Sasuke raised his head and asked the White Snake Sage. White Snake Sage, I want to know how the illusion of Infinite Tsukuyomi is activated. He feels that this Infinite Tsukuyomi is somewhat similar to the plan mentioned by Uchiha Obito. The absolutely perfect and beautiful world is just in the dream of illusion. How would I know this? I am neither Kagaya nor Sage of Six Paths. White Snake Immortal shook his head. That's it. Sasuke is not too disappointed. After that, if you meet Uchiha Obito again, you can try it out. Anyway, that guy Uchiha Obito is not smart, so he should be able to figure it out easily. Speaking of which, if Uchiha Obito's plan is really Infinite Tsukuyomi, then, wouldn't it mean that the one who originally chose Infinite Tsukuyomi might actually be Uchiha? Sasuke couldn't help but frown. No way? Forget it, that guy Uchiha Obito is an idiot. But what about Uchiha Madara? How could this legendary figure choose such a stupid plan as Infinite Tsukuyomi? In the chat room. Senju Tobirama, PFFT. Of course, because Uchiha Madara is as stupid as Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Damn it. Uchiha Madara is so angry now. I can't wait to beat up Senju Tobirama immediately. Forget it. No matter what his plan is, Sasuke simply doesn't want to think about it anymore. Uchiha Obito is the murderer of Uchiha who exterminated the genocide. It's enough to be sure of this. So, no matter what Uchiha Obito's plan is, Sasuke will mess with him. As for now, Sasuke has something more curious. White Snake Immortal, I want to know what abilities Otsutsuki Kagaya has. Uchiha's ancestor, Indra, inherited Sharingan. Senju's ancestor Ashura, inherited the Sage Body. And these should be the powers that the two of them inherited from Sage of Six Paths. As for Sage of Six Paths, he was created by Otsutsuki Kagaya, using the ability of Yin-Yang Escape. In other words, the ability of Sage of Six Paths comes from Kagaya. I have only met Sage of Six Paths a few times. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Hamura, I have never had contact with these two people. White Snake Immortal shook his head and said. Joke. What a terrible person like Kagaya. It's too late to hide. How can you take the initiative to contact me? However, in terms of Kaguya's ability, her eyes are white eyes, which should be confirmed. Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura also had white eyes at the beginning. White Snake Immortal thought for a while and said. White eyes. Sasuke's expression was stunned. Otsutsuki Kagaya. This is the true ancestor of chakra. The eyes I first had were white eyes. But the legendary Sage of Six Paths has Renegon? Orochimaru on the side asked in confusion. This happened later. The White Snake Immortal moved his snake body and continued, at least, when Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya fought, his eyes should be Renegon. And The reason why Sage of Six Paths was able to seal Kaguya in the moon was because of the Renegon's ability. Sasuke and several others looked at the top at the same time. But I only saw the roof of the temple. According to Immortal White Snake, there was no moon in the world. Also, after the battle between Sage of Six Paths and Wei Yoruichi, Renegon was used to create the moon, and Kaguya was sealed in the king. Does Renegon have the ability to create the moon? Orochimaru thinks back to Pain in his memory. Pain's Renegon should have a similar ability, right? At least, we can be sure of something, Sasuke said to Orochimaru. The leader of Akatsuki, that Pain, he must not have the power of Sage of Six Paths. If he also has the ability to create the moon, why does he recruit you rebels? Do you play ninja games with him? Opposite. Orochimaru's face doesn't look good. However, he also admitted that what Sasuke said is indeed reasonable. If Pain really has the strength of Sage of Six Paths, he can just do whatever he wants. Renegon? White Snake Immortal's face changed slightly. Has the Renegon appeared again in the ninja world? I have a guess, but I need to confirm one thing first. Sasuke told about the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. Using yin-yang dun to create a stone tablet, and its strength is still very high. This is indeed the method of Sage of Six Paths. As for what you guessed later, someone may have modified the content. I don't understand this at all. White Snake Immortal shook his head and said. It is usually in Ryuchi Cave. Only occasionally use special means, depending on Genin's wishes. Many things that happen in the ninja world are unknown to it. No, what I want to know is that the two forces that mutually repel each other, and they combine together to create a myriad of phenomena. In this sentence, does the myriad phenomena refer to Renegon? Sasuke asked with twinkling eyes. Is everything everywhere? This is indeed a description of Renegon. And, at least this sentence, should indeed be left by Sage of Six Paths. That guy's words are indeed characteristic. White Snake Immortal recalled. This kind of obscure and snarky rhetoric is very in line with the style of Sage of Six Paths. You can obviously talk about Renegon directly, but you just talk about everything. That's it. Then my guess should be verified. Sasuke nodded slightly. But the previous conjectures are now coherent. Uchiha and Senju have cultivated their power to ultimate, and then awakened Renegon. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara should have awakened the Renegon. In the chat room. Senju Hashirama. Madara, have you actually awakened the Renegon? Senju Tobirama. That makes sense. Uchiha's power comes from the eldest son Indra of Sage of Six Paths, and Senju's power comes from the second son Ashura. Both of them have cultivated to ultimate. The new power gained should naturally be the Renegon of Sage of Six Paths. Should have guessed it a long time ago, only. On the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine, the Sage of Six Paths is not easy to talk about. What is said about two mutually exclusive forces, which are in harmony with each other and become one, making everything possible? Isn't it just Ultimate's Yin escape plus Ultimate's Yang escape to open Renegon? Uchiha Madara. Yes, I activated the Renegon. But it's a pity that you had been dead for decades, Hashirama, and I couldn't fight you again. With the power of Renegon, he is confident that he can defeat Hashirama, who has mastered Senjutsu. Onoki. Can the Renegon awaken in this way? Where did the Renegon, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, come from? Namikaze Minato. I remember, Sasuke seemed to have guessed some conspiracy before. Uchiha Madara. You'll know just by looking down, haha. I wonder if that kid can guess it. He was a little panicked at first. If Nagato learns the truth, it may be very troublesome. But now, Uchiha Madara has looked away. Infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't even do it anymore. What else do you need Renegon for? Even if Nagato digs out Renegon and stomps on it like a light bulb, he doesn't care much anymore. I remember, Sasuke-sama seemed to have guessed something before. Orochimaru recalled. He was talking to Sasuke about Pain and Renegon. At that time, Sasuke seemed to have thought of something. But in the end, he didn't say it. That's right, haha. Although it's just a guess, but if I were Uchiha Madara, I might do the same thing. Sasuke chuckles twice. Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru's expression changes. What the hell? Aren't you talking about Pain and Renegon? How come Uchiha Madara is involved? This involves my speculation about the person behind Uchiha Obito. Sasuke told these things. About Uchiha Obito did not die in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, but was saved by a mysterious man, and then the black man began to implement some plan. Combined with the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine that requires Sharingan pupil power to read the content. Sasuke zeroed in on Uchiha Madara. That Uchiha Madara, he has been secretly lurking in the ninja world for decades? Orochimaru said with an ugly expression. This thing is a bit scary. Not only that, he should have awakened Renegon, and then interpreted the last paragraph of the inscription through Renegon's pupil power. If I guess correctly, judging from the content of Uchiha Obito's plan, that content may be about Infinite Tsukuyomi. And the illusion of Infinite Tsukuyomi probably requires a Renegon to be cast. Sasuke said slowly. Through the White Snake Immortal, those myths and legends were confirmed. And it is confirmed that Senluo Wanxiang is Renegon. Sasuke's current guesses are finally coherent. Orochimaru feels a little confused. He received too many shocks today. Uchiha Madara may still be alive, and has awakened the Renegon of Sage of Six Paths, and plans to release the world-destroying illusion of Infinite Tsukuyomi? What the hell is this? Orochimaru feels a little doubtful about life now. Is this still the ninja world he is familiar with? Why are there so many terrifying characters and conspiracies behind it? The most curious thing is, Uchiha Madara, is she still alive? Orochimaru said solemnly. This is a character as famous as first Hokage. Such a dangerous person might still be alive. This involves Renegon. Well, this is another guess. Sasuke smiled and said. Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. Why does it feel like Sasuke guessed something hateful? Orochimaru thinks he is quite smart, but why does he suddenly feel that his IQ is not enough today? These are actually what we have discussed before. Sasuke reminded, the bloodline limits of the bloodline category all have bloodline sources. Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, the ancestors of the three ninja clans, are all Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru frowned thoughtfully. Uchiha Madara, Renegon, Sage of Six Paths, Pain. Correct. And that red-haired Uzumaki descendant. Among the three disciples of Jiraiya, there is no one who appears in the Akatsuki organization. Even Uchiha Madara, if he wants to awaken the Renegon, he has to obtain the power of Senju. The Renegon is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, so, even if a descendant of the Uzumaki clan wants to mutate his bloodline and return to his ancestors, and suddenly awaken the Renegon, this kind of thing is too far-fetched. As for the orange-haired Pain, he should not be a descendant of Senju, Uzumaki or Uchiha. It is even more impossible to suddenly awaken as a Renegon. Orochimaru mutters to himself. Papa. Sasuke laughed and clapped his hands and said. Very good, that's what I guessed too. Among the three disciples of Jiraiya. Orange-haired Pain, when Orochimaru saw him back then, he was very sure that there was no Renegon. So, as this person who is not a descendant of Sage of Six Paths suddenly awakened the Renegon? This kind of thing is too outrageous. The other one, Konan, she probably has nothing to do with Renegon. Then. The last person left. The red-haired person who is suspected to be a descendant of Uzumaki. Orochimaru never saw his eyes under his hair. And he did not appear in the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke said slowly. Let's make a guess, if I am Uchiha Madara. I didn't die in the battle at the Valley of the End, and I also gained the power of Senju and opened the Renegon. After that, I lived for many years and planned to implement some new plan. This plan may be Infinite Tsukuyomi. But I may be facing a problem, my lifespan is not enough. So, I chose a junior to carry out my plan, and that person is Uchiha Obito. J. As for the future, Uchiha Madara should be dead. So, now, the question is, what will Uchiha Madara do with his Renegon? Opposite. Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. He guessed what Sasuke meant. No way. Could it be that Uchiha Madara transplanted the Renegon to Jiraiya, a disciple of the Uzumaki clan? This is too bold. Orochimaru couldn't believe it. Sasuke raised two fingers and said. This is just a guess, but I think this guess makes sense. First, with the huge amount of chakra of the Uzumaki clan, it may be possible to bring out more of the power of the Renegon. If ordinary blood is transplanted with powerful eyes, the result will be like Mr. Kakashi, who becomes a dog. Second, if the Renegon who is the leader of the Akatsuki organization did not come from this way, then it can only be said that the Renegon was the result of a mutation in someone's bloodline. Orochimaru frowned thoughtfully. The first point is from the perspective of Uchiha Madara. He may have any follow-up plans, and needs someone who can exert the power of Renegon. Therefore, he chose a descendant of Uzumaki who was more able to exert the power of Renegon. The second point is to guess from the opposite side. Awaken Renegon out of thin air. It doesn't matter if that person is the normal person with orange hair, or the descendant of Uzumaki with red hair. This is so unscientific. In contrast, it was Uchiha Madara who transplanted his own Renegon out. The possibility of this guess is even greater. Real world. Shao organization base. Nagato touched his eye sockets, his expression was very ugly. Could his eyes have been transplanted to him by Uchiha Madara? Rinne Tensei technique. It must be this ninjutsu. Nagato said solemnly. Uchiha Madara has awakened the Renegon, this is now certain. Then, Uchiha Madara will naturally know this ability of Renegon. So, Uchiha Madara transplanted the Renegon to herself, and then that bastard Uchiha Obito took the initiative to contact them. All because of the resurrection of Uchiha Madara. In the chat room. Jiraiya. Uchiha Madara has awakened the Renegon, and Nagato does possess the Renegon. Could it be that Kim Sasuke's guess is correct? Deidara. So, who is our leader? Is it Yahiko or not Nagato? Tsunade. Could it be that Nagato died, and then Yahiko inherited the Renegon, and then called himself Pain? Namikaze Minato. It should be impossible. The blood of an ordinary person cannot bear the Renegon. Kakashi is a negative example. Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Madara. No need to guess, Renegon has the ability to control 6 paths puppets. I guess it was Yahiko who died, and then Nagato made Yahiko into the puppet Pain, while he himself hid in secret. Nagato. Uchiha Madara. You bastard. Jiraiya. Nagato. You're still alive. Damn it, is your Renegon really a transplant from Madara Kichiya? Uchiha Madara. That's right. Hey, Jin Sasuke is pretty good, he can actually guess this. Nagato. UF** king bastard. Nagato was so angry that he cursed. Son of a bitch. Your own Renegon. This is how it came about. In Nagato's memory, he had Renegon when he was very young. By that time Uchiha Madara had already replaced his eyes. Damn it. How early did this old bastard set his sights on him? Senju Tobirama. That one named Nagato, are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Calm down, think about it, isn't that idiot Uchiha Madara also being plotted by someone? Nagato. It seems to make sense. Phew, I suddenly feel much better. Conan. This ninja world is too complicated. We are guided by Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Obito's darkening is because Uchiha Madara was also secretly used by someone. One ring within another. Is it over yet? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. My mood suddenly turned bad. Uchiha Madara. Nagato. Renegon gave it to you. You can do whatever you want, you can just take it out and stomp it. He is completely ruined now. What the hell is Eye of the Moon, Infinite Tsukuyomi? After decades of hard work, it's all in vain. What does the ninja world and lack of peace have to do with him? Do not care. Uchiha Madara just wants impure world reincarnation to return to the present world, beat up Senju Tobirama first, and then use the Renegon power of the dirty earth body to fight Hashirama. As for other things, do whatever you like. Nagato. How did Uchiha Madara become so Buddhist? He was so angry at first, but now he can't even vent it. Now. Only Black Zetsu. Still yelling in my heart. What the hell is going on? It's a complete mess now. Uchiha Madara quits Project Tsuki no Mi. Renegon is still in Nagato's hands, and Nagato knows both what happened to Infinite Tsukuyomi and where Renegon came from. It's just too bad. How should we continue Project Tsuki no Mi? He still wants to save his mother. If my guess is correct, then the leader of the Akatsuki organization should actually be the Uzumaki descendant. In this case, from Uchiha Madara's plan, to Uchiha Obito's experience, to the leader of the Akatsuki organization, almost everything is clear. The only person who still has doubts is the person who modified the inscription. Sasuke said slowly. Orochimaru nodded and continued to think. That person's purpose should be to guide Uchiha Madara to perform Infinite Tsukuyomi. And the one who first cast Infinite Tsukuyomi was Otsutsuki Kagaya. Could that person be related to Kagaya? Sasuke nodded, agreeing with Orochi's guess. It's very possible. Front. White Snake Immortal's face is very serious. We must stop that person's plan. Infinite Tsukuyomi will plunge all life into an eternal dream. If Infinite Tsukuyomi really succeeds in casting it, this will be a disaster for the entire ninja world. I will. But I'm really looking forward to Renegon's ability. Sasuke touches his eyes gently, his eyes full of longing. The powerful power that can create the moon. This is so exciting. Orochimaru. Clone Mangekyo Sharingan, we must do this seriously. Upgrade Mangekyo's pupil power to the level of Eternal Mangekyo first, and then we can open the Renegon. Sasuke said to Orochimaru seriously. I will. Orochimaru nodded. Renegon's full power, he is also looking forward to it. It will definitely far exceed the power shown by Pain. However, there may be another way. Sasuke suddenly looked at Xianglin beside him. Xianglin was a little confused. Sasuke-sama, is there anything you need me to do? Aside. Orochimaru understood immediately. Sasuke is from the Uzumaki clan, and he also inherited the blood of Ashura, the second son of Sage of Six Paths. If Sasuke-sama gives birth to a child with Sasuke, his energy will be closer to that of Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru said, guessing. If the two people's yin escape and yang escape are of sufficient quality. Children born with Renegon, maybe it is possible. Eh? Shang Phosphorus's eyes lit up. Could her and Sasuke's child have stronger talents? There is such a good thing. Then we must have more children. This is a matter for the future, so don't rush it now. Sasuke comforted Shanglin and said, Shang Phosphorus is not old enough now, and his strength still needs to be improved. If Shang Phosphorus is allowed to develop the sage body to be stronger, the descendants born by then may have stronger bloodline talents. Speaking of which, there is another person who inherited Ashura's bloodline and is a descendant of the Senju clan. Orochimaru said suddenly. Sasuke looks at Orochimaru with dark eyes. Tsunade, he has considered it before. The descendants of the Senju clan have excellent bloodline and are qualified to help the Uchiha clan pass on the bloodline. But before, Sasuke was a little hesitant because of the age difference. But now, the temptation of the born Renegon lies ahead. Tsunade really can't give up, in the chat room. Tsunade. 8. Orochimaru, ha 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 ha. I knew Sasuke would never let Tsunade go. Such a rare and outstanding descendant of Thousand Hands. How could Kim Sasuke give up just because of his age? You can see it from his attitude towards Kimimaro. For these bloodline ninjas who are on the verge of extinction, Jin Sasuke will even force them to pass on their bloodline. As for Tsunade, the situation is similar to Kimimaro. Even if Tsunade is a man, Jin Sasuke will forcefully arrange some people for him to inherit the blood of the Senju clan. And Tsunade is female. Senju and Uchiha were brothers from ancestors. With the combined power of the two races, there is still the possibility of a Renegon being born. So many factors add up. It was enough for Kim Sasuke to ignore the issue of age and attack Tsunade. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, you bastard reminded me of this. Orochimaru. Bah. Don't blame it randomly. It's obviously Jin Sasuke. He already had an idea. Jiraiya. Then you shouldn't take the initiative to remind you. Is this going to do you any good? Orochimaru. Haha. Both myself and myself in another world should be very curious about what kind of child Senju and Uchiha-kwan will give birth to. Tsunade. So you sold me out. Orochimaru, you bastard. The relationship between teammates after decades is so plastic. Jiraiya. That's right. Have you ever considered Tsunade's feelings, and my feelings? If something really happened between Kim Sasuke and Tsunade. No. Jiraiya can't imagine anymore. That kind of thing is so terrible. Orochimaru. Aren't you curious? Maybe the child born to Tsunade and Jin Sasuke might actually be born a Renegon. Senju Tobirama. This is true, I am also a little curious. Tsunade. Grandpa what are you talking about? Senju Tobirama. Ahem, I'm just curious. However, Shaozuna, you really need to think about the inheritance of the bloodline of the Senju clan. Tsunade. Orochimaru. Also, even if Sasuke and Tsunade's children are not born Renegon, they are born with Senju's Yang style and Uchiha's Yin style. The future has unlimited possibilities. Jiraiya? Do you have any special bloodline? Jiraiya. How can such a thing be viewed from such a utilitarian point of view? Orochimaru. Indeed, there is no point in discussing this issue. After all, you can't catch Tsunade at all. It is ridiculous to discuss what kind of bloodline your and Tsunade's children will have. 8. What the hell? Orochimaru. Am I right? Hehe. I even think that the possibility of Jin Sasuke capturing Tsunade is much higher than the possibility of you chasing Tsunade. Jiraiya. Plus, Tsunade. No, don't you understand me? Am I such an easy person to deal with? Terumi Mei. That Kim Sasuke's conditions are very attractive. He is handsome, strong, and young. If he takes the initiative to pursue me, I won't be able to resist. Tsunade. This doesn't appeal to me at all. Orochimaru. Hey, Tsunade, let's just wait and see. Jiraiya. Tsunade, you must hold on to yourself. Tsunade. Jiraiya, you idiot. That's something from another world. What does it have to do with me? The personalities of the selves in the two worlds should be similar. How could I be f***ed by a boy with such a big age difference? Well. Impossible, absolutely impossible. On the gold-framed screen, the video continues to play. We'll talk about this later. Well, I may need Orochimaru's help to refer to it then. Sasuke said with a slight twinkle in his eyes. No problem. I'll be happy to help, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Tsunade, I'm sorry. Anyway, this will not cause any loss to Tsunade. Not only is there no loss, but there may be something more. Orochimaru has no psychological burden for stabbing his old friend in the back like this. Directly in front of the temple, White Snake Immortal also showed some interest. The combination of Uchiha's bloodline and Senju. This kind of thing should not have happened in the past 1,000 years. Based on the relationship between the two clans, it is very difficult not to fight to the death. How could there be intermarriage? Speaking of which, Uchiha and Senju are brothers. In this way, Hyuga and Kagaya should be considered as cousins of Uchiha and Senju. These two ethnic groups should be the blood left by Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, in the ninja world. White Snake Immortal recalled. Hyuga and Kagaya, that makes sense. Sasuke nodded slowly. Otsutsuki Kagaya has white eyes, and the two brothers of Sage of Six Paths originally also had white eyes. So, it is normal for the Hyuga family to also inherit from Kagaya. Andui Yoruichi clan. Even simply use Kagaya as the surname of the ethnic group. So, Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Kagaya, the four bloodline ninjas with special bloodlines, are all inherited from Kagaya. Orochimaru said, turning his gaze to Sasuke. Sasuke is from Uchiha, and now has Senju's sage body and Kaguya's dead bone pulse. Now we still need the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Sasuke touched his right eye and said, having the pupil technique of the right eye, he should also be able to obtain the ability of white eyes. By the time, the bloodline of the four ninjas, he will have them all. Inherited from the blood of the ancestor of chakra, it is really enviable. Orochimaru couldn't help but say with envy. This ninja world is a world that pays attention to blood and talent. Sasuke said calmly. This is what he originally thought. Today, after knowing a lot of ninja history from Immortal White Snake, Sasuke agrees with this even more. A person's potential depends on physical talent and spiritual talent. And these, to a large extent, are decided at birth. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, Kagaya. These bloodline ninjas have inherited Kaguya's ability and are born with a higher upper limit of strength. However, although physical talent is determined from birth, fortunately we still have science. Sasuke said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. The innate bloodline cannot be changed. However, through continuous scientific research, we can understand the mystery behind these bloodlines. Then, through his method, to obtain the ability of these bloodlines. In the chat room, Hyuga Hiyashi. Do we, the Hyuga clan, have such a relationship with the Wei Yoruichi clan? No wonder the two clans have been friends for generations. Senju Hashirama. But aren't our Senju clan and Uchiha clan ancestors brothers? Why have we been fighting each other for thousands of years? Uchiha Madara. Probably. Maybe it has something to do with the fight between Indra and Ashura. Senju Tobirama. By the way, if the power of the four ninja clans is really gathered, will there be the second Kagaya? Orochimaru. It shouldn't be that simple. That's the ancestor of chakra. If you want to become the second Kagaya, you just have to combine four abilities. It shouldn't be possible. Moreover, it is also difficult to cultivate the power of the four ninja clans to the ultimate. Jiraiya. You guys, Orochimaru, and Kim Sasuke have a close rapport. Orochimaru. What does it mean to be congenial? Come on, forget it, I'm too lazy to deal with a rigid-minded guy like you. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Let me sort out the abilities possessed by Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths brothers. Sage Body plus Sharingan, which is the Renegon of Sage of Six Paths. In addition, there are Byakugan and Dead Bone Pulse of the Teru Yoruichi clan. Also, Sage of Six Paths also mastered Senjutsu and used the power of Senjutsu to defeat Kagaya. There should be a certain connection between Kagaya and Ten Tails, including the power of the tailed beasts. Sasuke said little by little. If you want to gain stronger strength, you should work on these aspects next. 4 bloodline abilities inherited from Kagaya. The magic of Sage of Six Paths, and the 9-tailed beasts. Speaking of Senjutsu, Sage of Six Paths originally learned Senjutsu from Gamamaru, but he later developed his own Senjutsu, and taught it to Ashura. White Snake Immortal recalled. Sasuke couldn't help but frown. It is normal to create your own magic. Sasuke's current idea is to master the magic of the 3 holy places first, and then continue to study and improve on this basis. But what does the latter sentence mean? The inheritance was given to Ashura, what about Indra? Sasuke couldn't help but ask. As far as I know, Indra should not have mastered the magic of Sage of Six Paths. The immortal white snake said. Why is this happening? After Sage of Six Paths sealed Kaguya, what happened next? Sasuke continues to ask. I don't know much about many things. That guy Kimimaro has more contact with Sage of Six Paths, so he should know more about these things. White Snake Immortal began to tell while recalling. Sage of Six Paths, the two brothers sealed Kaguya in the moon. The chakra of 10 tails was stripped out by Sage of Six Paths and sealed in his own body. As for the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Hamura, White Snake Sennin doesn't know much about it. Later, it was Sage of Six Paths who created the history of ninja sect. Sage of Six Paths divided his chakra, allowing civilians in the ninja world to also master chakra. His two sons, Indra and Ashura, also gradually grew up. The eldest son Indra is more talented and can learn everything easily. The current ninjutsu seal system in the ninja world was created by Indra in order to make it easier for ninjas to perform ninjutsu. In comparison, Ashura, the second son of Sage of Six Paths, is much inferior. But, in the view of Sage of Six Paths, the eldest son Indra values himself too much. The power of individuals, while the second son Ashura pays more attention to the interconnectedness between people. At last, after going through some tests, Sage of Six Paths handed over the ninja sect he founded to his second son, Ashura, instead of Indra, who had always been considered the successor of the ninja sect. Indra is very dissatisfied with this. A fight breaks out between the two brothers. Ashura used the celestial magic mastered by Sage of Six Paths and through the combined power of his partners to defeat Indra alone. The two of them inherited their respective ethnic groups, namely Senju and Uchiha. The battle between these two ninja clans also started from this point on. Sage of Six Paths, this old man, is a little biased, isn't he? Sasuke couldn't help but said. I won't talk about abolishing the elders and setting up the young. And he only passed down the celestial arts to Ashura. Are you being unreasonable? For Sage of Six Paths, Ashura's idea is more in line with his philosophy. He distributed chakra to the world in order to let the world understand each other and resolve disputes and wars. White Snake Immortal said slowly, Puff. Hear this. Sasuke burst out laughing. I want to resolve disputes through understanding between people. He couldn't even make his two sons understand each other. The fight between Indra and Ashura. The fight between Uchiha and Senju. Also, after the death of Sage of Six Paths, the ninja sect was divided, and the Sengoku era lasted for thousands of years. Both illustrate the errors of Sage of Six Paths. The underworld, the Pure Land. Sage of Six Paths looked a little gloomy. His two sons, Chakra, continued to reincarnate for thousands of years, fighting endlessly. Peace in the ninja world has never come. Uchiha Sasuke. This generation of Indra Chakra reincarnation, I don't know what you will think. Sage of Six Paths turned its attention to the golden screen with some expectations. Different people have different interests, and various disputes arise. Conflicts gradually intensify, and eventually force is resorted to. The war begins, causing a lot of destruction. In fact, Kaguya has already given the answer to this question. White Snake Sage, you said before that under the suppression of Kaguya's power, there once existed in this world a long-lasting peace. Sasuke slowly Sasuke-sama's idea is to use absolute power to suppress all disputes so that conflicts can be resolved without using force? Orochimaru thought for a moment and said. Sasuke nodded. Actually, this was also the case in the era of Sage of Six Paths. He was strong enough to suppress the dispute between the two sons for the time being. He will be gone later, and Indra. The conflict with Ashura is completely irreconcilable. As for what Sage of Six Paths said, mutual understanding between people. So ideal. If you don't have enough power to talk about mutual understanding, how can it be possible? How can a weak person let a strong person understand him? Kneel down and kowtow. Even if you kneel down and kowtow, people may not be willing to pay attention to you. And with enough power, it is possible to control the scale of the dispute. Let all conflicts be resolved through force rather than war. Front. White Snake Immortal nodded secretly. This idea is too Indra. It turned out to be correct. So, your idea should be like Indra. No, it should be like Kaguya, using absolute power to bring peace, right? White Snake Immortal asked. That's right. Sasuke nodded and responded. There are many things in Konaha village, the land of fire. And even the entire ninja world that I think should be changed. I will explore the mysteries of this ninja world, and then gain stronger power, and use this power to transform this ninja world. The underworld, the Pure Land. Sage of Six Paths looked a little dark. Uchiha Sasuke, he really inherited Indra's consistent ideas. No. It should be said that he is even more Indra than Indra. Kim Sasuke can be said to be the most extreme of the reincarnations of Indra Chakra in the past. Not just pursuing great power, and targeting Kaguya. What he pursues is absolute power. For this ninja world, Jin Sasuke also wants to transform it according to his will. Sigh. I hope the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra in that world can grow up as soon as possible. Sage of Six Paths couldn't help but sigh. The only thing that can stop the reincarnation of Indra Chakra is the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. Just like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama from the previous generation. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara, ha 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 ha. Kim Sasuke has a bad temper with me. As an Uchiha, that's how it should be. It's ridiculous to talk about understanding between people. The power of reality should be more real. Senju Hashirama. Why is this happening? Is there any conflict that we can't sit down and talk about? Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you still have this idea now. We should have wiped out several other countries directly from the beginning, and only one Konaha in the entire ninja world will be enough. Senju Tobirama. I agree with this. Moreover, even if you don't destroy other countries, at least you can't give them the tailed beasts. But brother, you actually wanted to give it away for free in the first place. I'm really convinced. Senju Hashirama. But, didn't everyone talk well at that time? Uchiha Madara. The trash from the other villages, do they dare to really fall out with you, Hashirama? Later, Hashirama, you were no longer around, and the trash like Senju Tobirama was not strong enough, so those people started fighting directly. Senju Tobirama. Where is his waist? In other words, it's just not as pervert as you two. Onoki. I can only say that it's fortunate that first Hokage is here. Otherwise, I would either be dead long ago, or I would be a member of Konaha. Fourth Raikage. As first Hokage that strong? Aren't our 4 ninja villages no match together? Onoki. Raikage, you are still too young. He had nothing to do with second Tsuchikage, and together, he was beaten by Uchiha Madara. And first Hokage has defeated Uchiha Madara several times. So, even if he hasn't really seen the first Hokage's strength, Inonoki can probably guess some of it. What Uchiha Madara said about annihilating other countries is no lie. Terumi may. But, in another world, if Jin Sasuke is Uchiha Madara, there seems to be no one else who can compare to first Hokage. Onoki. Uchiha Madara. That's right, and depending on Sasuke's intentions, he wants to transform not only Konaha village in the Land of Fire, but the entire ninja world. Hehe, I'm looking forward to what will happen to your villages now. Anyway, he's just showing off now. Project Tasuki no Mi, which he had been working on for decades, came to nothing. Let's take a look at what Sasuke is planning to do in another world. Nagato. Using absolute power to bring peace. This is consistent with our Akatsuki philosophy. Jiraiya. Nagato. Why do you think so now? Nagato. Mr. Jiraiya, your ideas are simply unrealistic in this cruel ninja world. Because he had no power and was too naive, that's why Yahiko died. Conan. But, we on the other side don't know anything about Uchiha Madara and their plans. Nagato. Everyone reacted, in this world. Little by little, they saw Jin Sasuke investigate the truth of history. We know about Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara's hidden conspiracy was discovered. Uchiha Obito's identity and experiences decrypted. Even Kim Sasuke even guessed the origin of Pain Renegon. However, in another world, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Nagato, they don't know anything yet. This is a bit embarrassing. Senju Tobirama. It seems that the other villages are not the only ones who will be unlucky. Uchiha Madara. Those who hide in the dark and conspire like you may also be unlucky. Uchiha Madara. Looking at the fun and watching, I found that I may also become a fun. I can't be happy anymore. Senju Hashirama. Anyway, I think Kim Sasuke's idea is at least peaceful, and he should be able to bring some good changes to that world. Everyone in the ninja world has different thoughts. Some are looking forward to it, some are worried, and some are anxious. Playback began to resume on the gold-framed screen. It's time to go back to Konaha. I am very grateful to the White Snake Immortal for telling these stories, this is very important to me. Sasuke thanked him seriously. This not only made him guess a lot of things, about Uchiha Madara and the leader of the Akatsuki organization. And, more importantly, the contents told by Immortal White Snake let Sasuke find the direction to continue to improve his strength in the future. 4 kinds of abilities inherited from Kaguya, Senjutsu, and the power of tailed beasts. These 3 are the direction in which Sasuke's strength will continue to improve in the future. You're welcome. Immortal White Snake wagged his tail. As long as you can stop Infinite Tsukuyomi's conspiracy, this is the best reward for me. If Infinite Tsukuyomi is really launched by some conspirator, the entire ninja world will suffer. You can't escape even its Ryuchi cave. I will. Sasuke nodded and said. Turns around and looks at Orochimaru. Sasuke thought for a moment, and Taguchi said. Orochimaru, your next research direction. One is to clone Mangekyo, and the other is to continue to improve that curse seal. I still need to find a way to study the power of the tailed beast, but this one can be put aside for the time being. The first two are more important. That's all for now. If you need to add any research directions in the future, I will tell you when the time comes. Clone Mangekyo. This involves Eternal Mangekyo and Renegon. This is the first important thing. As for the curse seal, Sasuke intends to use this to help Hinata and the others strengthen their experience. If this method can be used to improve their physique and talent, perhaps descendants with better talents will be born in the future. Orochimaru's face stiffened. Arrange so many things for him. Although he likes to do research, there are so many things, can he handle it? Sasuke-sama, research requires time and money. Orochimaru said politely. This kind of thing is not something you can force and he will get results. I will solve the money problem. As for time, I will try my best to spare time to study these things. Anyway, you must get results for me, Sasuke said with a cold face. These studies either involve the improvement of strength or the revitalization of Uchiha. They are all important. You can't just let Orochimaru study it slowly and freely. Must squeeze it more. I see. Orochimaru looks a little aggrieved. That. If you hit distinguished heavenly gods and have an extra boss, this is the disadvantage. From now on, I will not be able to do research freely. I have to do it according to the goals and requirements issued by Kim Sasuke, and I have to make a wish. Jugo and Yakushi Kabuto, stay in Ryuchi Cave and learn Senjutsu. Orochimaru returned with a bunch of research targets. Sasuke told him before he left that he would be assessed regularly and would not give him a chance to be lazy. As for Sasuke, then he went back with fragrant phosphorus. This trip has yielded a lot. Using the distinguished heavenly gods to control Orochimaru, it is considered that he has brought all Orochimaru's subordinates under his command. Acquired a complete sage body and obtained a dead bone pulse. Knowing the information about the Akatsuki organization. Mastered Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu and successfully superimposed it with Mount Myoboku's Senjutsu. I learned a lot about the history of the ninja world from the White Snake Sage. Through this I guessed a lot of historical secrets. Clear the direction of future strength improvement. But this requires research from Orochimaru. In order to support Orochimaru's research, a lot of money is needed. In this respect, it is also necessary to become a Hokage. After becoming Hokage, Konaha's money and resources can be mobilized to support Orochimaru's research. Tsunade. No. Kim Sasuke wants to be a Hokage, but he actually has this purpose. Orochimaru. There's another benefit. With Konaha's money and resources, my research progress will be greatly accelerated. It seems that even though I have been hit by the distinguished heavenly gods, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Jiraiya. He hasn't even become a Hokage yet, but he's already thinking about how to waste Konaha's money. Senju Tobirama. How can this be considered a waste? Konaha will benefit from the results of research. Uchiha Madara. Oh. Senju Tobirama. What do you mean? Do you approve of Kim Sasuke being the Hokage? Senju Tobirama. This is not something I approve of or not. He wants to do Hokage, and no one can stop him. Tsunade. Second grandpa, isn't there still me? According to the original world line, I should be the one who becomes the 5th Hokage. Senju Tobirama. Suna, stop dreaming. Uchiha Sasuke has the ability to flip the table at any time, can you do that? Tsunade. Jiraiya. But, becoming a Hokage is not just about strength, right? You have to be recognized by the Jonin. Hitaki Kakashi. This, I think Kim Sasuke should be able to do it. What makes him great is not just his talent and strength. For a while, everyone recalls what happened to Kim Sasuke. After hiding in disguise for 5 years, he finally devised a large number of careful plans to complete his revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. There are many more examples besides these. Hitaki Kakashi, Yuhi Hong, Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito and others were once led by Sasuke and were teased without realizing it. Orochimaru. Haha, for Kim Sasuke, becoming a Hokage is just a matter of whether he wants to or not whether he can do it or not. Gold-framed screen, playing, outside Konaha village. 4 people and 1 pig, come towards the gate of Konaha. They are Tsunade and Shizune holding the dolphin. Also Jiraiya and Naruto. Before, Jiraiya takes Naruto out to relax. Looking for Tsunade by the way, hoping that Tsunade can come back and inherit 5th Hokage. However, now that we have finally found Tsunade, Tsunade is not very willing to become a Hokage. Jiraiya is also very familiar with Tsunade's experience. Now I can barely bring Tsunade back to Konaha. As for the Hokage matter, I can only take the trouble to persuade him. I'm so annoyed, Jiraiya, are you done yet? Tsunade said very impatiently. She has been persuaded to return to Konaha, can't Jiraiya just stop and say something? Tsunade, the current situation, if you don't do Hokage, it will be Uchiha Sasuke who does Hokage. Jiraiya said helplessly. If he wants to do it, let him do it, it's none of my business. Tsunade rolls his eyes. No, Jiraiya immediately retorted. Uchiha Sasuke was told the truth about Uchiha's genocide by Orochimaru, and after that he was full of revenge. He is not suitable to be Hokage now. He can see this from Sasuke's attitude towards the Sarutobi clan. How can a person who is addicted to revenge be a Hokage? Revenge? Ha! I want revenge too. Those two old guys actually did so many bastard things. Tsunade couldn't help but rub his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Speaking of it, if Uchiha Sasuke hadn't tried Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others in public. She still doesn't know that the Senju clan has withered so much, and those two bastards have actually done so much. Even her brother Nawaki was plotted to death by Danzo. Well, Jiraiya sighs. After learning what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, he is also very disappointed with his teacher. But the Hokage's burden still has to be shouldered by someone. Konaha is now in a mess due to the old man and the others. Tsunade, you are the most suitable person to become the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya said very seriously. Tsunade was speechless. So, you brought me back to clean up the mess? No. Why do you say that? Jiraiya scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Whizzing. With the sound of breaking wind. 2 Anbu flash out. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, you two have finally returned. All the Jonin in the village are waiting for you. Tsunade-sama's original residence was destroyed during the Nine Tails Rebellion. We have arranged a new residence for Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama, you can go and have a rest first. A Jonin meeting will be held in a few days to select the 5th Hokage. Anbu, wearing a mask, said respectfully. Tsunade looked at the 2 Anbu, stunned, and then asked. There is no Hokage in the village now. Who gave you the order? This is an order from our squad leader. Anbu in a cat face mask hesitated for a moment and said. Ah, Tsunade chuckles. Captain Anbu. Could it be that Uchiha Sasuke who gave the order behind this? Has this guy already taken control of Anbu? It seems that he came with bad intentions. Tsunade said with some emotion. It has been more than 10 years since she left Konaha after the Third Ninja War. Even the previous residence in the village is gone. Tsunade-sama. That, maybe, we are the ones here. Shizune on the side said softly. She has been following Tsunade and has been wandering around the ninja world for more than 10 years. I have almost forgotten what Konaha village looks like. Tsunade glared at Shizune angrily. Tsunade-sama, do you want us to take you to your new residence next? Anbu asked respectfully. No need. Tsunade waved his hand. Go directly to summon Jonin for a meeting. Haven't you been waiting for a long time? Hey, Tsunade, isn't this kind of bad for you? How about we talk about it in a few days? Jiraiya tried to dissuade him. At least I have to contact my old acquaintances. Need not. Tsunade stepped directly into Konaha village. I'm not very interested in this Hokage position anyway. But don't even think about suppressing Uchiha Sasuke like this. Is Tsunade scared of her? She wants to see what Uchiha Sasuke plans to do next. In the chat room. Tsunade. Kim Sasuke, do you want to give me a showdown? Ah. What a joke. She has never experienced any battles. How could I be fooled like this? Orochimaru. At least, this shows that Jin Sasuke should have controlled Anbu. Tsunade, you should pray that you in the other world know the current situation, otherwise, Wei Neng will be humiliated. Uzumaki Kushina. I guess not. Kim Sasuke doesn't care about Tsunade-san's body and wants Tsunade-san to give him a child. Then he shouldn't go too far. Tsunade. Hateful. Do you all underestimate her so much? Senju Hashirama. Speaking of which, Suna in another world, you didn't intend to become the Hokage at all. But, I remember that in the original future of our world that I saw before, Suna, didn't you become the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya. According to the original future, I would meet Orochimaru in the process of retrieving Tsunade, and that boy Naruto reminded Tsunade of Nawaki. After all kinds of things happened, the Tsunade group chose to be Hokage of Orochimaru. Tsunade in the parallel world has not experienced this. It can be said that she was completely dragged back by Jiraiya. Then Tsunade naturally still has her original idea and does not intend to be a Hokage. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing, Hokage building. The Jonin of Konaha have almost finished gathering. Selecting the 5th Hokage requires voting by the Jonin. At least in theory, this process needs to be followed. This time, there are 2 candidates for 5th Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade. The 2 candidates met for the first time in the Hokage building. Not far apart, looking at each other, so young. Tsunade sighed secretly in his heart. Namikaze Minato was already in her 20s when she became the 4th Hokage. And Uchiha Sasuke seems to be less than 13 years old, right? But some people cannot be measured by their age. Since he successfully completed his revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, his ability has been demonstrated. Young, strong, and good-looking. Chakra also has a familiar feeling, which is strange. Tsunade frowned secretly. Opposite. Sasuke is also looking at Tsunade. First impression. The visual impact is very strong. Then, looking at the face and skin, it is impossible to tell Tsunade's actual age. 100 healings mark. Has the effect of storing chakra and rejuvenating beauty. Sasuke recalled the ninjutsu he saw on sealing techniques some time ago. Well, at least from the appearance point of view, I am not at a disadvantage. Bloodline talent, body shape, appearance. These factors combined are enough for Sasuke to ignore the age gap. Tsunade is indeed an excellent candidate to help Uchiha pass on his bloodline. And Senju's bloodline also needs help to pass on. Hello, Princess Tsunade. First time meeting me, I am Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke shakes Tsunade's hand politely. Hello. Tsunade is a little confused. She is a little emotionally incoherent. Originally, I thought it was Uchiha Sasuke who was going to give her a showdown. She was still aggressive and wanted to see what kind of battle would greet her next. In the end, why? Uchiha Sasuke seems to be quite polite. Ahem. Next we are competing for 5th Hokage. Don't think that I will let you go if you are too polite. Tsunade coughed lightly and said with a serious look. Although she actually doesn't want to be the 5th Hokage. But at least I can't say it now. And if Uchiha Sasuke cannot satisfy her, she will still compete for the position of 5th Hokage no matter how unwilling she is. After all, this is the village her grandfather and the others built. This is natural. Sasuke nodded. Looking at Jiraiya aside, Sasuke said seriously. Speaking of which, Jiraiya, you brought Tsunade back to Konaha. Just to save myself trouble. If Jiraiya hadn't brought Tsunade back, Sasuke would have had to search for Tsunade throughout the ninja world. Jiraiya is a little confused. Didn't he find a rival for Uchiha Sasuke? Why does the other party seem to be grateful to him? In the chat room. Terumi Mei, PFFT. Sasuke has already been eyeing Tsunade for the first time. Jiraiya brought Tsunade back to Konaha. Is this a door-to-door delivery? Jiraiya. I obviously want to take Tsunade back to take over as 5th Hokage. Orochimaru. No matter what your intentions are, you did a favor to Jin Sasuke. He just targeted Tsunade and you brought Tsunade back. Don't be too considerate. How can he say that so badly, in a huge meeting room? Most of the Jonin in Konaha have gathered here. Directly in front of the conference room, on the stage. Sasuke and Tsunade are sitting facing the Jonin. Nara Shikaku, the Jonin class monitor, stood aside and began to read out the procedures for the upcoming Hokage selection meeting. Sasuke interrupted directly. Don't make it so troublesome. Originally, I planned to do Hokage directly, but then I thought about it, I still have to give you some face. Although you guys are not good enough in terms of strength, IQ, or talent. But after I become Hokage, I still plan to do some things, and I will need you when the time comes, so you are still of some value to me. But I have the final say on the process of running for Hokage. If any of you have any objections, keep them in your heart. Finished one sentence. A group of Jonin below, their expressions all changed. My heart feels aggrieved. But no one really raised any objections. Tsunade looks blank. Is Uchiha Sasuke so arrogant? No. Everyone here is Jonin, why don't you react? In this regard, Jiraiya is no stranger to it. Uchiha Sasuke has already proven himself in the previous Konaha trial conference. Mangekyo Sharingan really has the ability to control tailed beasts. So, even if everyone here is Jonin, no one acted rashly. As for being mocked by Sasuke for IQ, I have been ridiculed many times before, and I am used to it. Very well, it seems that everyone has no opinion. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction and continued. Then, the next process will go according to my idea. In the chat room. Tsunade. What the hell? Hokage election meeting, can you still be so messy? Uchiha Madara. Hey. Jin Sasuke is enough to save face. If you want to replace me, just beat everyone up and announce that I will be Hokage from now on. Senju Hashirama. Moda, you are too rough to do this. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Sasuke's meeting posture is really similar to Uchiha Madara. Then, the first item, as a Hokage, the first thing you need is real action. Sasuke said, looking at Tsunade, looking up and down. What do you want to do? Tsunade felt like he was being stared at all over. I won't talk about my own power as a member of the Uchiha clan. As for your strength Tsunade, the sage body, strange power, and medical ninjutsu of the Senju clan, that should be the main ones, right? Sasuke looked at Tsunade and said, that's about it. Tsunade nodded. In addition to these, she also masters Baihao technique and summoning Katsuyu. Then there's nothing more to say. Sasuke stood up directly, walked towards Tsunade, and handed a scroll in his hand. Tsunade is confused. I once learned about the principles of strange power from Mr. Kakashi, and then tried to develop my own strange power. I looked at the strange power you recorded in the Book of Sealings before, and found that my version is better. Also, if you talk about Senju Sage Body's Yang release. Sasuke reaches out and pats Tsunade on the shoulder. A Yang escape chakra penetrates into Tsunade's body. This? Tsunade's expression changes. The quality of this Yang escape chakra is much higher than her own. I'm afraid she can't compare even if she activates Baihao technique. What's the situation? Uchiha Sasuke, isn't he from the Uchiha clan? Why does he have such a strong Yang escape? You should have experienced this aspect of Yang done. As for the strange strength, we can compete now. Arm wrestling should be enough. Sasuke said, stretching out an arm. No. There is a hint of frustration in Tsunade's voice. She just briefly looked at the contents of the scroll and gained a lot. It is indeed much better than her strange version. What the hell? Is Uchiha Sasuke a human? At his age, he has actually developed more strange powers than hers on his own? Now, Tsunade has some understanding of Sasuke's genius. This is definitely a genius that surpasses 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. So, Tsunade, the strength you have, but what I don't have, is basically medical ninjutsu. Sasuke sat back in his seat and said, needless to say, I am no match for you in terms of strength. Tsunade said frankly, medical ninjutsu can also be converted into a certain amount of combat effectiveness. But that little bit of combat power is probably not enough in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke nodded, looked at the Konaha Jonin below, and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. On the other hand, I can control tailed beasts with Mangekyo Sharingan. You have all seen this before. Also, the 9 tails chakra in Naruto's body was going berserk before, but I also controlled it. If in the future if there is a second 9 tails rebellion, I can put it down by myself. Below. All the Konaha Jonin nodded silently. This is definitely good for Konaha. A Hokage who can control 9 tails. There will be no such thing as the 9 tails rebellion in the future. So, even if Uchiha Sasuke's style of doing things is a bit rude, but it's still bearable. Ahem. In this case, the first item should be over, right? Uchiha Sasuke wins. Nara Luju on the side said aloud, in the chat room. Jiraiya. In terms of strength, Tsunade is basically not very competitive. Tsunade. That's not bad, at least she's decent. If Kim Sasuke wanted to show off his strength, he could have just dragged her into a fight. In that case, she would probably lose face in public. Namikaze Minato. At least in terms of being able to control 9 tails, it's quite a feat for Kim Sasuke to become the Hokage. Not only is it good for Konoha, Sasuke can control 9 tails and help his son Uzumaki Naruto. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. The next item, what will I do after taking over as Hokage? Let me briefly talk about my philosophy first. Sasuke briefly stated some of his thoughts. There are many things he wants to change about Konoha. But there are too many things, so we can only do it bit by bit. But one of the core ideas is to focus on bloodline talent with one hand and scientific research with the other. These two are the most important. Bloodline talent means innate strength. Scientific research means the possibility of tomorrow. People with excellent bloodline will have a higher upper limit of strength in the future. Therefore, I will provide protection for the interests of the ninja clan. On the other hand, I will support innovations in various aspects, whether they can make more money, improve the strength of ninjas, or facilitate the lives of ninjas or civilians. These methods. I will provide support for all the above technologies. Sasuke said as briefly as possible. Wait, I have a problem. Jiraiya asked aloud. If we protect the interests of the ninja clan, what about civilian ninjas? The major ninja clans have their own industries, their own ninjutsu secrets and even bloodline inheritance. As for civilian ninjas, it is all difficult in terms of practice. This depends on talent. Sasuke said indifferently, this ninja world is a ninja world that pays attention to blood and talent. If they have excellent talents, then when they encounter the village will help solve any difficulties encountered. But if your talent isn't enough, then just settle down and be an ordinary ninja or civilian. Below. Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. Isn't this lineage argument too naked? But Jonin, the major ninja clan present here, welcomes this very much. Because of the good things done by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, now, Uchiha, Senju and Uzumaki, there are not many ninjas left. However, regarding the Senju family, I had someone check it before, and sorted out the current list of Senju descendants in the village. Tsunade, I leave this to you. My suggestion is to let them restore the surname Senju. Senju Tobirama, that old Senju ghost who is born evil, his idea is so ridiculous, he actually killed the Senju clan. Scattered and dispersed into the village. The decline of the Senju clan is not only due to the tricks of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, but also the gradual dilution of the bloodline due to Senju Tobirama's stupid policies. As Sasuke said, he threw the third order document to Tsunade. That is the list of remaining Senju descendants. Tsunade took the list and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. She is very grateful for this. The born evil Senju old ghost. What kind of ghost is this called? Why does Uchiha Sasuke call him second grandpa like that? In this matter, on behalf of the Senju clan, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Tsunade held the list and thanked her very sincerely. Everything in the world is so unpredictable. In the end, it was Uchiha who helped the remaining Senju people. From today on, maybe I should call you Senju Tsunade. Sasuke said with a smile. The surname Senju will be restored. But the battle between Senju and Uchiha will never happen again. Both houses are almost empty. Let's think about the matter of inheriting the bloodline first. In the chat room. Senju Tobirama. Damn it. This guy Uchiha Sasuke. In front of little Tsunade and so many Konaha shinobi. He actually still calls him the Senju old ghost who is born evil. He doesn't give any face to his ancestor Hokage. Tsunade. Gather the descendants of Senju and restore the surname of Senju. In this world, it is necessary for me to do this. As a descendant of the first Hokage, she has an obligation to take care of the remaining Senju people. Uchiha Madara. Kim Sasuke is right. Senju Tobirama's policy is indeed stupid. It is precisely because he disbanded the Senju clan and lost the protection of the ninja clan. The Senju clan was easily attacked by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Senju Tobirama. He really couldn't refute this. He regrets it himself. Uchiha Fugaku. But Uchiha didn't disband, but we were still attacked by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Uchiha Madara. That's because you're stupid. Because you're useless. It's ridiculous that such a big Uchiha clan can be exterminated. Uchiha Fugaku. Jiraiya. You can't say that second Hokage's policies are completely wrong, right? It may be that the average quality of Konaha shinobi is higher than that of other villages just because the Senju clan has integrated into the village. Orochimaru. Ha. Average quality, Jiraiya, is this word too ridiculous? The so-called higher average quality of ninjas just means that the quality of Konaha's cannon fodder is higher than that of other villages. Uchiha Madara. If the Senju clan had not been disbanded, even if it would be difficult to produce another Hashirama, it would be possible to produce one or two Senju Tobirama and Tsunade in each generation, right? Senju Tobirama. Tsunade. What do you mean they are such a thing? It's so ugly to speak. Hyuga Hiyashi. Intermarriage within the ninja clan to keep the blood pure is a practice of almost all ninja clans that have been passed down for a long time. Nara Shikaku. Furthermore, generally speaking, only excellent bloodlines will be selected for external marriages, so as to ensure the talent and quality of the next generation. The heads of the major ninja clans all agreed. They all agree with Jin Sasuke's ideas. This ninja world is a ninja world that pays attention to bloodline and talent. Intermarriage between excellent bloodlines is more likely to give birth to excellent offspring. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Whether it is a ninja of the ninja clan or a civilian ninja, If you want to get something, you must first show his value. Either excellent blood talent, or research and innovation ability in some aspects, or other aspects any specialty or talent is acceptable. If you can't show value in any aspect, then be honest and don't be too greedy. Isn't it better to be an ordinary person? Sasuke shook his head and said, in this ninja world that pays attention to bloodline and talent, the gap between people may even be greater than the gap between people and dogs. Under this premise, it is ridiculous to treat everyone equally. Below, the Konaha Jonin are talking quietly. Actually, they don't have any objections to Sasuke's ideas. They are all Jonin after all. Those who can reach this level have talents that are at least far beyond ordinary people. We can even say, Sasuke's philosophy is in line with their interests. I'm done. Now, Tsunade, it's your turn to talk about your philosophy. Sasuke stretched out his hand towards Tsunade, making a gesture of invitation. Tsunade is a little embarrassed. What did she say? She didn't want to do this Hokage at all. As for the concept, she has never thought about it before. Sasuke chuckled, took out another stack of documents, and said, I heard, Tsunade, you once wanted to train a large number of medical ninjas in Konaha. However, because Konaha was at war at the time and the village had insufficient funds, your idea could not be fully realized. Tsunade doesn't know why. Took the document and looked through it. This is. Tsunade's expression suddenly changed. About Konaha Hospital's renovation and expansion plan. Tsunade briefly looked through it. Above, it was mentioned that the scale of medical ninjas at Konaha Hospital should be expanded. We also need to organize a group of elite medical ninjas to promote the research and development of medical ninjutsu. There are also reform opinions on Konaha Hospital's system and other aspects. This. Tsunade is a little incoherent. This plan. More content than her thoughts back then. The position of director of Konaha Hospital, as well as the task of leading the research and development of medical ninjutsu, these positions are reserved for you. Those old guys like Sarutobi Hiruzen only know how to keep their own power and harm the public and private interests, causing Konaha not only to stagnate, but also to continue to retreat. Tsunade, you are a descendant of first Hokage. You don't want the village founded by first Hokage to become worse and worse, right? Sasuke said with a chuckle. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said, these are indeed what I want to do, but whether it is training medical ninjas or promoting the development of medical ninjutsu, this is we need big stars money. At the beginning, her idea was shelved largely for this reason. The money problem will be solved by me, the Hokage. Sasuke said without hesitation. Promoting research on medical ninjutsu and expanding the scale of medical ninjas is a very valuable thing. Medical ninjas can't only join a 3-person ninja combat team. Even, it should be said, joining the medical ninja in the combat team is such a waste of talent utilization. How difficult is it to train a medical ninja? To lose your life in a meaningless battle is a huge loss. In Sasuke's mind, medical ninjas who can save lives and heal the wounded are much more valuable than ninjas who can only fight and kill. After all, medical ninjas are not like the latter, who can only make money by being hired to complete tasks. In the chat room, Tsunade. Hey. I found that I actually agree with Jin Sasuke's philosophy. I couldn't agree more with his views on medical ninjas. Orochimaru. Haha, that's right, only smart people can understand the value of people like us. Jiraiya. No, why do you two agree so much with Kim Sasuke's philosophy? Even Tsunade rebelled. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, don't you understand? For Jin Sasuke, I can study new ninjutsu and conduct various research. Tsunade can also train medical ninja and promote the research of medical ninjutsu. And Jiraiya, you what? The sage mode you have mastered can only be used for fighting, right? Asked. 1. It hurts my heart. On the gold-framed screen, the video continues to play. If the money problem can be solved, I will accept this plan. Tsunade's excitement is palpable. She originally left because she suffered successive blows and was disappointed with Konaha. But now, the cancer that stained Konaha has been eliminated. Tsunade still wants to come back and do something. Especially, this is what she originally wanted to do. For a while, Tsunade looks more and more pleased with Sasuke. Etc. Tsunade looked at the document in his hand and suddenly realized something was wrong. Uchiha Sasuke, when did he prepare this document? Has he prepared it in advance? What does that mean? Correct. He said that just now, the Hokage will solve the money problem. This guy. Sure enough, he has already regarded the Hokage position as his own. Not only that, and she has already arranged a position for her. You bastard, plot against me, Tsunade said slightly dissatisfied. Is that so? then I can only leave this plan to others. Sasuke said, making a show of taking back the document. This is unnecessary. Tsunade immediately put the plan behind him. Then, Tsunade reacted immediately. She was tricked again. Hateful. Forget it. Anyway, the things Uchiha Sasuke arranged for her were in line with her wishes. Speaking of which, I should also thank him. I accept this plan. I will trouble you about the money. Tsunade's tone of voice became much kinder. Little things. Sasuke waved his hand and smiled secretly. Speaking of it, the position assigned to Tsunade was Orochimaru's suggestion. According to Orochimaru, this should be something Tsunade has always wanted to do. And if Sasuke does this, he should be able to win Tsunade's favor. Tell me more. Expand the scale of Konaha Hospital and promote the development of medical ninjutsu. This is part of Sasuke's plan to transform Konaha. As for this task, it is very appropriate to hand it over to Tsunade. It's just right now. Successfully dispatch this task to Tsunade. Also, maybe Tsunade is still thanking herself from the bottom of her heart, thanking herself for helping her realize her dream. In the chat room, Tsunade, it was like pouring a basin of cold water on her head. She just thought Kim Sasuke was actually pretty good. Did not expect. This brat is actually plotting against her. Terumi Mei. It means that Jin Sasuke originally wanted Tsunade to work for him and promote the development of medical ninjutsu. Then he successfully asked Tsunade to take over the task, and Tsunade was still grateful in his heart. Well, no wonder. It was always like this before. I don't know what number it is, but it's all played by Jin Sasuke in the palm of his hand anyway. Yuhihong. Master Tsunade, I can understand your feelings very well now. Hitaki Kakashi. This is the power of Kim Sasuke. Let others work for him, and others have to thank him. Tsunade. At least, on the surface, it's a good thing for me over there, right? My ideal can be realized. Orochimaru. Well, that's right, and Kim Sasuke managed to gain your initial favor. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Holy crap. Orochimaru. Jin Sasuke arranged this task for Tsunade, and it was after your suggestion over there. You bastard. You actually helped an outsider conquer Tsunade. You didn't even help me. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you have to be conscientious when you speak. That time you encouraged me to disguise myself and attack Tsunade, asking you to be a hero to save the beauty. As a result, I was almost beaten to death by Tsunade. Did you forget? Jiraiya. When did this happen? Orochimaru. So, it's not that I didn't help you. Who do you blame for not living up to your expectations? Jiraiya. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Tsunade flips through the plan book, thinking about what needs to be improved. Aside. Naruto is a little confused. Master Tsunade, do you want to continue participating in the Hokage campaign? How do you see Tsunade's appearance? I have completely lost interest in 5th Hokage's seat. Hokage? Oh, I almost forgot. Tsunade reacted for a while before recalling where he was. I was fascinated by the plan. Forget it, I quit, I'm not interested in the position of Hokage. Tsunade waved his hand and said, who wants to be a Hokage? Don't talk about a lot of things. When you become a Hokage, you still need to pay attention to your image, and you can't gamble to your heart's content. It's better to use her medical ninjutsu. This is her real interest. Nara Shikaku is speechless. He never expected such a result. I thought there would be a period of time between Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade. Result. Uchiha Sasuke arranged a position for Tsunade, but Tsunade resigned obediently. This method is really powerful. In particular, even if Tsunade finds out that this is a calculation, he may be willing to take the bait. This is completely a trap set according to Tsunade's ideas. So, this Hokage campaign meeting is almost over, right? Sasuke looked at the Konaha Jonin below. Or, maybe we should also hold a vote for another category. If there is anyone who wants to be the 5th Hokage, please raise your hand. There was silence. No one makes any move. No one is a fool. Who can't hear the threat behind these words? Moreover, another Hokage candidate, Tsunade, has now withdrawn. Grave. Even if some Konaha Jonin actually prefer Tsunade in their hearts, they have no choice at this moment. Well, that's good. It seems like everyone still supports me. In this case, then, from today on, I am the 5th Hokage of Konaha. Sasuke said with a kind smile, in the chat room. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Sasuke, let him become a Hokage. Even though he had already thought of this possibility. But now I'm really seeing the results. He still felt heartbroken. An Uchiha became a Hokage, and he's an evil Uchiha imp that he hates. Senju Hashirama. I'm really looking forward to the future in another world. I don't know what that boy is going to do. I hope it's not too extreme. Namikaze Minato. In our original future, the 5th Hokage was Lord Tsunade, and the 5th Hokage in another world became Jin Sasuke. The futures of the two worlds should be very different. Hitaki Kakashi. Originally, Sasuke's change had a limited impact, but now he has become the 5th Hokage. It is conceivable that the entire Konoha and even the entire ninja world will undergo considerable changes in the future. Onoki. I still hope that Sarutobi will do Hokage. No matter what, Tsunade can be 5th Hokage. Tsunade. Tsuchikage, what do you mean? She was actually underestimated. 4th Raikage. Compared with Tsunade, Kim Sasuke is stronger and has a more domineering personality. For us, of course, we would rather Tsunade become Hokage. Terumi Mei. If Kim Sasuke becomes the Hokage, it can be compared to this, if Uchiha Madara becomes the first Hokage of Konoha. It's unimaginable. Uchiha Madara, huh? If I had made Hokage, would there still be villages like you now? The people in the other 4 villages were silent. Can imagine. In another world, the future may be what Uchiha Madara said. Senju Tobirama. From this aspect, it's pretty good for Konoha. It was barely a relief. If Sasuke's strength continues to grow, he should be able to reach the level of his elder brother and Uchiha Madara in the future. There should be no such thing as a great ninja war when Kim Sasuke is alive. The 5th Hokage campaign meeting ends, in case of Tsunade's withdrawal. The Jonin are acting very well behaved. It was unanimously agreed that Sasuke would become the 5th Hokage. Next. News about 5th Hokage will be announced at all times. 3 days later, 5th Hokage's succession ceremony. A joyful atmosphere. In fact, most people are not familiar with Sasuke. Before this, most people's knowledge of Sasuke was that there was an orphan named Uchiha, but they didn't even know the name. It was still after the Konoha collapse plan before Sasuke's name became more widely known. It is said that the new Hokage is less than 13 years old, so young. Are you so young? The 4th generation was very young when he became a Hokage. I didn't expect that the 5th Hokage was even younger. But I heard that the new Hokage is very powerful. That bitch Sarutobi Hiruzen, and that guy named called Dan or something, were caught by him with his own hands. Good job. Just deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen at him, and I will recognize this new Hokage. The people of Konoha village, as well as ordinary ninjas, were talking a lot. Out of anger towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sasuke actually has a certain degree of recognition now. Hokage building. Rooftop. Follow the Hokage succession process. Sasuke will be here later, announcing himself as the 5th Hokage and making a declaration of succession. Time is a little tight, but the Hokage robe and Hokage hat are still out. Tsunade held this Hokage exclusive costume in his hand and handed it to Sasuke. This is the village protected by my 2 ancestors. I hope you can make this 5th Hokage a good job. Ah. Sasuke sneered. First Hokage is okay, but that guy Senju Tobirama. Let's forget it. Tsunade is a little confused. What is the conflict between Sasuke and her second grandfather? Aside. Naruto looks at the Hokage hat and Hokage god robe in Sasuke's hands. I'm so jealous, hateful. Obviously he has always wanted to be a Hokage. But it turns out that Sasuke became a Hokage before him. Damn it. Sasuke, you took the lead, but the seat of the 6th Hokage must be mine. Naruto said very unwillingly. Oh, is it so? Sasuke's expression was a little playful. But, Naruto, we are the same age. If I don't resign, Naruto, if you want to become the next Hokage, you'll have to endure it. Naruto's expression suddenly froze. Yes. He didn't think of this before. What if Sasuke, the 5th Hokage, keeps doing this until he is 60 or 70 years old? When the time comes, will I still have a chance to become the 6th Hokage? Damn. Naruto looked aggrieved. You can just be a Hokage for a few years. Wait 10 years, no, 5 years. I will definitely be able to do it in 5 years. Take your place as Hokage. Tisk. Sasuke shakes his head. Looking at the Hokage hat in his hand, he felt a little disgusted. This old bamboo hat doesn't feel very good when worn. Forget it. No more. This Hokage hat is given to you, Naruto. Use this to enjoy yourself. You may never have the chance to become a Hokage in this life. Sasuke threw the Hokage hat directly to Naruto. Naruto's expression is very aggrieved. This Hokage hat was given to him as a charity by Sasuke. He wanted to throw it away directly, saying that he didn't care about it. This is Hokage's hat. Although Naruto now knows the true identity of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But His dream of becoming a Hokage has remained unchanged since childhood. Especially after Naruto knew that his father was the fourth Hokage, this desire became even stronger. Naruto looked at the Hokage hat in his hand. He didn't want it, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. This Hokage god robe is pretty good. Sasuke looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. The whole body is white, with the words, 5th Hokage, embroidered on it, and the hem is a fiery red pattern. Saw. The royal robe is draped over him. So cool. Naruto's eyes are almost red with envy. Hiss. Tsunade felt that he was amazed. Uchiha Sasuke's appearance, paired with the Hokage god robe, is really handsome. If she were still young, she might be moved. In the chat room. Tsunade. Huh. It's okay, it's okay. He breathed a sigh of relief. How could I be f***ked by a boy with such a big age difference? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Terumi Mei. So handsome. Kim Sasuke is already very handsome, and when he wears the Hokage robe, it doesn't work. I can't help but fall in love with him. Kurenai Yuhi. I suddenly feel envious of me over there. Kim Sasuke just has a little more girlfriends, but in other aspects he is perfect. Sarutobi Asuma. Damn. I'm so pissed off. Watching the enemy who killed him become the Hokage he failed to become. I have been pursuing the goddess my whole life, and yet I am attracted to my enemy. And himself. But I can only watch dryly in the underworld, unable to do anything. It's so frustrating. People gradually gathered downstairs at Hokage. Most people are looking forward to the new Hokage. However, Sasuke is feeling a little strange now. Naruto, regarding the villagers who bullied you, their attitude should have changed now. What do you think now? Sasuke suddenly asked Naruto. Huh? I suddenly asked this. Naruto's mood suddenly dropped. He has thought about this issue a lot recently. I also asked Pervy Sage for advice many times. I don't want them to recognize me because of my father. I hope to be recognized by everyone on my own. Naruto clenched his fist and said firmly. This is the answer he came up with. Sasuke couldn't help but frown. For those who have bullied you, do you still want to get their approval? Is there something wrong with Naruto? You can't say that. Those people were also misled by the old man. Jiraiya defended. Besides, you are about to become a Hokage. As a Hokage, you have the responsibility to protect all villagers. Although he originally wanted Tsunade to become a Hokage. But Tsunade didn't mean that. Now that Uchiha Sasuke has become a Hokage, Jiraiya still hopes that the other party can become a qualified Hokage. Guard. Ha. Sasuke sneers and shakes his head. I want to be a Hokage, not to protect those garbage. Jiraiya frowns. There are still some problems with Uchiha Sasuke's character. Hokage's succession ceremony begins. From now on, I am the 5th Hokage of Konaha. Sasuke was wearing a Hokage robe and announced to the crowd below in a calm voice. A burst of cheers rang out. Good. Is this the new Hokage? He is indeed so young. 5th generation, you are so handsome. After a moment, the voice gradually subsides. Next, it should be the time when the new Hokage makes a declaration. Sasuke looked down at the crowd below, his eyes indifferent, and slowly said. Some time ago, I was struggling with whether I should become a Hokage or not. Later I figured it out. I still want to be a Hokage. Specifically, there are probably several reasons. On the one hand, although I have completed my revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, I will probably still live in Muto in the future. In this case, I don't want to have a 5th Hokage above my head, dictating to me. So, this Hokage seat should be taken by me. On the other hand, it's because I'm very dissatisfied with the current Konaha. Dissatisfied in all aspects, including Konaha's people and Konaha's system. So, since I still want to live in Konaha, then I will transform Konaha according to my ideas. It just so happens that I still have a lot of things to do, and those things will also require the power of Konaha. This is why I want to be a Hokage. What you may want to hear is that when I become Hokage, I will protect all the villagers. Ha! This may disappoint you. On site. A total silence. Whether it's the villagers or ninjas below. It's still Jiraiya, Tsunade and others on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Everyone was stunned. No. What are you doing? Hokage's succession declaration. How can you say that? Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, this is too outrageous. Jiraiya reminded in a low voice. Sasuke glanced at Jiraiya indifferently and ignored him. Turned. Facing the crowd below, he continued. You want me to use my own power to protect you, but unfortunately, you are not worthy of. The son of the 4th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox you know well. I'm very familiar with this guy, and I'm a teammate with him. So, I know a lot about his growth experience. Being treated coldly, being bullied by some uneducated children, being pointed at by adults. Some stores even deliberately sell Naruto expired food. Don't tell me, this is all because of Sarutobi Hiruzen who spread rumors about demon foxes. Don't blame all the things you have done on a dead man. Also, we are worried about our Uchiha clan. You were the ones who were led to be hostile to us Uchiha, and even earlier, were manipulated to frame Konoha's White Fang by manipulating public opinion. You guys are worthy of me to protect you? Even, it should be said that I did not destroy Konaha and let you follow Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is already very kind. Wow. These words come out. The crowd below almost exploded. Everyone can't think of it. Sasuke, the new Hokage successor, not only did not make any declaration to protect the villagers, he even said such terrible things as destroying Konoha. Many people are beginning to feel dissatisfied. Some commotion begins below. Boom. Give me peace. Accompanied by Sasuke's cold voice. Purple chakra, like blazing flames, surrounds Sasuke. Susanoo, which is tens of meters high, stands on top of the Hokage tower. Huge golden eyes, looking down at the crowd below. The terrifying pressure from Susanoo, the power of God, covers the entire audience. Almost the moment Susanoo appeared, it's quiet down below. Sasuke crossed his arms, Susanoo continued to stare at the crowd below. There was silence for a long time. No one dared to speak anymore. Even Jiraiya on the rooftop of the Hokage building shut up. I'm afraid that if I say something, I'll irritate Sasuke and make him go on a killing spree. After the formation, Sasuke then spoke slowly and continued. I just said that I have a lot of dissatisfaction with the people and system of Konoha. Therefore, I will transform Konoha according to my ideas. I will establish a new system, and I will abide by the system I established. For future wars, I will use my power to solve them and establish order. As for you, if you want to live in Konoha in the future, you must abide by the rules I set. If you want to live a better life, want to become stronger, want to learn ninjutsu, want to gain status, then show your value. For those who do not follow the rules, I will expel them from Konoha. For example, those people who once deliberately sold expired food to Naruto, you can think about it. If you have done this kind of thing, then you can open it when you go back. I started to pack my things and get ready to leave. I'm done. This is my rule. If anyone is not convinced, please ask my Susanoo first. Finished. In the hands of Sasuke's Susanoo, chakra materializes into the shape of a bow and arrow. Bend the bow, knock the arrow. The direction of the arrow slowly shifted from the crowd below to the Hokage rock statue on the side. Call out. The purple chakra arrow made a sharp explosion and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow rock. Boom. The huge rock statue exploded. A group of people below the Hokage building were trembling and did not dare to say a word.